The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day, a few teams, a few orgs approached us. One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were signed to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the fuse to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu yang berada di hadapan mereka waktu ini.
Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar.
Four rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Hai, saya Aizen. Saya hari ini share pro tips untuk korang. Okey, planning kita orang nak masuk dari kiri. Time ni Eko jaga CLC untuk cover kita orang dapat entry ke depan. Homebois tu kita orang biar dulu sebab kalau dia ke depan CLC boleh tembak dia. Kenapa kita orang fokus kat CLC tu sebab tempat CLC depan CLC nak main tu lagi selamat nak main. Tempat tu ujung circle dan boleh fokus kat satu arah je Homebois. Okay, time tu pun kita orang dah tahu position tricks kat belakang sebab Eko bagi tahu. Jadi saya pun dah nampak nak seorang. Lepas tu kita orang cepat-cepat push kat tam sebab tricks jauh nak datang dekat dengan dia. Saya pun suruh Zik better untuk lawan daripada rival sebab dia dah betul-betul bermuka.
1v1 tricks lawan dengan Zik. Siapa yang lebih kuat? Siapa yang lebih hebat? Dan itulah dia kemenangan.
Jadi kalau kena jadi fragger yang power, firepower kamu mestilah kena kuat. Tapi korang kena ada juga scouter yang power untuk kasih info kat depan. Jadi kalau ada cukup info, kita boleh tahu enemy kat mana dan kita boleh bantai dia. Ini salah satu strategi yang biasa orang pakai kat PMPL. Dia nak try entry tapi saya jaga dia kat depan. Saya pun dah tunggu dia sebab dia dah baling smoke. Dia nak entry, so saya pun dah tunggu dia untuk pick saya. So saya pun dah confident dia dekat smoke tu betul-betul. Dan saya spray untuk dapatkan kill.
1K hanya berpaki harm dan juga Aizen saya pada waktu ini. Sam 9 dab di bahagian belakang. Tapi wah.
Okay, kalau main PUBG Mobile bukan saja game tembak-tembak, kena pandai jaga diri sendiri. Dan communication adalah kunci kemenangan. Okay, jangan lupa saksikan kami di PMPL MYSGPH Spring. Dan jangan lupa sokong yang tim korang minat dan 1K. Bye.
kita akan bersama segmen Cuba Teka Ini Siapa dengan 4 ciri-ciri yang akan diberikan dan semua yang diberikan ciri perlu teka siapakah gerangan orangnya.
Handsome. Mine. Salah.
Ramai Eko Disney.
Wah, handsome. I shots.
Semua handsome.
Handsome. Sam. Bukan.
Snipes. Six. Handsome.
Pernah pergi PMGC. Rex.
Yuhai.
Farang lah. Pernah pergi PMWL.
Fredo. AP.
Disi. Jumper. Happy.
Mata kecil. Fredo. I shot. Kid.
Kecil. Arul kot. Apa buru? Mata kecil Aisyah. Aisyah mata kecil. Mata kecil. Man Farang. Tak boleh lagi.
Baru comeback. Siapa tu? Kid. Kid ke?
Mat Toy.
Comeback player.
Comeback player.
View.
View.
Apa ke? Tak ingat lah.
Oh, he went to PMGC ah? Oh yeah, I never know.
Dia pernah. Oh yeah, I forgot though. View.
Oh, view. Oh. Aish.
Me?
Mata kecil. View. Oh.
View. Mata kecil. View. What? Easy Very easy. No sweat.
Okay guys, itu saja untuk sesi guess the player dan terima kasih kerana menonton. Jangan lupa follow PUBG Mobile.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun ke yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary. Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat.
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring
Pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April. Di tempat ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube. See you there.
See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Kalau PMPL ada trofi untuk tim paling handsome, tim kami lah sebab kami ada Man Farang. Handsome naik.
Untuk mental kita orang dah prepare lah. Sebab kita orang main untuk enjoy je, bukan untuk kemenangan. Tak juga. Untuk tak juga.
Pada Boyka dan Zuli, kau letak aku sub pada season lepas. Season ni aku akan buktikan memang lunyai tim kau aku buat.
Okay, untuk bocah-bocah baru jangan ganas-ganas sangat. Kau kena bantai juga dengan yang otai-otai. Pengalaman lagi penting daripada kau punya skill.
Bekas IGL dekat Forever. Saya nak proof dekat dia pernah berkata kepada saya pandai tembak tapi tak ada otak. Kali ni saya nak tunjuk kat dia dan saya dua-dua tu ada.
Kepada Aziz, good luck untuk PMPL season 5 nanti. And harap-harap dapatlah.
So to my ex-teammates, I'm back with a better team. So feel free to come by and say hi to us. We'll give you a sweet bullet in the head. Pew.
Maybe Biu come back is a good thing, but partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this, and I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap good luck, buat yang terbaik. Tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab diorang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang Itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Baik main sini. Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to Pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga?
THQ because pas scrims dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NSEA they more to placement point actually. And diorang punya player tu memang good at survive but and diorang just good at ngendok.
Okay, lepas saya Biu datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula yang tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia. Kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Demi Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu kot.
Din, bulat kat SSO. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan join tim kita orang.
To be a champion, you must fail first. SM9 on fire.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dared to capture the light. RealMe 9 Pro Series.
The flight to the 2022 PMPL Malaysia-Singapore Philippines Spring Split to kick off in 16 seconds.
Hai, saya Kuza. Dalam PMPL MYSGPH Spring kali ini, kami akan buat yang terbaik untuk mendapatkan champion.
Stand up.
Stand up. Jangan pernah kita
Stand up. Never give up.
Teruskan impian. Stand up.
Hello and welcome back everybody. Welcome to Pro League MYSGPH Spring and I am Sis Jenny, your host and analyst for today. So those of you who just tuned in, you have been missing a lot of action. Today is the third day and we're about to see who is going to take the lead. Honestly right now, it has been a change of environment, a change of situation. A whole lot of teams that was from week 1 that wasn't performing is performing this week. And then the teams that is performing on week 1, they are not performing. But it's not all of them, it's just some, okay? So, we're going to break down to you before we start the game, before we start the rounds. We're going to show you on how the format is, if you guys are just joining in. And remember to give this stream a follow, like and share. And then remember to subscribe if you are from YouTube. Alright, so let's take a look into what we have to cover today. There you go. This is the format. So right now we are at week number 2. We have already missed out week number 1, but that's okay because the heat is just about to get started. So week number 2, we are in day 3 and then followed by week 3. So what you will have to go through is that you have to qualify into grand finals. Actually, all of them will. It's just how much bonus point they will bring into the grand finals. And then finally into the C play-in and of course the championship for C or Southeast Asia Championship. So the bonus points for this season is a bit different because previous season we had Super Weekend. This season no such thing as Super Weekend for MYSGPH. They have to collect that bonus point at the end of every week and first chicken dinner will be awarded 20. I mean not first chicken dinner, but as in the team that get number 1 for every matches, they will get 20 bonus points, and I will tell you guys about it when we see the format a bit later when it comes to the bonus points. But this is what they have to go through. Still tedious. They have to, you know, do the trainings every day, 5 days a week at the same time. After that, having to go through grand finals. So you have to still keep giving the support if you're a fan or even if you're new.
just, you definitely have eyes on into some teams that you think that is quite consistent and very strong, you can give them your vote, give them the support, or drop them a DM. That is what I usually do when I was a viewer back then. I would just, even though they don't reply me, I don't care. But anyways, so this is our schedule and format. And then we will go through even deeper into the country league, where we will say about where exactly the teams will be performing for week 1, week 2, and then week 3. And of course, this is the top 16 for grand finals. Again, one more time for them to qualify to grand finals. Again, this is based on accumulated points, how much they have collected so far. So there was like a breakdown from number 1 is 20 all the way till number 20. So basically it's a reverse order. The first one will get 20 points and the last one will get 1 point, which is number 20. So right now, this week itself, one that is leading in the charts is actually Axis Red One. They have already gotten themselves 4 chicken dinners, so hence the accumulated points is pretty much a big difference than the teams that is actually down under them. It was a big difference from the first week and the second week of the point system. I think as of now, Axis is taking a whole lot of lead, and then followed by GENEXUS, who showed us a whole lot of, I would say, feisty. Like yesterday, our interview was with Biu, so he's just saying it like, oh, it's normal, it's the way they are playing. That's how they are. So hopefully that consistency can remain all the way. So yes, guys, what else to say about this? There you go. Haha. Week 1 bonus, week 2 bonus, and then the bonus points that I was saying. So overall, this is something that I did not cover. Overall, whatever points that they have, the most points, or the team that has the most points will get awarded with a league bonus. So basically, this team has to remain consistent, and then they will be awarded with that particular bonus that I'm talking about. But this is our point system. It did not change ever since I think season 2. So it's still the same. Season 3, correct me. Forgive me, sorry. So the first one will be 15, and then second is 12, followed by third 10, 8, 6, and then number 6 is 4, number 7 2. Number 8 to 12 is 1, number 13 to 16 is 0, and of course, elimination point is still 1. So even if you don't get a chicken dinner, elimination points will help you if you happen to be getting that too soon or something like that. Because we did see some teams having the position points, it's not that good, but because of the elimination points, it's not too bad, it's not too shabby. So total game price is $150,000. And then this is the bonus points that I was talking about. So yes, it is a reverse order. Basically, the first one will get 20 and the last one will get 1. So obviously, they have to aim for the sky in order for them to get more bonus points at the end of the day. So yep, 20 is a whole lot. And imagine if they keep on getting 20, like Axis Red One, they already got themselves 4 chicken dinner. So that does mean they already got, I think, about 80 points just for 2 days. Oh, wait, 3 days. Wait, yeah, it's 2 days. Wait, you know what? Let's just hope that it is already, this is the 3rd day and they will get more points after that. So that's a huge lead that they are taking for 4 chicken dinners to bring home 80 points. And then after that, hopefully with all this, they are going to lead in the grand final charts. But these are the participating teams that has been playing Group A till Group E. From Group A, B, C is actually all from Malaysia. So I will read it to you guys. Geek Fam, R2K, Farang Lejund, Clash Guerilla, Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS, Homebois, Axis Red One, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, Team Bosskur. Group D, 3 of them is from Malaysia, SMG, RSG, and MAB. But ALMGHTY is from Singapore. And then Group E, we have Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals from Malaysia, Team Huck from Malaysia, TABAH NC from Malaysia, and last but not least is KHI Esports from Philippines. Currently, this is our weekly rankings. That's the reason why I said this week, the point system is a big jump. So if you can't see the one that is leading, or at least they can catch one another, it's actually the top 3 teams, Axis, GENEXUS, and Geek. Because the points, I think they can, have one good game, they can be at the same level as if you were to see like Sem9, EVOS, Team Huck, they have to go through maybe at least 3 to 4 good games at least to get, closer to the top 3. And that is if this top 3, they get it too soon, then yes, it will be a different ending for them. And these are the teams for page number 2, MAB, KHI, NC, Clash Guerilla, Dingoz, Homebois, RSG, Farang Lejund, SMG, and ALMGHTY. They are not doing that well this week, so hopefully today they will do more homework yesterday and to come back out today. Honestly, I think there are a few teams that are showing their stripes, at least for SMG and Almighty. The way they play was a little bit feisty as compared to how usually they present themselves for the week of the gameplay. And this is the games that we are about to witness later. We start with Sandhawk Erangel, Miramar Erangel, the teams that are playing, or the groups that is playing A, B, C, E, A, B, D, E, A, B, C, D, and then B, C, D, E, and last but not least is A, C, D, E. So we will see a few groups that will not be playing here and then. They will chill a bit and they will come back to the gameplay. Okay, so anyways... Yes, you're back to me. How do I think about yesterday's gameplay? Honestly, it was a whole lot of teams showing a lot of skill sets. Like what I said yesterday with my analyzation, I realized that a lot of the players have showed their skill sets in the sense of roles, like Lung, Loyu from GENEXUS, how they actually cover fire. It's not just Biu taking all the limelight. We can see a total chemistry in that particular team. Axis Red One, honestly, I think they are just showing consistency. And then followed by Geek Fam, who has been very consistent ever since Season 3, and now they are showing that all up. But here we are, this is our patch note 1.9, and there's a whole lot of things happening with this patch note: upgraded cheer park, air platform, competitive racing. So I would like to bring you guys, or urge you guys, to go to the cheer park, because I went like 2 days ago. I was blown away. It was so different, the experience. It was like an eagle eye. I was moving in, and then suddenly I spawned in the middle of nowhere, and then I have to find exactly where. It's just so cool and interactive, honestly, the cheer park. You guys should check it out. New mode, this is Don't Turn Into a Balloon. I actually like this, but honestly, my experience playing, when I landed, I think my teammates just don't know how to land. I went down and I got shot and I became a balloon immediately. So, GG. But anyways, this is the same floating platform. You just have to come down and then take the firearms and then you try to defend yourself. But the moment you get hit, you will become into a balloon. Today, I will start with my prediction is still Farang Lejund. But don't worry, I won't bore you guys, okay? I will change my vote after this, but I will start with Farang Lejund and I will end with Farang Lejund just because I am supporting them, believing in how they performed the previous seasons, and I think they will try to give a comeback. So maybe on my second and my third and my fourth game, I will give a different prediction, okay? Okay? Alright, so enough of me chitty chatter. Casters are ready to take up and they are going to be your storytellers. Take it all away, casters.
Hey, thank you so much, Sis Jenny. That was very entertaining for us to watch her rambling all the way.
You know what? She slipped right there. She's already told the viewers that she's going to vote for Farang again at the last match of the day.
That ain't happening, bro. That's definitely not going to happen. But before that, we have to thank our sponsors, none other than Realme GT2 Pro, greater than UC. But what's great is they are the tech trendsetter that is bringing the full potential of the youngsters these days in PUBG Mobile. Also, they are our official partner as well. So be sure to, check out these phones. It's really good with the latest chip as well. And definitely, I want that phone. But also don't forget to upgrade yourself with Yoodo, 5GB high-speed data and 20GB free for PUBG Mobile players out there. This is going to be definitely good news for you. Don't forget to scan out the code, which is going to be just a few seconds coming in and out, so you don't have that much time anyway.
I mean, you'll have your chance throughout the entire game. You'll find code that pops up at the side of the screen.
But it was like 2 seconds.
You're going to be fast enough, okay? This whole game is all about your reflexes as it is. And plus, let's be honest, getting the phone, the GT2 Pro, on its own without a network is just plain old stupid. What is a phone without a network anyway?
That's pretty true. Maybe a network with that phone, that's another problem. But hey, we're going to go in our week to day 3 match. First of the day, we're starting off with Sandhawk. We don't have Group D, which is going to be Team SMG, RSG, MAB, and AMT. So, this is my first time in English Dash. It's an honor to work with you, sir.
Oh, welcome Choo Choo onto the English Dash, everybody. Welcome her onto this land of Sandhawk. It's our first game of day number 3, and we are midway through in ending week number 2. So, Sandhawk, take me away, Choo Choo. Tell me, what have you gotten from the Malay side? What knowledge have they brought onto you that you can share to us?
I know this is a plane. But never mind that.
I've always thought that was a jet.
Oh, really? No, you know, that's a bit too big for chat. So, before we're starting off rambling more with no infos, we're going to just look at the flight path. We're coming off out of Tambang up towards Khao. Now, this is going to be a very wonky flight path, I have to say, towards the northern side for a bit. Favors towards the smallest island there is, but if the circle going down to the docks of Bantai area, you know, the circles these days are really cray-cray. We're up to the point, it didn't even covers, it's not even in the map.
Yeah, Circle calls it a scam, and I kind of have to agree with that one. However, based on the flight path itself, if the circle does favor the bottom side, at least you know no team has a head start because they cannot get access to its docks, right? No, every one of them couldn't. So then it's kind of a fair game. It's going to be a race of time for everyone.
That's very true, but we're looking over SEM9. Now, speaking of SEM9, they haven't been performing at all, but never mind, KHI. Having a bit of a tough time for Damaso. Just fighting against GHQ, damn. So it's not going to be a good start again. KHI is one of his teams that really don't have a place to call home. They just, every single game, they just drop any way they can, anywhere they want. So, but things just don't really work out.
Well, I mean, yesterday, KHI actually did the same thing, crashing onto people's compound. The funny thing is, they've always been walking out alive. So
some of them. You can say
look
some
at
of
that.
them.
They're winning the trade right now. Damn ass now on the ground. And Team Hawk losing a member already. They didn't confirm the kill onto Damaso. That means Damaso can get back up. Actually go in for the heal. And now 2 members are going against Rensky. Can he have? Do he has what it takes? He will not. Obviously, the math is simple. 2 is better than 1.
This, if I'm not mistaken, just on the outskirts of Tambang as well. KHI, they've been performing really great on week number 2. They kind of having a bit of a tough time in week number 1. So safe to say they made a huge progress. And plus, we talked about certain teams, including Axis, with I think Sis Jenny is really having a bit of a big fan moment out there just now when they first, you know, prelude the game whatsoever. But she's still voting out for Farang, definitely. Not going to change that. But speaking of Axis, this is their week. Last week was Dingoz all the way. And this week's just Axis. Just Axis, nobody else.
I mean, I wouldn't say just Axis because
GENEXUS,
before the last game of yesterday, GENEXUS actually took back the #1 spot. But of course, Axis had to come in with their 4th ever chicken dinner, and that kind of gave them the edge overall here. But these two have been popping up really great. GENEXUS, I believe that's the team that a lot of Malaysians are curious for with the return of BuBu. And now that after seeing what the performance they displayed, Loyu's because I'm becoming a fanboy of Loyu.
You know, if you compare, this is what GENEXUS used to be if you were back then, if you're old as I am. Oh, but definitely we have Martoy now, back after day 2. Day 1 was Y2K for week number 2. Martoy having a good shot, a bit of far distance, but not going to clear it, but nothing connects yet. And speaking of GENEXUS, right, back then, it was a really insane lineup where we have Simbi, Stu at 9K, and also Poreo Bang Bang. Who else? We have Alex Some of them not been playing these days. And BuBu, I won't say retired since he's back into the scene, so he rested for 2 years without any competitive scene at all. But he definitely still plays. But he still never loses his touch, you know. That kind of game sense.
You still got it. Old man still could learn a trick or two.
That old man's you. He's definitely not old. Both of us are old. All 3 of us here are old, including our host just now.
Chill out, I'm 26, okay? But yeah, BuBu moving on to Korea for his studies. We have to also remember, though, Korea is a capital in esports. So
he does look Korean. That's why
he studied there.
Everybody like, Opa, Opa. No, but he's definitely cute. He's very shy, but he's really polite. I've talked to him before many times, but he's definitely still himself. He never changed. But speaking of Team Secret now, this is the team where BB used to be in, just to be a bit dramatic here, right?
Yeah.
So imagine if they meet up halfway. Do you think there's a bit of a something to show there?
Well, it happens countless of times now. I think in week 1, and I hate to say it, but GENEXUS did come up on top in one of those engagements. But it was a third party nonetheless, so maybe it wasn't a fair judgment for Team Secret.
No, hey, whatever it takes to win, you know. Whatever it takes is a survival game.
I agree.
Yes, it's a battle royale, but why would you waste so many of your utilities if you can get it for free or easy? Why choose a hard path?
You're making a good point here. The moral of the story, guys, don't work for anything you want in life. Just take it the easy
I
way.
mean, like, you can work hard, but make sure you work smart. That's it. That's definitely it. Because it's pointless if you're working so hard, but you're not getting any sort of improvement. Where some teams that we have to question it used to be big names, Team Secret, Sam9, even EVOS. We can say these are the veterans that never leave the scene. If you compare it with BB, who just came back after 2 years, he still got it. What happened to these big teams?
Maybe they got a little bit stale. I don't know. Okay.
Oh, wow,
so
that's
we
very
can't
blunt.
really assume what happens behind the line because then that's up to their coach and analyst. But we can only assume so. I'll hold my thought here because Fredo gets knocked out. Dingoz, one of the most aggressive teams to be facing off in the league here, immediately goes in with the straight push. And my God, Team Secret leaving one member behind in Cow. Surely did they not expect... Were they expecting Fredo to play the healing game? Because they left one member in Cow while the rest of them made the push on forward.
I mean, like, this is like their usual drop spot for Team Secret in Cow. I'm not sure why he's being left behind for Fredo. Maybe he's just gonna follow up the rest of the member a bit later than usual, but it's kind of caught him in a trap right now. So Team Secret have to be a bit of a handicap first starting out. It's still in the first circle, by the way. And speaking of which, I didn't actually... forgot what you just said. So we don't blame anybody, we just blame the analyst and the coach.
Hold on, I know my thought process on Team Secret. Let's get back on that, right? Like if you have 3 members moving forward and 1 member back in Sanok, you're expecting them to play the healing game. And if you take Fredo out, that means that gameplay is gone for Team Secret. This is big deal.
I mean, like, I don't blame them. Maybe one of the reasons he stayed behind is because he couldn't find any healing utilities at first. Because we do know Soundhawk now being reduced for healing utilities being dropped. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge for these guys who wants and love to play healing game. So they might have to actually snatch one healing A kits from one another. But we do have, it's Jen's favorite, Farang.
Yeah.
Bit of a cruising time here.
Already in the blue zone. Also not doing too hot. Now I can address your question. Okay, we don't know what goes behind the scene. Okay, coach, analyst. For all we know, Team Secret, this is probably their strategy just to make it in the top 6. Although the format does not forgive you for doing this with a slow start.
Yeah.
But we don't know what's up. All we can say, we can only call a spade, and let's just call it as it is. Although they are a fan favorite, they're not performing very hot.
Somebody's playing safe here, but okay. We can go with that. Anything that actually pleases you, Keith, today. But back to us, Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. Now, they were, in week 1, the only team that actually plays themselves in top 5 without any chicken dinner. They finally got themselves landed yesterday. I think it was in Miramar, but it's not over yet. I don't know what happened for them. In the first week, they had full cylinders out. But this week, it kind of slowed down a bit. This is where we talk about D-format is not forgiving at all for the players. You don't have any resting time at all. Where some teams used to be a bit of a late bloomer, they just simply can't work like that for this season.
Which is a good thing, right? I think it makes the scene more competitive. And if I dare say it, we might even have a bunch of new faces taking on the championship this season alone.
I mean, like, if you look at the top 5 now, it's definitely new faces. I mean, like, in overall rankings. And those actually kind of get used to the previous season's format. This is a bit of a problem for them. They need to adjust it really fast. They need to learn to adapt as fast as they can. But we're looking over Dingoz just passing over Sam9, having a bit of a shot going on, preemptive shot, just to warn them not to be here. But Homebois having a vintage point right on top of them now, giving away a lot of positions and information to his Homebois. They're having a very good trigger discipline. They didn't shoot out any of their bullets yet. They're just watching and observing for now.
Which is very impressive because Homebois strikes me as one of those fighting teams this season alone. They never really play slow rotation. They try and take compounds as fast as they can, play the objective game, and fight really fairly early. And now Monboy actually takes another member of Team Secret. I believe that was Matoy falling out too soon to KHI.
I mean, like, this is a wonky circle. It just favors the smallest island, all out of 3. And it's going to be a Sam9 circle, definitely. They are at the center of it. Homebois as well. It's not that far off for them. We do have more than 4 or 5 teams around the corner. And Farang still inside in the blue water zone. But KHI, they fought themselves against what again?
Team Secret.
Team Secret, yeah. Team Secret, was it?
Yeah, they're gatekeeping Team Secret right now. So the circle closest towards Camp Alpha. Team Secret's trying to make their way in. They had Mudboy scouting out, but unfortunately KHI is by the entrance, just gatekeeping the rest of them. So, but it's going to bite them in the back, I feel, as sooner than later, if the circle does close more so into Camp Alpha, they have to make the rotation over, and someone else might be the ones gatekeeping them.
Now TABAH starts a fire. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals having a bit of a problem just talking themselves where they can actually just park. But speaking of just now, KHI, they were fighting against Team Hawk at first. And then they tried to gatekeep Team Secret for now. Team Secret already lost one man along the process and now knocked down on one. That's not really a good news, isn't it? But TABAH NC, this is the team. Now, this kind of a new format, and if you realize about the circle these days, it's best to play as patient as you can. Because you play at the late game of circle or at the rim of a circle is quite beneficial than you actually at the center of it. And being one of the target that have yourself as a target behind your back, and you know about survival game. You just have to survive, that's it.
I get it. Minimize the chances of entry from your opponents. However, I'm not sure if that theory applies to like the likes of these teams, GENEXUS and Axis redONE, who seemingly can handle fires, shots being coming from everywhere. I don't know how they do it.
Okay, I tell you how. It's all about how your perspective about the game. For Team GENEXUS, example, they're looking all these players as zombies. So I'm like, if I want to live, I need to shoot them down. That's it. For the others, like, these are human beings, so they have brains and they can think about what's going to happen. But back to Homebois, getting the vintage point. What a prime spot they have, shooting down on QB first on his knees. We do have Bosskur on the other end now. They're kind of being sandwiched for Geek fam. And I'm not sure how they're going to revive. I definitely hope they have a couple of smokes to work with. But the terrain itself making it so hard for Homebois to land a vision exactly for the execution on Geek fam's side.
Yeah, I think it was lucky for them. The circle is still wide, so I think Bosskur is a bit pushed far back. Not in the area to actually, and plus they're all the way down in a foot of the hill. So with the elevation, like you mentioned, that would give some beneficial advantage for Geek fams to actually reset, pick him up, because the kill was not confirmed just yet. And now, hey, look, Damaso, oh, they're going in for blood. Team Secret, they got knocked out but not finished. Matoy is now back up on his legs here, going to run in, looking for that one member of KHI who seems to be fairly alone. Oh no, he's got back up right at the backside here, but they're going to pass him by. Now this time they're going to confirm the kill. Damaso again taking out Matoy. It seems like they're playing duck duck geese right now.
I mean, like, Damaso, that's pretty classic position that somebody's going to walk into your compound and just going to prone down, waiting for them. Because the first thing you try to actually look at is straight in your line of sight. And definitely his proning down make things really magical and works. Damaso trying to clutch out another two members of Team Secret now. Team Secret really desperate enough to want their points. They're really at the bottom, one of the very few who used to be big names, but now having such a hard time to work things out in this new format. Panning it out, Damaso really challenging them.
Man, if he actually gets a kill with a pan, that would be impressive to say the least. Luckily for Team Secret, though, the rest of KHI are being handled by the sides of GENEXUS, who is shooting them down here from the other end of the bridge. Like I mentioned, sooner or later, KHI, they will have to make the rotation over. And now they can't do so because GENEXUS already in the area. So it's going to be one of those sticky situations where you either wipe off Team Secret, claim the points you have. Oh, lucky for them. Circle still within their area.
That's the funny part. The circle is just unreadable these days, right on top of this bridge here. While Team Secret still hanging around with two more people to actually work with. We're talking about KHI kind of stuck here. They cannot move as well because we do have a whole team, 4 men of GENEXUS have their eyes on this bridge. So the moment they step out from that, it's going to be an open window for GENEXUS to start tapping on KHI. Demigod and H2R is having a bit of a time here, just to make sure they got themselves covered with the smokes. But Snappy definitely won't let them go away easily like that.
And I like this. When the circle is very uncertain towards the bridge side, you just hold this crucial area. So KHI is doing the right thing. However, they've got a threat they have to address right now. Goes in for the mechanical 1v1, close quarters. Wins that one, Damaso. Can he follow through? Oh no, in the last member of Team Secret, they fall. A 1v2 situation clutched out by Damaso. That is something the Philippines are going to be proud about.
Damaso to take down the entire team on Team Secret by himself. Doing a very classical thing, man. Back to us, Geek fam. finding again Bosskur there. Bosskur, there's also GENEXUS on the other side now. Damru on his knees, not executed yet. Miracle trying to cook up his nade. Try to find a very perfect angle just to make sure it will land, but didn't. Now he's still right. Knocking on the other door. Here comes Miracle. Playing around the corners. Not gonna land it another again.
Where is the rest of the member of Geek? Oh, Damru's down on his knees. Okay. 2 versus everyone. Surely they can try and play this one out. However, it's a tricky thing to do. Bosskur does have the member advantage here with one of the members covering from the top side in case they try to go in for the flank. All those nades, the utilities that they have, this is their first engagement, I believe. It is just going to, they can just do damage from the safe side here. As you see, more nades being cooked up and thrown over. Oh, at the same time, Farang Legends is in a war with EVOS VIP. Now Damroot gets confirmed by Yoodo Alliance 4 rival. Way far out of this entire compound. They're just taking in the freebies.
You saw how Bosskur tried to find out who shot just now and knocked down one of their Geek fam. And they were fighting against them. And Geek fam just kind of sandwiched between two now. They have no clue where the shot's coming out. It's way up high above them. And now Geek fam, Snipes and Miracle kind of stuck in the rut while the rest of Bosskur are cornering them around. But surprisingly, with so many nades being tossed out, none of them connected yet.
I thought he was aiming at the right spot and he decided to take a guess on the window instead when, I mean, they don't see what we do. Obviously, we got like somewhat of a wall hack. We can see through the wall, so we know what they don't. But man, maybe try on, if you're taking a chance on one window, maybe if you don't get anyone, try the first option. Meanwhile, Olayo takes out VIP Insomnus, EVOS VIP Insomnus, so that's their IGL down for the count here. Not confirmed just yet. Oh, now Sam Z, EVOS VIP just falling short. Oh, he's going for the push. Psycho gets a member, leaving only one more from Geek Fam here. Can he try and clutch it out? Miracle, can he pull a KHI?
Oh, they're trading 1-1, but it's not enough manpower on the side of Geek Fam. One last surviving man here. Miracle trying to do the miracle he can. But if he can actually pull the KHI, it's going to be really superb play. There you go, Miracle. Almost click one down. Oh, not enough. It's only KHI for now. Able to do so.
Well, and talking about which, speak of the devil, the circle did close onto Camp Alpha. KHI in a lot of trouble trying to make their way across, especially now that Farang has crashed Hatin's coastlines here, taking out the rest of EVOS VIP. They have control on that end, and down below by the bridge you have GENEXUS, so it is an impenetrable force. Meanwhile, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals coming in for the cleanup here, taking over the skirmish that they had against Geek Fam. Can they win this one? Bosskur, we know when it comes down to the teeth of it, they might have a chance, but the third-party shots.
The moment you mention it, everything goes down to drain. It's looking really sound inside of Bosskur. They're being kind of cornered every single way possible. Voki coming in with the rest of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, tossing out so many utilities on that side, giving so much pressure. With another side, GENEXUS having their eyes on here. And that's going to be the last member of Bosskur bowing out at 14, sorry, with 3 elimination points. But Yoodo Alliance, they cannot celebrate yet. Look at how the long shot's coming out from maybe Team Hawk as well as GENEXUS.
Yeah, it could be them, but man, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, they're one of the teams you don't want to get into a close quarter combat with. Like, their mechanics when it comes to taking these fights, or even just fights in general, is second to none. I think maybe R2K. And speaking of which, R2K Izane, the guy who's currently in the lead for the MVP here, now takes out KHI, going one-on-one, and they do not have covers, but this is how R2K likes to play it. They live life dangerously, wake up and decide, I'm going to play life on hard mode.
I'm going to be James Bond today. Yeah. Sort of that feeling now. But back to Azara 2K side, they have to cross that bridge. Like it or not, they don't have enough time. And it's going to be the fourth circle. It hurts quite a lot with 1% HP per second will be deducted. Now, they have to make a move. I'm not sure if they have enough when it comes to first aid kits, but they do have a lot of band-aids. Definitely is the game of band-aids now. I'm not sure how things are going to work out, but Axis Red One closing into its Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. Team Hawk closing on the other end, while Farang taking down on EVOS VIP. Now, they have a bit of retaliation on EVOS as well, but Axis come in casually and just shoot them out.
Oh, you say casually. I call that a backstab. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals wasn't ready for it, and of course, they're going to pay the price. for that complacency, not expecting people to be still walking within the blues here. Getting punished though. Axis has got one member who's probably going to get burned down in the blue zone, but can Hey Noob pull one out for the team? Finally, Hey Noob walking in without a med kit, and well, his contribution, maybe he should be staying back for the heal.
Oh, he got band-aids. Band-aid works now.
He's got 2 band-aids.
But back to us, the Farang side hub is quite heated for now. Farang versus VIP has been going on for quite some time, but never mind, it has ended.
Oh, look at the circle closing in. Sam9 is within compounds, but Homebois, it seems like they have terrain advantage to work with if they can creep in closer and take over the entire obstruction of a terrain.
The wall.
Yeah, all the walls to play around with.
That's the wall.
Natural defense, I would call it.
We just call it the wall. It's the longest wall there is.
That is not a wall by definition.
A wonky wall, maybe. But back to us, R2K. We're down to 11 teams here on the 5th phase of the circle. R2K still stuck at the end of this bridge, but they managed to actually cross over. Homebois, on the other hand, start to gain or start to farm their execution points or elimination points by now. While we're looking at Aizen, he's definitely one of the MVP, but the problem is if they cannot get a compound that can work around with cover zone, they have a bit of problem to even shoot out.
Yeah, now the problem is also GENEXUS, who's got eyes on them. Loyu takes a member down again. This guy's just across the screen here. BuBu gets one onto Zeeks as well. Rapper Boy is going to help them with that and making sure that R2K will be at least crippled, trying to push into the zone itself. You can see them dropping like flies, and it's all contributed with the circle, the way it closed, and how they had to be desperate to push into it by the bridge itself. And now Yoodo Alliance again, never learned from their mistakes, not looking what's behind them, and Dingoz, Ricky will claim 2.
Peekaboo, I see you. Feels like it. Even though you're trying to actually corner yourself up in such a very secluded area, people still gonna find you. On the side of Sam9, still fighting against, holding their grounds, making sure they deny the entrance of Farang on their side. But the thing is, they're quite far behind when it comes to the safe zone or the circle itself. They need to make a move. Now, if they stay this way too long, we do know how the 7th circle will fare. It's going to be really burning them out.
Yeah, but Sam9, I think they're right at the corners right now. Because look at the circle, it has favored against them. And now they have to push right in the open, and guess who has all the advantage in the world? Homebois. They've got natural defenses way up on the cliff, and they can just shoot down towards anyone trying to push out uphill against them.
Yeah, they have been there forever, by the way. Farang, Rapper Boy, the IGL itself for Farang Legends there. Having a bit of a problem to just sustain himself. We're losing Sam9 quite early this time. While Homebois, they don't even need to move much. This is just, they bought the circle this time.
Yeah, Homebois' eyes on Farang, eyes on Sam9 previously before they were eliminated. They have eyes on GENEXUS as well, and GENEXUS now have to push onto them. Man, this is their game to lose. Surely, look at all the advantage that's given onto Bard here. He's got like the gods of PUBG Mobile smiling upon him, and they're just gonna pick up their kills.
Now the deities of a PUBG Mobile definitely giving the blessing to his Homebois. The entire team is up there, having the reign over GENEXUS. The Yoodo Alliance even cannot even climb up here. Homebois, even with the ghillie suit, really? I mean, like, really?
As if it's not hard enough looking upwards, right? You gotta give them a ghillie suit to blend in. My God.
With a stone structure, really. With a ghillie suit on top, suddenly you're pushed on top of a stone. Now.
Well, you're not gonna see him in the first place because he's behind the stone. That's the whole point.
It's too high up there. It's with the blessings of the god of PUBG Mobile.
Yeah.
It's way too high up for Homebois. It's not done yet. Now, Loyu switch over to his snipers. But the thing is, can he land his shot? If he get a headshot, that's going to be the loophole for them to... Oh, wait, what?
Style points. That backflip, that right there was the X Games itself. Axis now going out, although they were at the peak of it. But look at the circle. I think GENEXUS is playing this one patiently because they know eventually the both of them has to leave the comfort zone. And if you're looking at the circle itself, It's on GENEXUS hills, which means Homebois now has to make the far travel. If only GENEXUS don't bow out right now, they might have the chance just turtling things through.
Now they start the engines of the car. I don't think it can actually fly over, can it? But back to a 6 with a 666 now, trying to give the pressure onto them. Iron Pro made what a wrong decision at the wrong timing. It just happens to be Dingoz taking 3 elimination points down there. Just giving away freely. Now Homebois supposed to have this in the bag.
Man, this is one of the biggest upset I've ever seen on PUBG Mobile. You know what they say? He giveth, he can taketh. And when Tencent smile on you, you take that with a grain of salt. Now it is up to GENEXUS to close the game against Dingoz, who is down in the lower ground. It feels like it should go GENEXUS' way, but we will see. GENEXUS has fumbled once or twice against Bosskur in a 3v2 situation. This could be one of those moments again.
Now all they need to do, don't slip down. That's it. Now Ricky and Bo Snappy are cooking nades towards each other, but the angles have it better on Dingoz' way. It just reflects on the other side for GENEXUS, and Ricky keep the pressure on. Arte found them. He definitely found them! Dingoz did it again with GENEXUS. Didn't realize they were being picked over.
No, GENEXUS did it again. Losing the lead. It could have been their chicken dinner. What happened? It seems like this sort of turn of events happens to them. I remember that one time in week number 1 where Bosskur chicken against them despite all the advantage, and now same thing. This should be a confident crusher right there.
But winner chicken dinner. Now back to a Dingoz side for day number 3. Happens to be whenever I actually in the studio, Dingoz somehow get chicken dinner. I'm not sure if that's a good or a bad sign for other teams, but the thing is, flying cars down the valley, suicide mission, and just, we had it, we lost it.
Yeah, but I think Homebois is the real victim here.
TLDR version. Just TLDR version of it. We had it, we lost it. That's it.
Feels bad. They had all the numbers advantage, just couldn't close things up. I mean, to be fair, Circle became harder on them. Right?
Yeah.
They did not expect. I mean, the extra kill members in the...
It was 2 heals with nothing in between except for Dingoz there. And then you have to actually jump down. The moment they jump down...
Maybe if they flew the car onto the hill, that could have worked.
We need flying cars now.
Yep. Hey, a Harry Potter X PUBG Mobile, I'll take that.
I'll take that as well. I mean, like, even brooms. I mean, like, we got bicycle that can actually be folded now. I mean, in the new patch, everything can happen, right?
Never say never, they said.
Dun, 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 dun. But hey, that was a hell of a first game of week 2, day number 3, by the way.
Yeah, really excited start. But first, we're going to get into the next game in a bit. Here's the highlight. Check it out.
Hello everybody and welcome back. That was definitely flying cars kind of game, but that is later. I will break it down to you guys on what I see on my side. Actually, there is a whole lot of skills that were shown by certain players, and it is all an IGL's call. Just because one role that might have given a wrong call will cost the entire chicken dinner. But that aside, I will tell you guys that later. We have a giveaway for you. So if you see codes right now, go and type it in because there is something and it might not be what you're seeing right now. You have to find out, type out the codes and you will find out what you will get. Okay? Because we are just showing that might not be it. So it's even more interesting. You have to type out the code to find out. I mean, if you don't want it, just keep it in your, what they call it, in the wardrobe. Or what they call that thing. I totally forgot what it is. But yes, keep it and collect it. Okay? So what do you guys think of that game? I think that's a whole lot of movements by that particular circle. It was a tricky circle. Anyway, before we go into the game further, this is our updated version 1.9. Just now I talked about Cheer Park. Now let me talk about the other things that is quite interesting. I would say it's actually the classic mode improvement. So you have to play more on the bridge because a whole lot of teams do not favor that for now because it's more tricky. It takes a whole lot for you to actually strategize on how to block it up and gatekeep. And this is the classic features also, which is already inside, meaning if you don't play the event, you still can enjoy the upgrades. Supply shop, you know, certain areas you can start to purchase. The viewpoint adjustments, this is really good for snipers to take a long range because you can't see certain areas when you actually scope it, it does not render. But because of these improvements, you are able to see certain buildings from the distance. So you guys got to try it out with a scope 8 or a scope 6. Yeah, those two. Okay, so that is the updates. But now I want to focus back on the game with Dingoz sneakily winning that chicken dinner. It's not sneaky, guys. It's totally about your skills, and it could be the coach and it could be the IGL. But for now, this is Dingoz winning the first chicken dinner. I'm not surprised as to why they got it in the first place. It's all about the timing, about the movement, and how they managed to get into the circle nicely. 8 elimination points, total of 23. They were moving actually a whole lot. You know, they were rotating from. I think they were already in Camp Alpha's area, but they were moving left and right just to navigate exactly where they are. GENEXUS also having a very good disciplinary act. They stayed in the compound for a while, and then they tailed a lot of teams from the back. Homebois, they had the place, but they were a little bit complacent. But yeah, at number 3, Axis at number 4, Farang Lejund surprisingly performing today over in Sandhawk, making that right decision to use the boat to go into Hatin. R2K, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rebels at number 7, number 8, KHI, number 9, Sem9, Team Bosskur, number 10, Clutch Guerilla, number 11, NSEA, number 12, Team Huck, number 13, number 14, Geek Fam, number 15 is EVOS, and last but not least is Team Secret, which is, I'm quite surprised on how actually disoriented. I wouldn't say that they didn't take the fight nicely. I think they were surprised as to the teams, or actually KHI was still at their back after getting Fredo. They should have known better. They should have prepared even more because how iShots and Kit came into that compound, I think they were not prepared. I mean, if they were prepared, they would have flanked out. They would have positioned themselves nicely and anticipate the arrival of the team that have already took down their teammate at the back, which was KHI. But good kudos to KHI for bringing them down, Team Secret. But here we go. This is our MVP of the day. We've got Ricky, the IGL for Dingoz, and he has 688 damage. Not too much. I would say that's quite an average. But because of his skills and his thinking, I really like Ricky's timing. And also, I will not just say it's him. I think it's a whole lot of Batman's job also at the back end. With 31% of team contribution, he makes the right calls at the right time. We have seen this many times in many maps. The way he rotated, the way he asked his team to stay put and trigger discipline is all there. So he's definitely a player that can listen to instructions very well for Ricky. This is our weekly ranking. Some of the teams have pushed position one notch higher, which is like Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. We've got R2K coming up, and also Dingoz bubbling under. I would say they would probably want to go into top 3. They're still targeting for that definitely, but still Axis, GENEXUS and Geek Fam still staying put on where they are. In fact, right now we have a draw of Axis and GENEXUS with 140 same points, is the same total points, but because they Axis got more chicken dinner, that's the reason why they are on top. And the second page still not moving so much. A little bit of improvements for Homebois, Farang, Lejund. Two of these teams have already climbed up a little bit because of their performance. I think it's definitely seen, especially Homebois when they managed to get that last circle. So are you ready to hear the breakdown of my analysis? So come, let me guide you through. So we can see the circle belongs to Camelpha. Honestly, if ALMGHTY were to play this one, this is actually where they drop also Camelpha. But too bad for them, they're not in. So we can see right now where Dingoz dropped. They were all the way from Mach 9. And then they came by Cow. They did not disturb Team Secret. Yes, they did a little bit of sprays. But like I said, Dingoz has good timing when moving into circles. So it's all about timing, because the places that they went, there's a whole lot of teams that was lingering around this area. In fact, Sam9 had this trigger discipline right opposite of Hatin. They were seeing a whole lot of teams, but they weren't spraying. If I'm not mistaken, only Man Parang did spray towards R2. Wait, was it GENEXUS? Yeah, GENEXUS team that was at the side of the compound. This is the one. The compound that GENEXUS has stayed behind, they stayed quite a while before they came up together, and unfortunately the circle did not fall onto them. So how did EVOS fell down? Because they came right after Farang when they have already gatekeep the place nicely. They defended the place, and that's the reason why EVOS find it hard to climb back up, because they were in the waters. They were being guarded basically. GENEXUS has been making shots over opposite towards KHI, but being seen by Sam9. Sam9 had that place for the longest time. And they have been very disciplined in keeping out the place. Honestly, that place is pretty open. That is actually, I would say, a choke point for any teams to linger or stay there for quite long. But Sam9 have a very good trigger discipline. Again, it is an IGL that we all know Man Parang has that ability or IQ when they are doing that. So, Axis, these two teams I would like to comment about is Axis and also GENEXUS and Sam9. No, not Sam9, Homebois, okay? But let's talk about this graphic a little bit. Farang Lejund was trying to come into Hatin. It's not an easy entrance. Even though you smoke a lot, you deploy a lot of smoke, it will not be easy for them to protrude in. R2K will find it difficult even because they are getting shots from GENEXUS, they are getting shots from Farang Lejund, so there's no way for them to come in. But about Homebois, and what's the difference of Dingoz and Homebois for this particular round? Dingoz was moving everywhere, but they still have one vehicle and they did not destroy that vehicle. That's the reason why Ricky actually made that call to just drive in and do a YOLO, and that YOLO worked. Homebois on the other side, they were a little bit complacent. They already got the circle and none of them actually deployed their teammate to go down. So that could have been a reverse game. You see, this is like the last few circles. So actually Homebois could have deployed a few of their players to go down to get at least a lower part of the particular circle. Although you might say, okay, maybe because they don't have a place to go down. Well, they could have think of that because they had manpower, and because of that, this chicken dinner just was awarded to Dingoz, who played YOLO. They just wanted to prioritize the circle, and because of the IGL, the calls from the IGL, and Homebois being a little bit complacent getting that particular circle, they did not get to nail that chicken dinner. So GENEXUS and Dingoz, they managed to do that very well because of the calls that was made. They actually studied exactly where the circle would be and the timing to come in. So that definitely gave them a very good job well done. Even though, yes, elimination wasn't as much, but Sandhawk is all about circle, is all about timing, guys. So well done to these two teams, at least for Dingoz and GENEXUS and Axis Red 1 for moving in right on time. So that is my breakdown for this particular game, and we would definitely like to see even more teams to show more skill sets in the next few games. But before all of that happen, I will take a quick break and I'll see you guys after the break. $18 minutes.
The one word that I truly like is resilience. So there always be setbacks, but you just gotta bounce back and become tougher, stronger, and wiser. Hello guys, I'm Bill from GENEXUS. So about how I started off my esports career, it all began with just forming my own team and competed in PMCO regional finals. So I just went in. We were an underdog team pretty much, like nobody knows us when there was already Yoodo and some other teams existing. And then out of nowhere, we just became champion in Malaysia. And yeah, on that very day, a few teams, a few orgs approached us One of them was Team Secret, and that's how we were assigned to Team Secret, the whole team. So I played under Team Secret and competed for PMCO Spring Split, Fall Split, and then to a new format, PMPL Season 2. But I didn't quite play, so Season 1, yeah. So I retired in Season 2, right? It was not PMGC back then, it was called PMWL World League. Yeah, eventually I made a choice to retire. I did a lot of things after I retired, but none of them is gaming related. I would say because I was still kind of down. I've got no passion for gaming anymore at that time. I would say the fuse to me coming back was actually Yuhai. Secret qualified to the national finals and Yuhai was still in the team. Yeah, that one time he asked me to watch him play in the final. He said that it will give him good luck and that definitely if I watch then he will qualify to Southeast Asia and all. And yeah, just him being adorable. I watched the game and that's when the spark truly reignited. It was a starting point. It was a kind of like a new chapter for me. And then that's when I tuned my mind, I changed it a little bit, adjust my mindset.
Sedaya upaya cuba untuk menghalau keberadaan Biu-Biu yang berada di hadapan mereka waktu ini. Biu-Biu masuk, Biu-Biu rusuh nak cuba barbar. For rivals dikeluarkan dengan sangat-sangat awal.
Now that the passion is bigger than ever before, now I'm just finding my way back to achieving that one esports dream that I haven't quite achieved yet. And now here we are. So now with a new team, new teammates, everyone with the strong desire to win, we are gonna go all out and get that champion.
Hai, kali ni kita akan bersama segmen Cuba Teka Ini Siapa dengan 4 ciri-ciri yang akan diberikan dan semua yang diberikan ciri perlu teka siapakah gerangan orangnya.
Handsome. Man. Salah.
Ramai Eko. Disney.
Wah, handsome. Eye shots.
Semua handsome. Handsome. Sam.
Bukan.
Snipes. Six. Handsome.
Pernah pergi PMGC. Rex.
Yuhai.
Farang lah. Pernah pergi PMWL. Fredo.
AP.
Disiplin. Jumper.
Happy.
Mata kecil. Fredo. Aisyah.
Geek.
Mata kecil. Arul kot. Apa buru?
Mata kecil Aisyah. Aisyah mata kecil.
Mata kecil. Farang. Tak boleh lagi. Baru comeback. Siapa tu? Kid ke?
Matoy.
Comeback player.
Comeback player.
Biu. Kenapa dia tak ingat lah.
Oh, he went to PMGC ah? Oh yeah, I never know.
Dia pernah. Oh yeah, I forgot though. Biu.
Oh, Biu. Oh.
Ni. Mata kecil. Biu. Oh.
Biu.
Mata kecil. Biu. What? Easy very easy. No sweat.
Okay guys, itu saja untuk sesi Guess the Player dan terima kasih kerana menonton. Jangan lupa follow PUBG Mobile.
It's the 4th anniversary of PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, PUBG Mobile.
Happy birthday to you.
Hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile.
Saya ingin mengucapkan selamat hari jadi.
Selamat ulang tahun. Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Happy 4th anniversary.
Selamat hari jadi.
Ucapkan selamat hari lahir.
Selamat hari jadi keempat. Selamat hari jadi.
Selamat hari jadi yang keempat.
For their 4th year anniversary.
Happy birthday 4th anniversary.
Happy birthday yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile.
Selamat hari jadi kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
Happy 4th anniversary untuk PUBG Mobile.
Kepada PUBG Mobile, kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat.
PUBG Mobile's 4th anniversary. Yay!
Happy 4th year anniversary. Selamat ulang tahun yang keempat
Kepada PUBG Mobile yang keempat untuk PUBG Mobile. Kepada PUBG Mobile.
Thank you for the amazing 4 years.
Terima kasih banyak-banyak kerana bersama dengan kami.
4 years of journey we've been together.
Terima kasih kepada anda semua, komuniti dekat luar sana yang sentiasa support PUBG Mobile.
Here's to many more years.
Dan jangan lupa saksikan kami.
Jangan lupa sokong tim korang di PMPL MYSGPH Spring.
MYSGPH Spring pada 23 hari bulan ini.
Pada 23 Mac sehingga 17 April.
Season 5 ni kita orang akan buat yang terbaik.
Kelakar semua ada, jangan risau. Meletup apa semua ada.
Di Facebook dan YouTube.
See you there. See you there.
See you there. Bye-bye.
Kalau PMPL ada trofi untuk tim paling handsome, tim kami lah sebab kami ada Farang. Handsome naik.
Untuk mental kita orang dah prepare lah. Sebab kita orang main untuk enjoy je, bukan untuk kemenangan. Tak juga. Untuk juga.
Pada Boyka dan Zuli, kau letak aku sub pada season lepas. Season ni aku akan buktikan memang lunyai tim kau aku buat. Okay, untuk bocah-bocah baru yang ganas-ganas sangat, kau kena bantai juga dengan yang otai-otai. Pengalaman lagi penting daripada kau punya skill.
Bekas IGL dekat Forever. Saya nak proof dekat dia, pernah berkata kepada saya pandai tembak tapi tak ada otak. Kali ni saya nak tunjuk kat dia dan saya dua-dua tu ada.
Kepada Aziz, good luck untuk PMPL season 5 nanti. And harap dapatlah.
So to my ex-teammates, I'm back with a better team. So feel free to come by and say hi to us. We'll give you a sweet bullet in the head. Pew.
Maybe Biu come back is a good thing, but partner with my teammate, I don't think so because I played with them before. Maybe just like this, and I'm here.
Oh, untuk for rivals saya just nak cakap good luck, buat yang terbaik. Tapi korang kehilangan permata sebenarnya.
Bagi kita orang adalah Dingoz sebab dia orang dah beberapa kali langgar drop spot kita orang senyap-senyap. Tapi kalau kita orang langgar korang kat drop spot, korang jangan PM manager kita orang
Rival kita orang untuk season ni ialah RSG sebab coach saya tak suka RSG and SM9 sebab diorang dah pernah langgar drop spot kita orang Itu memang kali ni diorang tak bagi peluang
Rival kita orang ialah Forever sebab saya tak suka sangat pemburu tu. Pemburu tu mulut je lebih, tak power, lemah. Pemburu. Baik main sini. Takut.
Forever as well. In every single map, we are like neighbours to pemburu. Kau 13 dunia, tapi aku akan bantai kau.
Apa juga?
THQ. Because pas scrims, dia turun dekat our drop spot which is Sunhawk. So kalau diorang still stubborn nak turun kat tempat kita orang akan buat diorang sampai diorang disqualified and tukar tim baru.
Esports, korang langgar, kami akan langgar korang balik. TABAH NC kali ni bukan TABAH NC yang dulu-dulu tu.
NC lah. They more to placement point lah actually. And diorang punya player tu memang good at survive and diorang just good at ngendok.
Okay, pendapat saya Biu datang balik tak ada efek apa-apa pun. Dah rehat lama-lama tu confident ke nak masuk balik. Aku rasa takut nanti lepas season ni berehat lagi panjang nanti.
Pag nakatapat nyo kami, smooth muna kayo. Wala kayong gagawin sa amin.
Kepada tim Filipin, harap korang berjaga-jaga dan keep training untuk melawan tim-tim di Malaysia.
Pada Aziz Mika, Hati-hati bila nak tembak kotak orang. Takut aku pula yang tembak kotak kau nanti.
Jangan selesa sangat ada bokeh tu. Kita orang dah tahu taktikal dia. Kita boleh baca juga. Ini buku taktikal bokeh.
Saya nak challenge Demi Boy untuk jadi Terminator lah. Terminator sehari ke kan. Takkan tak mampu kot.
Din, bulat lah kat ASIS tu. Kalau tak okey nanti season depan, join team kita orang.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello guys and welcome back from our little break. So we are going to fly into our second match of the day. I am your host and analyst. I am Sis Jenny. Thank you for joining us. You are watching Pro League MYSGPH Spring and this is already the season 5 guys. So where are you? Where have you been? Stay with us because the heat is on fire. There is actually a song before this. The heat is on fire, but I'm not going to sing that one. But yes, a lot of teams have been stepping up their game. A lot of them are showing skill sets. Like I said, the skill sets are coming out. This is where you see the potential of each and every player, and there's a reason why they are pro players, and it's not you or me, but it's them because of the timing, the engagement, and even the accuracy of certain players. So I really like what I'm seeing. A lot of talents are coming out, including KHI, who just had a wonderful standoff with Team Secret. So that's definitely to talk about. But here we go, let's look into some infographics. This is elimination and damage from the previous round. We can see a lot of towers scoring in the sky from Dingoz, Homebois, Axis, and even GENEXUS and Yoodo Alliance, a lot of teams. And guys, believe it or not, this is Sandhawk. And we usually do not see a lot of damage coming from Sandhawk, but oh, I totally forgot about Farang Lejund. And also Farang Lejund. So basically, a lot of these teams have do a lot of homework. So they are trying to gatekeep. We did see a lot of gatekeeping going on, and that particular, I would say that circle is very hard because it's uphill, and the ones that was on top was actually Homebois. Though they were a little bit complacent by not deploying their manpower properly, they could have won that chicken dinner. So what can we say about the damage being spread across the board? I think a lot of teams have put up the proper agilities of each and individual of, especially the skill, the roles of each player. The fraggers, the rushers are in the right place and position of where they are supposed to be. This is our overall stats. Look at the healing. I really like to see the total heals for Sandhawk, and thank God this particular round we get to see this. It's 15920, a lot. So even though the like what Chuchu said, it has been the first 8, it's not as much as season 4 or 3. There are still teams who are already practicing on how to get certain first aids at where. I mean, I already said about where to get all these things. Is actually nearby the shore, any part of the camps, or the ones near the shore like Hatin, Moknai. These are the places you will usually get more of those loots. Longest distance elimination is Kido, and again, I'm not surprised with Dingoz IGL calls. It's very smart. They started off by moving left and right, but it was all about timing, and the team listened to one another. That's the reason why they get to perform this round. And I'm not surprised if they are performing this particular round also, even they are not playing this round, maybe the next round. So team A, B, D and E is playing, except for team C, which is Access Rate 1, EVOS VIP, Dingoz Esports and team Bosskur will take a break a little bit. But these are the teams that will be playing. So 2 of the countries will be playing with us, ALMGHTY and Philippines, and of course Malaysia teams. So who do I predict this round? Just like I said, the first round and the last round I will go with Farang Lejund, but this time I will try to put my bet on Clutch Guerilla, because yes, they have been feisty. You saw what happened in yesterday's Mirama's match, the 4th match. Adibs the RGL, he outsmarted a lot of people by staying there and getting number 2. So I'm definitely trying to see how Clutch Guerilla work on outsmarting each and every team by winning the zone and getting the timing right. If only he managed to get his team players to get into where he was, it would have been a different ending. So that is my prediction for this round. Hopefully Clutch Guerilla can perform or at least get into the top 5. But then again, I'm hoping that they will get their chicken dinner. So enough of me chitty chatter. Let's push you into the caster.
Yes, Clutch Guerilla. Different team, same family. You know what they say, the apple don't fall too far from the tree at the very least. Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome down onto the PMPL MYSGPH Spring. You're with me, Keith, and together with me, the very, very charismatic Choo Choo. What's going on?
I'm not still going to buy you any dinner still. That won't actually make me buy any dinner. But says Jenny, come on, step up your game for a bit. You know what? That's a bit of a prank. April Fool for us by Sis Jenny. Just swapping over to the sisters team. I'm like, hey, I'm still with a different team. Yeah. She mean.
Well, she's got spine. I'll give her that. You know, when was the last thing we stood for something? You know?
None. Why should we?
Exactly our point. That's why we're here. We're not standing up where Sis Jenny was 20 meters away.
Yeah, it's too far. She's too far for us to reach out. But speaking of which, this next game though is going to be A, B, D, and E. So the C group will be resting for a bit. But we do know the only team or only group that people hope to be rested is going to be B group for now. Because especially GENEXUS, I have to say, they are gone blazing the entire week here.
Yeah, super consistent so far in week number 2. And they are the record holder for the most eliminations per chicken dinner. 20 is the gold standards now set by them.
We got a fanboy here. Okay, yeah. We can see and feel the aura of GENEXUS from my side. This side, definitely. But, you know, this is not surprising as we do know BB is a very experienced player. And he got a very beautiful mind as well. If you ask about how he actually sees as a team and how they work around it, sometimes it's a bit hard to understand him, you know, when you're actually not listening as quite right. But back then, I did talk about with the other teammates of the old GENEXUS, with Stewart and also CMB. Sometimes they did mention about it's so hard to meet up the expectation of BU because he has different kind of mind that see things differently. You cannot actually perceive it as how he sees it.
And that's why they got like-minded people, because I'm a fanboy for Loyu, like I mentioned it. I'm shamelessly announcing it right now.
I mean, like, I like Long, so I'm not complaining as well.
Right, so if Biu was hard to work with because he's got a different vision, there's a reason why he brought these two players, and there's a reason why we always see their name pop up in the screen when it comes to fragging in the game, because they meet said expectation, and that makes them very scary.
Yeah, but at the same time, make me question a very spicy question. Do some teams regret?
Oh, I get it. Just a little context in case you didn't know. Like Choo Choo mentioned, Biu was from Team Secret.
He used to be the OG of Team Secret as well.
He was the first version of Team Secret here in MY, you know, MY scene. And right now, doing without the Secret badge, now with bringing some of that good genetics over to GENEXUS. And he's showing up
I can see the pun there. Yeah, I can sense the puns there. Thanks, bro.
You miss Sir Cloud being the punny ones here, huh?
I mean, like, I'm glad. I'm sorry, Cloud, but, you know, I can't stand too much dad jokes in the day. But he's incredible. We're missing him, by the way. But speaking of which, we're back towards Erangel. Now, when we talk about Erangel, it's the OG. Definitely one of the maps that every single player from birth of PUBG Mobile, this is a map that they have to know like the back of their hand. So, do you have any particular teams that you still feel like they are dominating over this map right now?
Well, when it comes to week 2, I would say I wouldn't go wrong if I just say Axis and GENEXUS, because these two just somehow edges out. Even yesterday, last game, Axis got the chicken dinner. GENEXUS was at 2nd place, I think. Yeah, so
there has to be the 2nd now, aren't they? But hey, at least with 2nd, did you see the overall scoreboard for when we start the day here? We saw how many, they are the #1 when it comes to elimination points for GENEXUS.
Yeah, the two of them are the only teams that break into the triple digit, 128 and 120. Now, I'm pretty sure GENEXUS just shot their way up to #1 since I believe Axis wasn't playing in the previous one or this one. No, they're not playing this one.
Are you okay? Are you okay?
I got a bit mixed up here, but Axis didn't really last that long when it came to Sandhawk, and let's be honest, the point difference of 8 point difference, easy negligible.
I mean, like, with one match skipped out for Axis Rank 1, that's definitely going to topple over for GENEXUS. But with the condition that they're not being a bit too soon. That's it.
Yeah.
If they're not having any progress when it comes to their elimination points or whatever they gain after this match, there's going to be a bit of a problem. Because the maximum for a team can play in a day is going to be 4 matches only per day. So the entire week is going to be like, what, 20 matches for each of the team. Since we're rotating for 5 groups, A, B, C, D. Yeah, there's only 5 groups. I count it right.
I lost you at math here. That's
I'm
the
so
whole
proud of
reason
myself.
I'm doing this. That's the whole reason why I talk for a living and not actually crunching numbers. We've got Choo Choo to do that for me.
Thanks. But yeah, thanks. Speaking of which, you talked about Axis, since Axis is not going to be playing here. But I have to give credits to Dingoz as well. You know, they were consistent when it comes to first week.
Yeah.
But I have to say, I did have a bit of this question in the other server, which I was wrong at. I was sent over the other server. But I'm in the right server this time. Is it because of last week Miramar was dropped, like the circle is basically encircles the entire of Los Leones where Dingoz always dropped about, and we do have 2 Miramars in a day, and it's always their circle from the start till the end. But maybe in Erangel it's a different story here.
Well, I mean, I do see some success on Dingoz and consistency, as you say, but I think that I would rather just choke it down to the fact that they really know how to take fights. Like, it's a balanced team, right? Like, sure, you want to be able to make rotations, at the same time take fights, and I think Dingoz checked most of those boxes. But enough chitter chatter, because the flight path has been set here for Erangel. Obviously, we don't see it just yet, because this is the third-person view, but sooner or later, we'll see the entire map screen.
No, you're not going to see only the airplane the entire day. We're going to see the map very, very soon. I do hope we get to see the first circle pops,
This
by the
is
way.
Sosnovska, though.
Yep, it's the very southern side of this of the flight path, by the way. So those, I think, one of the teams going to be hovering around Jogopol. Even Hospital is going to be Dingoz and Geek Fam, especially having a bit of a problem to reach over where the drop spot. It depends on the circle. If the circle is not right on, not actually comprises on even nearby Jogopol Hospital, I don't think they even want to drop there in the first place.
I mean, one of the checkpoints for Dingoz, at the very least, they always go from Georgiopol to Hospital and then to Gatka. So maybe they could just settle somewhere nearby, meet them in the middle or something. But I guess we'll see how things turned out here. TABAH NC is going to get their usual drops over at Sosnovka. Team Huck will take Nova Repnoya. This is that's been going on every single day. I think Stalber Kamashki is still accessible for Axis, but Axis is not playing this round, so maybe it's up for the taking.
Sometimes, you know, if we talked about ALMGHTY or KHI, these are the 2 teams that randomly drop anywhere they want, since they don't really have a fixed drop spot that much. But TABAH NC definitely have their own sweet home to work with, while the others, we do have a couple of teams dropping on SMB or Sonovta military base here. But did you see, I think it was it a first day circle of week 2 where we do have on the southern all the way towards the island? But this is your time to scan. Scan it now, because it's going to be a couple of seconds and it's gone.
Yeah, 20 gig just for mobile, PUBG Mobile. It's a dedicated
gone.
data.
It's gone.
You missed it, man. Why don't you just go over to Yoodo site itself, right? Before the action even begun.
But new actions definitely for the first few phases until we reach over to the, I think, the third circle, pretty much the circle that you can ensure yourself to get in there, because it's definitely where the circle might end up. For 4th phase is where it's a bit tricky. We do know that's where the great migration happens. Sometimes still 15 teams in such a very small radius of circle, but Secret have a bit of a visitor. Well, they part ways quite early. Maybe it's still not Hari Raya yet.
They were just picking up their ride and then driving away. Surely, just getting used to the blessings that the gods of PUBG Mobile gave them, and that is, it came in a form of 4 wheels. So, well,
have you seen the god of PUBG Mobile? Everybody has been mentioning this god of PUBG Mobile. I do want to know who is it, really.
You know what they say about gods? You never really know how they look like, but you can see the opponents, though. They are not gods, and Depp is trying to prove that one and put that to the test. Unfortunately, he does not make them bleed, as a few shots were fired, but unfortunately nothing clipped.
I think just a warning shot there just now by Dap, making sure their opponents won't actually hover around the corner, because he doesn't seem to have enough gears to work with. While the other team is having a great time, taking their own sweet time here to just loot out. It's always the same PUBG Mobile. You drop, you loot, and you survive, and you shoot everything that moves, and you win. That's it. Sounds simple, right?
Simple, easier said than done, of course. Until you throw in a blue zone and suddenly everything's just shifted onto against your favor here. Now, Geek fam, I wonder where because they dropped actually somewhere around the eastern side of the map here. I wonder where they would be rotating to, because this is not their comfort zone, that's for sure.
Yep, Almighty always on the run. I'm not sure where are the rest of the teammates here. As always, seems to me like Aris alone out in the open. But they do... Well, Nasty is quite nearby, so he's going to be surviving for a bit. They definitely just dropped down to make sure they got themselves vehicles to work with. Now, Homebois. I didn't mention about Novo before, but it seems to me they're not quite there yet. Oh, well, another time for you to scan. Take your own sweet time here. Seems to be popping more often with 20 GB data for PUBG Mobile and high-speed data 5 GB when you switch over Yoodo. Make sure you actually using it now. Now, this is a bit overextending welcome of stay coming up from Almighty. It might be a bit too risky for them to stay over here a bit more time. They need to move.
But you know what they say about overextension here? It's not really overextending if you come out alive and on top. Then it will be the other team's problem to be dealing with. Meanwhile, Clutch Guerilla seemingly looking to take control over the bridge here. Could be a good thing. Obviously, with NSEA, who likes to play over at Sosnovka, they can somehow confirm a couple of pickoffs if they want to, at least in that little island alone. MAB, though, Ferry Pier.
Yeah, as always, either it's going to be Primos or Ferry Pier. For MAB, they're having a rough first week. I have to say, they were at, what, bottom 20 or 19 or 18 place also. But personally, I think they are getting better, but a bit late into the party. They need to move and step up the game really fast since we don't have that much time anymore. Now, 79 Putra heard the gunshot coming up from Maris, tried to take up the challenge by himself. Now, that's a bit too brave, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't take that chance any day, but I guess if you're Sem9, it's either you risk it or... Well, you can only risk it if you're not doing very well, how is it? Putra, though, he will be the one who's actually forcing them to make the rotation out of there. So Almighty, well, despite how slow Sem9 is starting their games off, they are still, look at the ranked, 77, that puts them in 3rd place, excluding group number C.
Yep, number C, really.
Again, I'm not the one with the numbers, right?
Back to a team secret, they just camp over the bridge. And we haven't got any good bridge fight yet, because we do know the rework on the bridge of Virango with the platform underneath and the side of it might actually be a little bit trickier than it used to be if we ended up here. But yeah, we never get that kind of circles anyway. Farang, I'm sure Sis Jenny right now is quite anxious about what's going to happen. Your favorites, but redONE, the IGL being hit. He got only one first aid, almost shredded his helmet. They need to move now. They cannot take this fight. They don't have enough resources.
Well, I don't think they're going to get an escape here because Fredo is already raining bullets on City's side of redONE, unfortunately. Did not clip. So they will look to just instead crash onto the compound, which could be detrimental. See who's going to get who first. Fredo straight onto redONE. He just bypasses the members of Farang Legends. And now this could be dangerous. Now they're smack dab in the center. Oh, no. Farang Legends from all angles. Adiglu gets one member down. Fredo next to fall along with by redONE. Olayo coming out as well. Team Secret, they just went in the den of the devil themselves. And now they're going to pay the price.
And now not looking pretty as well. We're down to last man of Mattoy, and the rest of them being knocked down, being executed for sure. Now Mattoy trying to actually 2v1, but redONE, I have to say, he was such in low health before, with only first aid to work with, and the rest of the team struggling to keep their resources alive, but they managed to take it. Team Secret just went in rush without thinking twice.
I don't know what to say. I would say this is a Team Secret problem. Like, no, let's be honest.
Yeah, secret problem.
It's a secret problem which we don't know the solution to. They're a good team. What is happening? No one can figure this out. Why would you push there? They don't know how many people were in the area.
They definitely know at least there's 2 of them. They've been shooting against each other for a bit, but they want to take the challenge.
Yeah, but they pushed in the compound and straight in the back end. Farang was everywhere. They couldn't defend against that. You talked about not being in the center of a fire, of a crossfire. That's exactly what they did.
I know why. It's a secret. We're just gonna end it up like that. There's no way we know the real answer. Back to KHI with a mini 14, tapping out to Nasty. Now, Nasty do have a M416, but he's taking his own suit, and definitely he cannot shoot over for where he's standing, right? So then we got a couple of warning shots, and just going to move over to the other side while we're looking over Homebois. Well, they're having a great day. There's nobody around them as well. So we do know Homebois, when it comes to getting themselves in the prime spot, they are pretty good at it. They know how to read the circle. They know exactly where they want to stand.
Yeah, they are. They want to stand in between the fights. We've seen Homebois when they get the prime position they want to, they're all about getting that firepower. I mean, you got Iron Pro as a new transfer. You know he's not gonna be playing that slow, strategic, passive rotating game.
Oh boy, SMB all the way. Seems like it was like day 1 circle of a rank goal of week 2, by the way. But you mentioned about Homebois' position, right? They want to be in the middle of a fight where nobody can actually see them. You have to quote it out as well.
Of course.
Usually it's like that. They're just sneakingly stabbing you from behind, just casually shooting it out. But SMG not having a great day either. We're looking at over KHI, who rotate swiftly as possible. We're looking down to second circle here, second phase. But based on the circle they actually position itself at, there's not much time for them. If they want to come in at fourth circle, it's not going to be healthy enough, I can say. Not healthy at all.
Yeah, thankfully it's only the second circle, so maybe they still have the funds to get their health up to to healthy state, to quote you. Meanwhile though, Almighty now going up against Sem9 here. It's Virgil, who it is a full-on 4v4 engagement here. The rest of the members made the rotation in. They've got the entire compound covered with eyes here. One nade did not take them out, but Virgil gets shot down by Farang. In the process, Jerome now has to get himself back to health.
Now, they have to cut across for Sem9. This is a forced fight for them if they want to survive. Going to his SMB on the southern side. Now, looking over Virgil, they're still waiting for him to be revived, but in the meantime, Sem9 playing him as a bait. We do have Ares on the other side. Here comes the shot coming up from Push. Didn't connect with the Scar L. Still waiting for a good timing for the pick, but Jerome downstairs having a bit of a problem for Almighty now. They have to build this. Now they have to survive. He will just build the ship and just gonna go for the run. There's no way he can get into this, and they are way into the blue zone as well.
Again, it's a second circle, so I guess Sem9, they're not too panicky just yet, but with that one member driving through the bridge, do you think he's even going to survive getting by?
Hopefully, but the thing you say, they are not panicking. They should. They only have band-aids to work with, and we do know they clip quite a lot, even though it's a second circle. It's not the first, but Homebois just rushing into the dance of KHI, who happen to be here at the same time. And so Northgard military base will be very crowded. We have one team out, still 15, but KHI have to face the wrath of Homebois quite early on.
Yeah, probably not the best team you want to be crashing into, especially with that new pickup, 666. He's done plenty of things with SMG in the previous season, and now he's pulling the weight for Homebois. This time around, they ended the first week at second place. They might look to get that, regain that momentum again, especially with the lineup they have. They're looking very scary, although not reflecting for SMG, right? I mean, Homebois at the current moment, but they can still bounce back. And right now, SMG is the one who needs to be worried about their current situation. They had a bad first week and looking like a second week as well. And maybe on shooting down someone on the ship.
Yep, they are retaliating on that side, but I'm not sure if there's anybody on that ship. Yep, never mind, Miracle gone. Snipers as well. You know what? That's really a good fishing day for them. MAB still hovering around the sea area, making sure that the rest of Geek Fam will be obliterated entirely. Now, we do have this side of the bridge. I think this is around Milta Bridge, where they are just going to cross over for the side of SMG. We do know this the blue zone this time for second phase just going to hit about 0.8% of HP. But it's still going to hurt if, 0.6% of HP. But the thing is, most of them don't have enough resources of health utilities to use, and it's still going to hurt them quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in the overalls, or even just when they arrive to a point, they don't have med kits to heal themselves back up. That's going to be a very crippling...
Not even band-aids.
You're right. No, a crippling position to be in. So I wouldn't, if you don't have any sort of health utilities, then that might be a worry somewhere. I remember Clutch Guerilla actually making a rotation to gatekeep the bridge. Which bridge would that be?
I think it was around on the side of Milta at first, but it's not really comprising side of a circle. They found QB John! You cheeky John! Still can see through whoever that's swimming. Geek fam at the last round of it, but Sam9 having a tail close by against Almighty. They're still chasing the entire map, while the other team's KHI still taking a bit of a battle right across them. This is a bit of a big U-turn made by Putra. Heard a couple of gunshots the other side, informing back towards the rest of Arosa, making sure they want to rotate in there and taking the advantage of it. Oh boy.
Play zone's got him. MAB, though, they have the glider to actually utilize. M9 now on eyes against Mile. SMG gets knocked out. One member on the ground. They have to leave him behind. He's too far out and too much in a compromising position to even go in for the rescue.
Now, the thing is, this is a bit greedy, if you ask me, coming up from Sam9. Kind of being a sandwich between two teams. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals just behind them, and that was shooting what's in front of them. They should have focused what's nearest towards them instead of choosing over SMG. Now, Dab is still not really happy about the outcome of it. SMG quite far apart, spreading out thin, where Annie already arrived in the military base, but the rest of the teammates kind of scattered behind him and been losing a lot of men along the process. Homebois, on the other hand, rotating in here quite early on, straight away getting a free kill or execution.
Yeah, you'd figure that Homebois, who don't usually drop here, right? They drop somewhere up north. They cross the bridge very early with vehicles. You'd think they'd be up against the likes of TABAH and NSEA trying to occupy the space, but it seems like they never fought each other at all. TABAH and NSEA still exist.
That's kind of true. One of the most slow rotating teams, but we're not done with GENEXUS. We just talked about that. Now they're quite in a predicament, swimming over with KHI, fishing over the mermans of GENEXUS. This is not a good day as they're swimming with being knocked down at the same time for Loon. And all four of them will be in the hand of KHI. Now, Homebois has to be really a happy day for them. It's a free gift for them in the game number 2 today with 4 elimination points in the back if they got them all.
Oh, look at the circle. They just closed in even further. Right now, about 3 teams inside of a Team Huck, Farang Legends themselves, Homebois, and RSG. Looking like they have the strong advantage right now, but KHI, they will focus instead in picking up these free points. Knowing that's fishes in the water for them to claim. That's free points for GENEXUS as well, holding them in their tracks here. They do have currently standing at 140. So that's a hefty lead. That's about a game lead from, I believe, from Axis themselves. But we'll see how this one goes. Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals making the rotation towards the center side. Oh, KHI's got to be careful. They're looking to crash one in. Delivery man is here, and they're here to deliver you justice. To say the least, all members starts deploying here, but now they're in a situation where they're pushing up ground. Can they win this one mechanically, though? Trying to play this one out. Oh, no. Voki's the one who falls on first. Homebois to follow with. It has turned into a 3v3 in just a bit, and now it looks like they clean. KHI, despite taking easy pickups, now is in the ditch.
They thought they got themselves a Thanksgiving Day with a fish in the water, but they thought it's another Thanksgiving Day when the whole team crushed in, but they couldn't take it in. Back to our R2K, cooking up the nick against CLC. Now playing around the ledge of the sloping hill. A bit risky for CLC if they slipped over, but they kind of spread out, so it's going to be okay if they want to have a bit of a backup for Jimmy as well as Frankie. Now, the thing is, can they spot the rest of R2K? We do know how Zane is so good with perspective when it comes to tossing out nades. The angle he works on, the trajectory, he's barely actually missed any of it. But Frankie and Jimmy just have to crow.
Oh, no.
This is going to be... Oh, it's hard to watch.
I don't know. Whenever I put R2K up into a 1v1 situation or 4v4 like this, I always see it favoring the side of R2K. Like, their firepower is second to none. I don't know what to tell you. Even Dingoz, the entire squad is afraid of R2K. Look how aggressive they just went. I see. Didn't even look at the players behind him. He trusts that his members got his angle, and they did. Clutch Gorillas, they crumble by the side of the shorelines. They will see themselves towards the lobby.
Now, the other two of CLC quite occupied on the side of MAB who just arrived for Adibs and also Shinji. They cannot even try to help the other teammates. I'm surprised why Shinji just actually waited there for some time. Actually, MAB dogged themselves there. Adibs waiting for the right time. Just gonna pop it over. His shot's down for one. It's gonna be MAB in the hands of Adib. One elimination, but the thing is, there's so many eyes behind them as well. They're quite in a stuck spot here for CLC. They cannot get out from it.
Yeah, and staying there just for a long time could only mean one thing. It's either you go down to the hands of MAB or you go down to R2K. Whichever the situation is, doesn't seem like a solution for them. So Adibs will have to try and just hold things out here, pray for dear life, because eventually MAB John is the one who's called the John Wick.
Yeah. I didn't see that one coming, but yeah, okay. Okay. But the thing is, Adib couldn't hold on much longer. We do see the whole CLC being wiped out early on, but down to 10 teams here. We're still in the 5th phase of Circle with 35 seconds ticking on the clock. They need to make a move. They're quite far if you compare with the other teams already inside of it, which is going to be Homebois. Already parked themselves right in the center of Circle. R2K, MAB. There's also Yoodo for Rivals, who just arrived at the rim of the Circle. Might be playing a gatekeeper for now. But this is going to be a tough spot to be in. After this, 5% HP per second will take off with very small radius of Circle to work with. They need to make move. Team Hawk is actually being stopped, denied entry by TABAH NC.
Yeah, TABAH NC now has the better half of the Circle here. RSG comes in with 5 eliminations of their own, actually taking out majority of the members of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. That was 2 members on a kill count. And now the rivalry between Team Hawk and TABAH NC begins, but they have to be careful because Farang Lejund might just be the thorn in the bush here, coming in as a third party if any one of these teams seem to overextend themselves.
Oh, being a bit quiet for now. Heiko really tried to tapping things out against Magix. Heiko with a minute 14, just having such a hot angle. Only 1-3 and 1 vehicle to barricade himself with. And nothing else in between. It's an open space for him after all. Now tossing out a couple of smokes, grenades, making sure he can build a bridge towards the other side. But Magix is just making it really difficult for Team Hawk to cross over. They will hold their grounds no matter what. While RSG start to fight against GENEXUS, I think it's the last member of it with no elimination points since they were swimming. But Farang is having a bit of a problem as well. This is quite a lot of teams on this left side of the angle, but Magix finally being taken down. And the rest of WNC is scattering about. Flash trying to make a damage control, but Team Hawk is actually bowing out first. And NC, they're having heavy casualty, but it's not done and dusted yet.
Now it's sealed the deal. Man, TABAH NC, that guy, one player was actually creeping by the flank for the longest of time. They did not know that it was happening, and it did. And now R2K has got similar situations, similar problems, because TABAH NC now has to go for blood, and the next person around is going to be R2K. Harm is going to be looting from this box itself, trying to keep him from harm's sake here. And so far, it's been panning out for him, using this as a cover.
Well, we saw just now was like, what, 13 team. We're down to 6. It's half of them only live, R2K. Oh boy. Aizen being actually revived, but they got themselves a huge upgrade of loot with that airdrop. So that's going to be a time day for them, but it's not done yet. Taking a fight against RSG, who's trying to fight over Yoodo Alliance 4 Rival. 1 Bamburu left, but RSG! This is not what they planned after all. What is happening?
Yeah, if you were asking me, was it worth it? I'd tell you no. That was not worth it at all. Just trying to commit onto the last member of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. Admittedly, they took out majority of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals in the kill feed. But that was that one member left. You sure you commit the entire team to push on through? Well, you paid a price for that. I mean, give him a shadow of a doubt here. I mean, or a benefit of the doubt. It is center circle, so maybe they were competing for that spot.
I mean, like, Pamburi is at the center of the circle for now. He took 1-1. Now, maybe it's not all his own effort, by the way, but, well, he's lucky enough to still alive up till now. R2K, on the other hand, still thinking about how to enter the circle. There's only less than 200 meters diameters in such a distance. To be precise, 149.9 meters only. R2K shutting down TABAH NC. The other side is going to be down to 5 now. The team that having the huge advantage we mentioned about, Homebois, one of those teams that actually coming very early on, same goes for R2K.
But look at the kill count though. Homebois, R2K, both of them at 7 kills, I believe. They are just trading firepowers right now, and it's a farming game between the two of them. We'll see how things pan out towards the end. Was that a friendly fire? What happened to that? I think Homebois fighting back onto R2K. They've lost 1 member now. R2K, 2 members. Homebois, 3. They have the manpower advantage, and Bard has got eyes onto Harm. Will take him out of the way, and now their biggest obstacles is down for the count. Homebois seemingly having the better control of this area within the zone. 10 kills already. Unstoppable is their streak.
And they have the most man as well. 4 men still healthy and running. Gunning over to Sam9. And also Pamburu still alive, by the way. He's been holding on there for quite some time. And so many teams going through and trying to take him down. But he just managed to survive no matter what. So I have to say, he really is under the blessing of Lady's luck. But back to it, Sam9, they are very desperate for this. The youngsters here, Dap and also Putra, trying to make a call with the girl on the right side or the left side. Pamburi is going to be on But's attention. But Homebois, they are looking over Sam9 right now.
There is no way they can lose this. Look at that. Homeboy spread out open. Bard has got eyes. Pamburu, I'm pretty sure they will spot out that one. There we go. Punished in the process. The spray down from 6 is there. They have the entire members combing this field of grass here. If they were to lose this one, I'd be disappointed. I'll tell you that much.
Why did he stand up just now? Nobody noticed him. He shouldn't have actually stand up and run. He got a bit panicking, maybe, perhaps. But Sam9 Dap taken down by Trix on the other hand. We're looking at Pamburi giving the pressure on Dap, taking the advantage. Still away, never mind, he didn't make it. He just exposed himself. A bit too greedy for Pamburi, but nice try, valiant effort. But plays himself at 3rd place with 8 elimination points, by far down to Putra. 1v4 clutch moment. Can he make it?
Now, if you tell me he's got covers to play around with or utilities, I would believe you. But right now, it seems like an uphill battle, quite literally as well, right? He's by that slope here. People are picking up there. Homebois is already driving through, and he's probably going to just roll him over as an insult there. But of course, Putra tells him who's boss and will go down the most manliest way I can think of, and that is a bullet right to the skull.
I mean, like, nice try coming up from Putra. Try to hold on as much as he can before he actually just, you know, he hold on like right after Pamburu being knocked down and done. I mean, like, Pamburu could have got that 2nd place. He's just having a bit of a patience, you know. He got too panicky. He just stands up. Nobody actually having their perspective onto him just now. But Homebois, it was well worth it coming up from farm and military area, straight driving down towards Novo and then straight into Sonovska military base. They know if this kind of circle, they have to rotate it very fast, and they made it quite right decision, and it was, yeah, their chicken dinner, well deserving.
Like I say, man, Homebois is one of those teams who does not play it slow and stray away from fights. They go smack dab to the center. And the moment at minute 1 when the first circle revealed it, skewing towards Sosnovka, immediately they went. We know they don't drop there. It was TABAH NC there, which was the bigger confusion, where how did Homebois and TABAH NC not meet up at any given point towards the last?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but if you guys missed that just now, this is for you guys to rewatch it again.
Here's the highlight.
Hello guys and welcome back to the analyst desk. So what just happened on that particular game? So that circle was I think it was yesterday's circle, or was it the first day circle, where it ended near the bridge and then we had the fight with RSG versus Team Secret. So it was a deja vu. In fact, Homebois getting into Sovnoska, another deja vu, because they nearly got that chicken dinner when they fought with Axis, but this time there's no Axis, so they decided to take it back and show that they can win this chicken dinner over in Sovnoska. But before even we break down into the game further, these are some codes for you guys to collect whatever that is inside. It is not what you're seeing on the screen, it is something else. So surprise, surprise for you to find out, for me to see. So go and put down and claim these permanent suites, because I really like something that is permanent and then you get to keep and you don't have to wait until it expires, because usually when you play PUBG Mobile, certain things are not for you to keep. It's just like temporary, 3 days, 5 days, but this one is for you to keep forever. So just put in the codes and you will know what it is all about. But before even we go into the breakdown of the game, we're going to see the match rankings. Of course, congratulations for Homebois for winning that chicken dinner. But I have a story to tell on what I see earlier. So do stay and listen to my analysis, okay? But before that, let's go into the patch note, okay? So we've got a lot of upgrades, and of course with the current team, which is the birthday of PUBG Mobile with vibrant anniversary, a whole lot of colors is inside. In fact, when you are in the lobby itself, the background changes. You can claim that also. We've got the new zip lines, which you have to try it out. It is pretty cool when you can go from one end to another end. And yes, the cheer park is so cool, guys. You need to try the cheer park, because I tried it myself. I really like how they have assembled the firearms instead of you looking elsewhere. So this is our new Royal Pass with X Warframe and collectibles from the cool outfits, and the outfits have been upgrading ever since PUBG Mobile. Every single time when they have an update, the outfits especially, it's eye-catching to me. You got animations full of colors, and you will be different, standing out from the rest of everybody else. Especially if you get the new season pass, the new Royal Pass, you will not be the same, and you have options. As of now, there's options for you to choose from when you upgrade your Royal Pass, because I think there's more than one outfits, and plus all the small items like backpacks, helmets, and even skins for you to collect in the Royal Pass. So go and purchase it, guys. Go on. Okay, so let's take a look into the match ranking today. And this is the second match of the day in a wrangle. Homebois won it with 13 elimination points, total of 28 points. It's a lot of effort from Homebois itself, and honestly, with the entrance of Six just finished his SPM, so that's the reason why he's here. So it's an extra asset for Homebois. Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals at number 2, R2K number 3, Sem9 stepping up their game at number 4, RSG number 5, NC number 6, Farang Lejund, who had a good standoff with, again, Team Secret. I'm not so sure what's happening, but then again, I trust the process, Y2K. MAB number 8, KHI number 9, number 10 is Team Huck, Clutch Guerilla at number 11, GENEXUS number 12, Geek number 13, number 14, SMG number 15, ALMGHTY, and last but not least is Team Secret. We definitely want to see them coming back up. I'm sure Kid is very, very angry. He definitely is furious. He wants to go for at least a few elimination points before he gets to leave to the lobby. But unfortunately for Team Secret today, 2 times we are seeing them too soon. I'm sure they will come back up. Don't worry. This is a fans' favorites. They are a fan favorite for a certain reason, They are skillful players, and we definitely will trust the process when it comes to Team Secret. Okay, so I definitely can't wait to talk about the match, but let's wait for the map to come out and then I can give you guys a breather, or at least hear my side of the story on what I see. But this is the current match rankings. Definitely it will pump up for R2K and Sem9 even, and RSG played a very smart match. Oh, there you go, 666, the man of the match, MVP. His entrance definitely is something for Homebois. His returns, and he is actually a fragger. If you guys can see the logo at the side, he has 8 eliminations. Damage is a lot for himself, 978, 4.4 MVP points. That's quite high, and he is still contributing to the team, and plus getting that longest elimination distance. So he's actually a very skillful player. Definitely worth it. He has a lot of asset in different areas like long distance, even giving a whole lot of eliminations. Basically, his shots are on point. He's able to finish every knockouts if he gets it. But GENEXUS pushing up to number 1, stealing it back from Axis, even though it's just a 1 point difference. I'm sure Axis can try to take that 1 point. I'm like, duh, it's just 1 point, guys, come on. Even if you get too soon, you get a point. And then followed by Geek Fam. These three have been, rotating, but I would say Geek Fam has been comfortably at number 3. Yoodo, Alliance for Rivals, I think you guys really like to see them being up there again, except for Team Secret, who have yet to join in with the OGs. Second page, still seeing a few similar teams. That is stationary, they are not moving just yet. A little bit of improvements, but at least for KHI, even though they have moved down, but the way they are coming back, the combats that they are choosing, I think it's definitely saying a whole lot about their tacticalities and at least how they pressure on towards teams. They are definitely showing us a different kind of gameplay this week. Okay, so I can't wait to talk about the game. So let us do a recap about the game and what we can see from the first few circles that just happened. Okay, hold on, sorry, let me adjust myself. But yes, so the circle that has happened earlier, and we did see a circle into Sovnovska. But before that, let me bring you into Sovnovska with the new Lamborghini. Let's go. Wow, I really like the skin. It's definitely eye-catching and you guys should grab it while it lasts. A Lamborghini for you to show off on what you can show off in all the maps. So please go and get the tickets. It is having the, I think if I'm not wrong, is spin the wheel. So you guys need to keep on getting the tickets in order for you to get all the 3 designs. Okay, so let us take a look into the recap and let me break it down to you what we saw. Like I said, this circle is not new. It's something that we have seen at least twice. But one of it actually went up to Milta. Another one actually went and stayed put into Sovnovska. So we have already seen a bridge circle. Although it did not focus into the bridge, if you realize, a lot of players, they have been avoiding the bridge because it's something hard for them to actually do a gatekeep except for being active sites. But Homebois, this particular round, they have been prioritizing the circle. They don't really care about fights. That's something that I've seen in them. And they have been prioritizing areas and avoiding fights until the last few circles. And that's the reason why you manage to see them spread out at the last circle. They are still 4 men alive. They hardly take engagement. They were in military base for the longest time. They just shifted here and there without any kill feeds coming on until the very last few circles. So this circle we are looking at is circle number 3 and 4. Sam9 made a same rotation yesterday. Just that yesterday they were chasing, not yesterday, sorry, the circle that ended in Sovnovska. They were chasing Axis Red 1. This time they were chasing ALMGHTY. And these two teams came from the same area. ALMGHTY is Serevani, and then Axis Red 1 is over in Stalber. So Sam9 is usually around that corners and they will chase towards the teams that is coming towards that rotation also. RSG, unfortunately, they did a same tactical or meta as Homebois, but unfortunately, when they squashed in the last few circles, they were shot from a different angle, a whole lot of angles, and that's the reason why Pemburu managed to finish it off. It's not that he clutched, but it was contributed from different teams. Now we can see Team Hug coming in. NC though, from the corners, definitely is hard for them to come in because you can see, like I said, Homebois prioritize circle. They know information of teams wandering around and they definitely will spray down towards anybody that comes in. That's the reason why Farang Lejund couldn't come in, similarly to NC, similarly to teams that was around the corners. So now we are looking into this last few circles. This is the part where I say Homebois, they know what they want a chicken dinner, and they learn from their mistakes. So previously in Sandhawk, they were complacent getting the circle, but this time they already learned the fact that, okay, I've got the circle, I need to segregate my men. And they did segregation, and they made a good, beautiful, I would say they thought about it, and that's the reason why they managed to clutch and get this chicken dinner back into their pockets. And of course, just to find Putra, the last person, is just easy to find. I mean, they had to sacrificed Bart along the way, or if I'm not wrong, Trix was trying to find that last person, but you know, 4v1, obviously firepower would win. So this is what we say about Homebois or teams. When they do homework, they will get it right. So we did see teams giving good orders, giving good ideas, and they are moving fast at it. So I really like the way how Homebois have stepped it up. Yes, they are feisty, but they are feisty for the right reasons. They thought about it, exactly where to deploy, exactly what to look at, and coming into the circle at the right time. Timing was there, calls was there, everything was just on point. So definitely would like to see more of this kind of games coming up for our game number 3, number 4, and number 5. So we are about to see game number 3. Before that, let's go into this most elimination. Again, Six taking the credits. When he comes into play, he meant business, and this is what he meant by 666. Actually, 666 is, I don't know, it's a devilish number, but it definitely matched to his name and the way he plays. So he has 8, Pemburu has 5. I would say he kind of have a free giveaway when RSG came about. And then Aizen again making into the most eliminations. You saw how he actually sprayed down onto Clutch Guerilla. So his precision and the target that he anchored without even Clutch Guerrilla's sprays are actually painful. A few fraggers that I know is inside there is very painful. But if you put Aizen in the game, he knows exactly when to spray, the timing, and when to reload or when to push the button. When we actually spray, we don't just spam the spray button. There's actually a way to spray, like 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. There's different kind of ways. So Aizen master it all, and that's the reason why he outshines a whole lot of players when it comes to fragging. This is a very skillful player for Aizen. And Pemburu, obviously, he is an OG. He knows his reflexes is on point. He's similar to Appy, but Pemburu is more on the fragging side, while Appy has to break down and think about the game, and besides just only doing fragging. Although Pemburu's roles is actually a support, we can see that he's very alert when there is people around him. He knows when exactly to react and to take upon any kind of chances or challenges that comes upon him. Most assists is still Pemburu, Bart, and Harm. Again, we are seeing similar teams because, yes, they are the top 3 teams that we see earlier. Pemburu probably assisted because he has been inside for the longest time. And when it comes to Pemburu, he can live for very long when he gets into the last few seconds. We've seen that many times. Bart coming in as a support also will try to assist his teammates from the back. And then Harm, he did quite an astonishing job, but unfortunately he stood up. He was actually trying to look out for Sam9, but he was being spotted by Homebois, who has already segregated themselves pretty nicely, and he couldn't react that fast in order for him to. If that was Aizen, it could have been a different story. So that's at least the skill sets for all of these players that we have seen how they executed the game earlier. We definitely want to see more coming up from, I would say right now, Homebois, because they've got 6 this time, and that's an asset. Knowing that they already can think about the game with an asset, that's a icing on the cake. But now, match number 3, we've got A, B, C, and D without Team E. So KHI will not be playing, but Filipinos viewers, don't leave us. You want to see how these other teams will fight with one another, and this is our first Miramar match, and I'm sure you are curious of who is my prediction right now, because I have changed into a different one, which is Geek Fam. Because reason being, when it is rotation, they win it all. They always get the rotation right and the timing right. The thing about Geek Fam is the timing. I really like how they break it down and they listen to instructions. And then when they get the timing right, they will segregate, they will like spread out, they will gatekeep, especially on the hillside. So mark me if I'm wrong, you guys gonna watch the game after this, and with enough of me speeding whatever I want to say. I got a lot to say, but casters, take over. Let's go.
Thank you so much for our hostess Jenny taking our breath away.
I gotta be honest. I kind of miss the Jenny who would vote for Farang or maybe the sister company. It seems like to be a norm right now.
I mean, like she lost her faith now, since the teams that she voted before kind of, you know, she changed over to CLC, but they're the first one to be out. Now we have to be careful for Geek Fam as well. I hope they can stay inside. But before that, we have to thank none other than Realme GT2 Pro, where there's gonna be your tech trendsetter. For you guys out there who want to play like the pros, they are using it right now. And also, they are our official sponsor. Definitely, we thank them so much. And also, these guys, they are very young. And having this phone, it's greater than you see that. it's greater than you can imagine. Also, don't forget to switch over to Yoodo. Yoodo. We have to sing it out, right?
You have to sing it out. I don't have to do anything.
Our official digital telco. And make sure you guys sign up right here, right now, and today as well. If you're not just yet, scan over the QR code, which is going to be a couple of seconds gone. With also, you can get to use the high-speed data for your internet, which is going to be 5 GB, and also 20 GB PUBG for free. So if you just want to switch over to Yoodo to play PUBG Mobile, why not as well, right?
I mean, it's dedicated for PUBG Mobile itself. The 20 gig, if you have to. If you get Yoodo, you have to spend it on PUBG Mobile. You just
the only reason.
Because if you've got 20 gig, what are you going to do with it, right? Might as well get yourself that Lamborghini Urus that you see all across the screen. Now, back to my point, right? I'm a man of habit. I'm a creature of habit, and I like things simple. I'm very uncomfortable. Since Jenny has got a different vote, I don't know what to do. My whole mind is blank right now.
I do want to mention the in this state right now, it's going to be host first. I'm sorry, sis. I have to say it out loud. Sometimes, you know, I have that kind of curse when I actually on the analyst or host part as well, where, you know, when I voted out for that team, it happened just apparently on the day that I vote out for them, they're just not going to perform well. So maybe if you want to do a bit of a evil genius, the team that you don't really want to, you know, you can actually
sabotage
that kind of
get it.
stuff. I mean, like, why not, right? Maybe that's what.
I don't know. Hey, if Farang or Clutch comes out on top on this one,
definitely is.
We're gonna see Geek Fam across the votes for the next few games or for the next remaining games we have for the day. Possibly even tomorrow. We'll see how things turned out.
Now I start to worry for her, but definitely we wish Sis Jenny to take a break for a bit, since we're gonna move over to Miramar after this with Group A, B, C, and D. So the teams and the group will not be playing, which is gonna be E. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, we have Team Hawk, TABAH, NSEA, as well as KHI. Now, speaking of KHI, they have a bit of a momentum, really strong momentum today.
Great performance.
I have to say,
1v2 against Team Secret. Man, they are...
Damaso is just 1v3. It was 1v3.
Sure,
It was 1v3. It was 1v1 at first, and another two comes in and like, yeah, I'm going to do the same thing again. So you
call that a 1v2, right? Because that one's out of the equation.
It was still a 3-person of Team Secret. Now, the question is, where is Team Secret?
Not doing too hot, I guess.
Is it because of the format, or is it because of the circle? That's another question to be asking about. Because we do know the format giving so much pressure, and some of them are late bloomers, we mentioned before. And the circle is just... the circle.
Random. However...
Random is too nice of a word now.
However, like sure, you could say that, but at the same time, everyone's subjected to the same format and the same circle in which they play in.
But different drop spot.
Yeah, so the default does not goes onto the side of the game. Clearly, the problem lies deep within. Maybe Secret needs therapy. I don't know.
I mean, the therapy is going to be you. No, definitely not. But speaking of Miramar, usually most of it, I would say around more than 50% of Miramar map happens to be the circle, just on top of Los Leones. We mentioned about Dingoz having a very good week one because of a lot of the circles are theirs. But when it comes to this time, Axis gonna be playing. But this entire week has been Axis week.
I honestly wouldn't count them out from becoming this week. I mean, continuing the win streak is what I'm saying here, because they've had a hot start in day one, day two as well. Now trampling over, I think. Game one, sure, was a bit of a blunder. It was Sanok. Let's give them that, right? It was a Sanok.
So I like, not my fault. Just blame the map. Now, before this, we blame the manager.
Come on, okay. It's different because the Axis lost to Circle. When we were talking about Team Secret, they lost in a 1v2 situation. Yeah. Surely we can kind of draw the line there and say, hey, that was mechanically not up to par for a team that is so-called the Southeast Asian Kings, right? Obviously not counting them out. Hey, we be brutal out here. We be brutal out here, okay?
You're the brutal one.
We're going to be hurting some feelings, but we're going to call things out as it is. If they're not performing, we're going to say they're not performing. Because we know they can do better.
Don't we that, just you.
Because I know Because I know deep down inside they can do better. I'll take that responsibility.
Hey, nice cover up, bro. But the thing is, we did mention about it. I have a feeling it might be because of the format itself that making it so sudden for the players to have to keep on performing and grinding since day number 1 back in week 1. Now we're down to week 2, and we do know that. Do you think there's any team possibly ended up in the grand final starting out with 80 points for now? Honestly speaking.
No, I don't think so. I mean, that is a long stretch, but you need to come in strong at every week to be able to claim that full 80 points. And let's say this week is Axis, right? It feels like Axis or GENEXUS. They both sound the same. They could rhyme each other.
But we still have a couple of more days to go, by the way. Anything can happen.
True. But at the rate we're going right now, if Axis and GENEXUS ends up on top, then that immediately eliminates whoever got number 1 in the previous round from getting that 20 points.
Which is going to be Dingoz then. But Dingoz is still quite consistent this week.
Of course. There's always a chance.
So they might be still at number 1 spot by the end of this week as well. But the thing is, do we have any other team? Right now we're looking over Dingoz definitely. Back then in week 1, Bosskur and Homebois was really consistent. But these days we do see Axis, Red One. We do see a lot of example here, GENEXUS. Oh, what else do we see that quite aggressive? Dingo's still there somewhere. That's the thing. It's so hard to bring them down.
Geek fam is also very consistent
in
their
weren't.
performance.
They were not in week 1. They were quite,
they were, I think, in the top 5 position.
Everybody's top 5 now, huh?
Man, she's not cutting some slacks for last season's champion. And you call me the harsh one.
I mean, like...
No, choo-choo. You call me the heartbreak kid. This time it's on you, too.
And both of us. You know what? It's both of us. But speaking of which, I do want to say that we do see a lot of 6 just now. So we cannot disregard on the side of Homebois, definitely. Now, the thing is, 6 supposed to be playing in Season 1 of PMPL, but he was underage. Back then it was SMG, right?
Yeah.
We definitely know he's a miracle boy. Now he got the chance to play. He's he got older, definitely, with his age can be played in the game right now. Definitely he's pouring over whatever he's been holding up back then into this season as well. But speaking of which, we talked about Terminators as well. We mentioned about on the side of Farang, we have Adikluk and everybody else. It seems like this season everybody is a Terminator. Am I wrong in that sense?
Well, I think everyone has got their shining moments of their own. However, for me, at least personally, because I'm the kind of guy where I meet someone and forget their name, unless I'm meeting
Including mine.
Unless I'm meeting them often. Hey, don't make it personal, right? So for me, the most likely a Terminator is someone who could pull out such performance more consistently than not. And I have a couple of names that in my head, right? Izane is one of them.
Oh, yep, I agree.
Lung right now for today. And then obviously Micah from Axis. Like, these are the same name. And if I dare say, the entirety of Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals. If I dare say.
The entirety of Yoodo.
Okay, maybe not Voki.
Why not?
Okay. So,
I didn't say that.
So this is a community joke, right? Because when Voki played in, although they got the chicken dinner, he's sometimes come in with like a 2-suit, like him alone.
He's not in the party when they got
he's he's a shot caller. I get it. Like, his contributions are more than just fragging, but yeah, kills, right? We're talking about Terminators right here.
I didn't say anything. But speaking of Pamburu, though, I'm liking the fact, just now we saw the stats just now, right? He's one of the best fraggers down there. He's also one of the most assisting for the team. So he's not a selfish player.
Yes, definitely not. I mean, he helps the player by getting kills for himself. But think about it, right? Like, the number of Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals players that has appeared on the screen, it's always Appy, Pamburu, Rith, sometimes.
Now you start to question it, huh?
If Voki doesn't take on his place, it will probably be in a Rift. But I know him to be a sharpshooter,
But hey,
right?
at least they're not playing right now, so we're looking over their names here. But let's not waste any more time, ladies and gents. Let's walk into our first ever Miramar of the day, 3 week 2, and match 3rd of the day as well. Miramar, we talk about this so many times. It's all about the terrain, the geography. If you get yourself a vantage point, if you get yourself in the valleys, how do you hide yourself? How do you actually just look over everything and shoot things over? We do know that's going to be sort of a Homebois specialty when it comes to getting the highest point. So,
well, maybe true. I do acknowledge that. However, Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals did have their shining moment when Epi was just sniping people down from the highest point. So I would say it falls onto whoever gets the better rotations into the circle first, and it goes down the circle again. So we all know that. Take a look at the flight path though, grazing nearly center side, cutting through Picado. This is going to be quite an, I say more or less, 50-60 split from top to bottom. Yeah.
It's a quite balanced, splitting the map north and the southern side, but question is always not just about the flight path. The first thing, yes, the flight path does matter where you can actually drop yourself. But the second question is, where will the circle be? Because we'll be having a lot of southern side Miramar circle, which there's so many lenses, like what, 89% or almost 90% of land, but they still have to land it in the water area. But hopefully that's not the case here today, where we're having a bit of northern circle today. Good day.
Yeah, I think I remember one other day where it was a northern circle. I do not remember who won that one, but this is probably
it was yesterday, I think.
Yesterday?
Yesterday they did have a sort of a northern circle, at least one. There's 2 Miramars in a day, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe first day. Now I'm starting to get confused as well, just like you are.
Well, I be damned.
Okay, we don't give enough for RSG here. We do know they do have their ups and downs, but all the way here, there's always downs now.
They had one up. Week 1, they set the record for 17 kills.
One day.
Yeah, 17 kills of a chicken dinner. They were holding the record for the longest time until GENEXUS came in and blew it off the waters with 20 kills.
It's very classic of RSG. Back then, it was where you do have the super weekends, you do have the weekdays. They can actually make that happen. In the last minute, they got themselves the champs. But this season is very different. You don't make things right, there's no way for you to get in anymore. And MAB, I have to say, is a very fresh team, but definitely they are not that fresh enough to get bullied or whatsoever. They do know what they're doing. And a lot of teams happen to drop in the center, in the middle of the desert with nothing to work with. Well, we're going to look at Jenny with nothing to work with.
Well, they are over a power grid here. I believe that used to be a drop spot for maybe Sem9 or yeah, so that's their favorite drop spot to contest. Yeah, meanwhile I don't think at the first circle anyone's going to be shooting anything just as of yet, but there they are. SMG nearby the area. Axis not too far out as well. Surely they know right about now where every team's dropped. It's just a question of, do we play the gentleman's agreement or do we crash on and risk maybe a 50-50 of winning or losing that battle?
I mean, like, if gentleman's agreement can get yourself into a champion, okay, but I don't think that's gonna happen that much anyway. Well, like, might just start to take a fight where we do have a bit of a banter between Farang and ALMGHTY quite early on. This is gonna be around Chris DeVille.
Yeah.
Still very quiet though. Very nearby.
I remember back then with 4 Rivals that then called 4 Rivals, currently known as Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, used to drop by Cruz Devel, but hey, someone just got punched to death.
The person that have nothing. We remember how Jenny was running around the desert just now. He managed to get 1 elimination points as the first blood as well. But back towards Farang. Do you want to stay as quiet as possible? ALMGHTY kind of want to confuse them for a bit, but there's one person out there. Exits one on the other end, taking down Jenny from far away.
What?
How much of a distance? This
gun
might be
from afar?
150 meters or more than that, perhaps with a micro Uzi.
Yeah, but a micro Uzi at that distance.
It's an upgraded micro Uzi now. I mean, like, yep. Anything that PUBG actually says will happen. Jumper taking out on that Sem9, having a bit of a problem again. Quite far apart from the rest of the team, but we're still not. You know, the fight we've witnessed just now are all the long distance fight. This is the CQC that's still not happening.
Yeah, I mean, I think ALMGHTY has made a name for themselves at home. I thought they're nasty now getting taken out, but the third party factor. Where was that gunshot coming from? Aris coming from a flank side here, just to even things out a little bit in terms of the trade. So it will be a 3v3. Adik Luke now making a push towards compound and maybe edge this one out. They do have the info that Aris is far out from this compound, so they can look to push. They have to move fast though, Almighty, otherwise Rappleboy is going to be picked up and that's going to be a wasted effort.
But the thorn will be Aris, who won a Kobe against Rappleboy, who's trying to, I think, revive one of his mates. Jerome on the second floor, trying to climb down, but he spotted out one of Farang's member, two of them actually. Jerome having a bit of tough spot with UMP, but on the other hand, do have his mate on the other side. Now, we do see the last person, Aris, is quite far. I'm not sure if he's coming in. He actually came in as well. Now, back to his reset for both of the teams. Farang down to 2%. Olio is quite low as well. Ours with Micro Uzi trying to make wonders against Olio, who's just around the corner. He will spot them out. He's really close. That's a window. He spotted them out. Aris with a Micro Uzi raining over Farang, just being wiped out. And this is not a good sign for them. They're having really a tough day here today.
Too soon is Farang Legends, and well, at least we know the reverse curse does not work the way we think it did. It did not give them an edge versus Jenny voting onto Geek Fam. Meanwhile, can Team Secret get an edge here, seeing as though that they have the high ground right now, trying to push down on EVOS. They've had a bad day today, and it looks like the bad luck will drag on through onto the side of Miramar. Matoy now down for the count here. Fredo gets tossed a nade right in front of his face. We'll clip him a little bit. Matoy down. Kid, let's make a retaliation onto Mika at the very least, so maybe they can make things work to still have 3 members ready to fight on against the likes of EVOS. The nade gets tossed on forward, but the nade takes on 2. Can they follow it up and clean things out? That seems to be the bane of Team Secret right now. They have to break the curse. They have to make this one work. EVOS VIP Razor is just going to run down. Sam Z loses the trade. Going on to Fredo now. They will win this one. Goes down to it. 1 versus 1. Mano a mano. He's going in from the flank side, I think. And, well...
GENEXUS came in, and they are the sweeping team here. I'm talking about house cleaning team. Definitely is theirs. Oh boy, nobody wins that one except for Team Secret with the help of GENEXUS, since EVOS VIP caught in between on such a turmoil. But I have to say, Kid from Team Secret, his trajectory when it comes to cooking that net, it was perfect. But GENEXUS, what a luck, always the third party.
So GENEXUS came out on top on that one. Between the two, between Team Secret and EVOS, GENEXUS came out on top.
I mean, nobody wins. Is a third party always wins. They are too focused about what's happening in front of them. They forgot to check what's surrounding them as well. But back about Geek Fam, the team that we mentioned here today, especially since Jenny looking over them for now, having themselves quite a vintage point. But Dingoz, now this is a team that we should actually look out for when it comes to Miramar. They have been very consistent against one of another consistent team. It's going to be Homebois Iron Pro. They're just going to move over to migrate themselves in a different compound. Quite late for Ricky to tap it out. I think it's quite too far. No, there's no way he can actually see that through. But the circle sticks here. It will pop very soon.
I'm surprised you say that. It's impossible. There's no way you can follow through when we just saw a Micro Uzi shoot from a distance.
I mean, like, it's PUBG Mobile. Yes, fact.
I don't believe in effective range anymore. Close quarter combat, what's that? Any gun works at this point.
Now, I do want to see if that make it as the longest distance there is. I'm definitely sure it's more than 150 meters there. So, if that, you know, they might have put some scope over Micro Uzi next time. Maybe
with the recoil of Micro Uzi, you might as well times 6 of the distance.
6 times scope with a Micro Uzi. Come on, PUBG, let's go. PUBG Mobile it is. But speaking of R2K, we do have one of the best fragger out there, Aizen. His game sense is really incredible. He knows when to look, where to look for, and when to actually toss over stuff. But R2K, they try to move forward against Sam9, who's been shooting since start now.
Uh-oh. Sticky situation going through Sam9. He's just browsing through that one, and he's lucky to have still made it alive on that one. Tried to go in with the 1v1 trade against Putra. Putra definitely with the earlier hits and damage inflicted went on the drive up. Will come out on top, of course, and now the rest of R2K will be in trouble. Eyes are upon them. Do they look to push?
I saw... Yep. There's a lot of trajectory being tossed over Mom. Papa is still well and healthy here. Sem9, they definitely stepped up their game this time. We do see them more aggressive than ever with different type of compound each of them hook around with. Where we can see they are spread quite thin but not too far to aid each other out. Putra tried to take down on Harm. We saw him in the small hut, but it's just so hard to shoot it through. We do have Mamparan coming over on the flank side. Mampa is looking on towards where his teammates are shooting about. He needs to go in from a flank, so definitely nobody actually spot him out just yet.
Sooner or later, I believe that will happen eventually here if R2K don't make the drastic move to either push and full commit or back out, because all the advantage goes to the side of Sem9 here. They have the high ground, they are split wide open, and they do have terrains to work with. It just seems that this is literally an uphill battle again. It's a hard fight to win. And Sem9, look at them. They can look to think and re-strategize and reorganize themselves. Meanwhile, R2K, they're just pincered by the corners here, unless they just get in and get out.
I mean, like, this is very genius coming out from Sem9. They try to make a bigger rotation, spread out quite even further from each other, just to make sure they are cornered for R2K, because the only way out for them is just push through Sem9 right now. They're being backed up by the huge mountain behind them. Here comes Strax coming over the other side on the flank. He made a huge rotation just now with his buggy, but just couldn't land the shots right. It's just not connecting. He saw the bare back end of the side of R2K Echo, but not the nice angle. And he needs to get it higher.
Yeah.
You know what? This buggy just like Spider-Man.
This is not a buggy. That's a four-wheeler at heart, I believe. That was engine swapped right there. Meanwhile, Dingoz probably going to get into confrontation with Team Bosskur right now, but he has to be careful because a bunch of the teams are nearby as well, so they're not alone. They might just be sandwiched by ALMGHTY, who's coming in from their back end.
Oh, the circle string, it will pop. This will actually move to us on the southern side for a bit. On top of San Martin, there's a mountain. And anybody get that or get on top of that mountain, that's going to be damned to actually farming out the elimination points. The rest of them, good luck, have fun squeezing into it in the last minute. But Dingoz, they realize the circle pops just now start to move. They don't want to waste any more time, even though they heard Bosskur right across them. Now, Kido definitely heard these shots fired, making sure he's alert and prepared himself for any fights, but I think the team calls out, we need to move. There's no time. We do know if you didn't take the highest point as early as possible, we might looking at the teams, example, Axis Red One taking it over first, including even GENEXUS here.
Yeah, GENEXUS, by the way, has got themselves within circles and the high ground here. Now take a look at how this fight is about to transpire. Over at water treatment, there's a hill being perched and right now being contested by Team Bosskur because they see it as a strategic location, and so they're going to fight things out. A nade to open it up. Aspar now on his knees playing 3v4 against the like of GENEXUS, who is undeniably on fire right now. They're going to make the push in. Scouting out by the window, loses the trade. Not the best of entry. His other teammates might have to make a push right now, but they're not taking precautions needed. It's just got fired through the windows and they will clean eventually. So GENEXUS, their aggression paid off as they wipe out the entirety of Team Bosskur, who tried to kick them out to the curb.
You saw how Luyu actually messed that one right across the window. Luckily enough, he take covers. If not, it will be a different situation entirely for the results. But speaking of Axis Red One, we mentioned about this. They always like the highest point there is if they got the time. But the question is, can they make it out, since RSG having their eyes onto the jumper, being left quite behind here. But they're barely touching at the rim of the circle, but it's still going to be safe for now. They opted out. We're not going to challenge you guys. We're just going to, you know, drive over the other way, take a longer rotation. It's okay. They put in the effort, but the problem is MAB is taking the same thing here.
Obviously, MAB got their first chicken dinner last week from the high ground and the luck of the circle as well, and now they're going to make things happen. Resimulating Mokke, spraying down onto Jumper. That's the deterrent enough to get them out of there. Jumper, though, gets blown up. Unfortunately, not behind a rock. Will get tapped down to a little less than half HP. Micah OP left in the area here, but is he enough? Can he actually go in with the revive? More likely not.
Yeah, but hey, ALMGHTY really dominating this Miramar for this now. But MAB taking the vintage point, shooting away all the Axis members and losing jumper quite early. We're looking over another circle very soon. SMG right at the center of it for now. Hacienda is just on the outskirts of it. It's going to be TLC and it's going to be really at the center again. Clutch Guerilla seems theirs to take.
And it could be it, and this curse can still be back on here for the side of Geek fam. As now they have to take over the high ground, but meanwhile focus is on to ALMGHTY, who has been doing spectacularly this map alone. Already 6 kills in their name. Okay, they lost 1 member, and it just had to be the nastiest member of their group. But regardless, this is by far the best performance I've seen coming out from them.
I'm sorry, Virgil. We're giving you so much highlights, but you have to give up the highlights and you try to take the buggy in a very ridiculous way of parking it. Confidently turning. Okay, there you go. It works, it works. Aris make it happen, but the moment they try to move, there's somebody already shot against it. No, they got stuck there.
I saw that.
We're sorry. Can't even. They're just really.
If it works, it ain't stupid. That's the saying goes. And, well, they crashed that one out. Regardless, it wasn't so detrimental of a situation there so far.
They were right across Axis, by the way. Who's shooting against them? I'm not sure if that's detrimental enough or not.
Axis is just 1 person left.
Oh, still
they can handle it.
And that 1 person still shooting. It's still a nuisance for this team, but Moki is on fire, taking down ALMGHTY, who's reigning just now with 6 elimination points. They're only down to 2 men. Now that's heavy casualty on their side. They have to rotate another way around, making sure they're not clashing because this team is really craving for more elimination points.
How will things play out here? RSG is one of those teams that we have already hit snoozed on since week number 1. Can we see them finally waking up and showing the prowess that they once used to have? There we go, taking out Jerome. It's a good start. But MAB, they're going to make a rotation soon, and they might just crash onto the side of RSG. Now, ALMGHTY eliminated by the likes of RSG as we live and breathe. Now the fight continues. MAB versus RSG. How will they play this one out?
At least ALMGHTY didn't go empty-handed. That's a Kobe from Rex. What a nice trajectory, but he's been retaliated by the side of MAB. Small boy coming up from the flank side, taking out last member of MAB. No, RSG! Johnny. He survives.
Yeah, John Wick again, pulling the old jokes here. People might have missed that in game number 1. I got license to use it again, Choo Choo. I got license, but look, SMG's got license to kill too. They heard gunshots. They want a piece of that pie, and it's 3 points at this point here. As now they're trying to recover themselves. Oh,
Dingoz.
Oh, now they're out. So SMG a bit too hesitant there.
They don't want to be the GENEXUS here. But Dingoz, Ricky is quite in a tough spot. Luckily enough, Iftar did actually discover him, but I definitely know that Ricky the footsteps and they start to fire. SMG definitely wants to be the GENEXUS, but a bit late into the party. Still, MAB were trying to recuperate themselves. They're trying to reset, but not enough time. Now, Calamity, that's going to be a calamity if he actually hops into that buggy again.
Oh, now you're pulling the dad jokes too. Yeah. I like it. Now SMG, although we're joking around, SMG isn't. They're in it for wins. They've waited far too long to have the chance to shine, although being at the bottom, they will fight for their way up back to the top. Ricky has got eyes on the members of MAB. Surely he's got a pan earlier on for joke's sakes, but he knows John is now in full HP. He could look to creep. He has an idea. Oh my God! He has to do the teabag at it. You shot him down while he was looting the ground or doing the teabag, whichever that may be. And now Maki across the car. He's got an idea where Ricky might be. Can he clutch this one out? He will. My God, the member coming from Dingoz, showing the firepower. Just nearly wiped the entire team single-handedly.
TLC just butts in the last minute and they are taking over the win. And now back to Sam9's R2K and Homebois, a 3-way war. Putra on the other side. They are fanning out quite far apart for Sam9, tossing multiple times of smokes as well as hand grenades towards the side of R2K. They've been pinned down. Izane, who losing up, but he just won.
tippy toes, but not too nimble, it seems. That would be R2K eliminated at 0 kills. A bit painful coming from an aggressive team not to walk out with a point here, but meanwhile, Geek Snipes gets 1 elimination onto his name. Bard is there as well. He is surrounded this one. Geek, how do they play themselves out of this? It seems like Homebois has got the entire bowl or ditch covered. With firepower, and he's spraying into the ether, not knowing where the rest of the members are, but they will crash right behind him. Firepower goes to the side of Geek Fam though as they spray one down with the cover of one vehicle. One more member left to look to shoot down here. They will. One more. Where is the other one hiding?
Oh, just on top of the mountain, but Snipes tanking it all. Eliminated for Sam9. Oh no, SMG with 5 eliminations going on as well. Down to 7 teams in such a short time. One more team out, 1 by 1 continuously, but Geek Fam still survived. But hey,
Clutch too.
That's true.
That rhymed.
Yes.
Oh my god, Clutch Guerilla currently with the high ground advantage and the circle so far have a little compound as well. However, right next to them is also a team that could potentially run things over. SMG has got 3 members. Clutch with all 4. Now, what am I saying? All the advantage goes to the side of Clutch. They could clutch this one out for a chicken dinner.
And there's the take. They got the vintage point, they got the compound, they got 4 walls to work with. What else they want? Everything is there. SMG, on the other hand, tried to fight over this and take the territory over them. But Geek Fam sneakily coming up from behind. We have GENEXUS still leaving out with 2 men, if I'm not mistaken, since halfway just now. But we're down to only 7 teams. Axis Red One only left with Forest. Now, this might be the thorn behind their back. But SMG start to make too much of a sound here. Everybody knows and giving attention to Geek Fam, including Clutch, who's hovering around the crosshair towards them as well.
Yeah, Geek Fam is in a war against SMG, so that's gonna buy some time for at least Clutch Guerrillas to make some sort of a peek here. However, I think they have just let the walls open, the doors open, they left it running, and now Mail is making his way onto that compound. If Clutch Guerrilla chooses to lose his vantage point, that could be very, very detrimental for them.
Now, tossing a couple of nades to build bridges for him to actually cross over with Damn QT climbing up the vehicle, make a bit of a huge sound there. But the side of it's very white, but I can't see a thing. I'm a bit blinding. Mel, here comes your Mel. Damn QT been actually. Well, a huge chunk of HP almost knocked down by Geek Fam's side, but the thing is, it's not only 2 teams here. We have a third party, Clutch, taking it against Dingoz, who's been shushed down there. But Forest, stabbing from behind, out of nowhere, he just appears there.
He did appear, but he didn't do so much damage just yet. But if Adips lose this 1v1 battle, that could be detrimental for Clutch. Luckily though, Adips do make the advancement and actually won the trade on that one, but Clutch already 1 member down. SMG came in actually and started probing their situation, but SMG not following up with the kill, so Clutch can actually pick their members back up and maybe reset. So far, Geek is in comfortable situation as they say that they get blown up to pieces. Cast his curse, call it.
Not really now. SMG have to cut across Geek Fam. They take it straight head on. The moment they got themselves the loophole when they knock one down, they just got a straightforward rush. Miracle. 1 left. Damn Cutie tried to spot him out, but too many smokes. He will revive Snipes, but the moment he tries to do so, Damn Cutie and Anik Boy already arrived. Miracle having such a tough spot to handle things over. Still managed to retaliate and knock one down, but Geek Fam! Oh! Where did that come from?
That's one to seal the deal here as Geek Fam.
Both of them down.
Actually, it was a self-grenade by Anik Boy. What? Call me a suicide bomber. That's exactly what was displayed here. Meanwhile, GENEXUS now pushing onto a house here. A little bit of compound, which I assume, yes, Team Secret currently resides. 1 more member left. Still making it in the top 5 position. At least the better of the making the best out of the bad situation. iShots, he's cooking up some nades, assuming that GENEXUS was going to push on up. They are an aggressive team, but so far they're not finding the culprit here.
iShot's cooking up the nade. He's waiting for the time of GENEXUS just peeking
This could be
over. Oh, what a perfect timing. Seems like a perfect angle as well. Tossing double nades, but didn't hit anybody. One knockdown on Loyu. Now iShot's well clutched this one. He tries, but the smokes are too thick. iShot, he does his reviving. Beer, what a fast reaction. The response coming up from GENEXUS. He almost had it for iShot.
I'm baffled because this is the second time Team Secret failed in what seemed to be a game that they could have won. Or an engagement that they could have won. They had the advantage. He knew where the player was. The other guy didn't even have an info.
Oh man, but
Team Secret.
Okay, the circle ended up in no man's lands before, where none of the team actually inside of it, but definitely both teams are touching at the rim for GENEXUS 2v4. The moment they revive his mate, he knows exactly where they are, and the angle seems perfect. It's 2v4. By the way, it's not enough men. Adip's taken down on Bill. It's down to one person of Loyu. Can he do this? Oh, winner, chicken dinner. CLC clutch. Guerilla take it. And it's a huge win as well with 9 elimination points. Because...
well, you call it a curse, call it a blasting baby. Sis Jenny deciding to vote onto Geek Fam. That gives a win onto Clutch Guerilla, the team she voted before this. So maybe she should start making up a trend here.
Yeah, she's sabotaging the other teams.
I know. We were proven right. We knew it. The reverse vote or the reverse psychology works. Vote for the team. Vote for the other team if you want yours to win.
Tell Sis Jenny to vote out for your team that you don't want to win. Just sabotage it. I'm sorry, Sis Jenny. I just can't even. But the thing is, Team Secret almost had it in the bag as well. So there's at least a second place there. But definitely it's not a bad place for them to end it up as well in the top 5.
Well, I mean, they got into the 3rd place, but I don't think they got much of an elimination points.
That's true.
So this kind of feels bad because we know that although placement is great, we know the top 3 people who finished the match has got crazy amount of points. GENEXUS had 9 kills, but enough of that. Why don't we see all the highlight moments of that previous match itself?
Hello everybody, and I am back on the analyst desk. So, yes, my predictions came in a little bit shorter, but that's not how I pick my teams. I pick based on their skills and strategies that they have been using this season. So, I am going to support like certain teams that will, show up their talents, but at the same time, you have to be a sportsmanship. That's how we have to support the teams. But then again, this is the giveaways that we have for you. Put in the codes. It's not what you're seeing, so it could be something different for you to find out, to get these permanent clothes, and something inside. It might not be clothes, it might be something else. So just key in to find out what is it. It's permanent, guys, so you can use it all the way for all your different classic matches and to stand out from the rest, at least when you get that chicken dinner, and you will somehow, show the true trendy self when you win that chicken dinner, or even you get too soon. At least people will try to take that apparel from you. Okay, so what we saw from the previous game, honestly, I think there's a lot of teams that is showing up. I did see a lot of positioning, teams using like 2x2, 1 and then 3. So that was something smart that they're using. But before that, let's look into this new Royal Pass. So what is there for you today, or no, not say today, for this season is PUBG Mobile X Warframe. So this is actually a game on its own, but you don't have to play the game. You can just purchase the Royal Pass and then you can get yourself the outfits. It's pretty cool. There's a bit of animations or glowing effect for this new. If you see one of them have thunder or the lightning around the body, that is something that is also inside. And this is the collaboration that I'm talking about. When you purchase the Royal Pass, it's not just the outfits. There are little things inside also, like for example the skins, or even the skydiving smoke that we usually will get. I mean, you guys probably need to top up, because I've been getting a whole lot of that. I have yet to use the parachute smoke that is inside also. So a lot of new things we can obtain in the Royal Pass, especially when it's Warframe. So it's a little bit spacey, alien. So you just got to check it out yourself for this new Royal Pass that we have, okay? So, before we go into the game further, I want to see the match ranking. Definitely, I think this time, my prediction is that there's a lot of teams with a lot of damages, because a whole lot of them is doing well for this game. In fact, you can see the eliminations itself, besides Clutch Guerilla getting 9 elimination because they were the kingmakers. They picked the right spot again by IGL Adips. Similar effect that we see from yesterday's gameplay in Miramar. He has the right idea on exactly where to pick the spot. And today, it shows and proves it all that he wants that chicken dinner, because he came short yesterday at number 2, but today he is showing us that he still has it in Miramar for Clutch Guerilla. GENEXUS coming in. If only they had 4 men still alive, probably Firepower would have defeated Clutch Guerilla, but GENEXUS is at number 2, SMG number 3, Dingoz at number 4, Team Secret at number 5, Geek Fam at number 6, MAB number 7, ALMGHTY number 8, number 9 is Sam9. Wow, number 9 is Sam9. Axis Ray 1 number 10, RSG 11, EVOS number 12, Homebois at number 13, number 14 is R2K, Farang Legends at number 15, and last but not least is Team Bosskur, which I'm quite surprised that apparently this game, Team Bosskur, probably they rotated some, I would say the place that they rotated is quite dangerous. There's a lot of teams that were clustered on the east side as compared to the west. So we all know that the circle went to the north, but there were more teams onto the east side as compared to the west that we saw earlier. So that's the reason why Bosskur kind of they came in short for this round. But MVP is Adips, again the IGL that can frag. It shows here his role is actually a scouter, or sometimes scouter comes in a package together as an IGL. So look at the team contribution of this IGL is making 50%. He's taking care of his teammate each and every move. So he has the most, I think this is the most team contribution that I've seen so far, and he is still contributing with the damage, although it's not that much because he has fraggers that is supposed to be doing the job, and he has 5 eliminations and 3.1 MVP points, which is not too bad after all. So I would say he is giving a very good job when it comes to the roles. He's making the right team contribution as an IGL, taking care of his teammates, at the same time also contributing when it comes to elimination. So he knows when to react to certain situations when it comes when the time comes for at least Adips. This is our weekly rankings. GENEXUS still staying put on top, 1, 2, 3, not moving a single inch. But GENEXUS, because of getting elimination points, after elimination points, you guys can see they have 79, guys, after After 15, this is not 15, 13 games already, 79. That's an average of about at least 10 for each round. That's a lot, guys. So GENEXUS, the way they are playing is like a little bit of PEL or China teams, and it's working out well for them, at least for the second week. Axis Red 1 at number 2, and we already know that the 3 of them who did not move, at least for the top 3. But the second page, a few teams are moving up and down. At least we can see a lot of them going down, but Farang, RSG is making their way up because they have been making into at least the top 10 for the matches that we have seen earlier over. I'm not too sure whether they are playing in Sandhawk, but we did see in Erangel they were progressing similarly to Miramar. Although the way they play today is a little bit slow as compared to how RSG is usually a profile themselves. They are usually the ones that will go in first, but today we are seeing a little bit of a difference in their game style. So let's break down into the game. So what we saw earlier and how did Clutch Guerilla win that chicken dinner. So we can see the map or how the circle actually closes into the north side. So actually it's more of an advantage to the teams that actually drop into the north, which is like Geek Fam, Axis Red 1, who this is actually an advantage for them because it is in the north side. These teams that I just spoke of, and also MAB if I'm not mistaken, their drop spot is honestly over on the north side. Clutch Guerilla made, like I said, a good estimation or a gaugement where the circle might end. They did not move so much after getting vantage points. And one thing about Clutch Guerilla, they like to play a whole lot of vantage points, meaning if there is at least a slope or a mountain, they would park themselves comfortably there. If you can see, they did not choose to be in Hacienda, Petron, or even San Martin. They decided to be on the hilly side, even though this is just the 4th circle. So that is actually quite a risky move, but it's a move that I would say an IGL who always practices, they know exactly where to place themselves in order for them to get the elimination points while trying to get the last few circles. So we can see a few scrimmages. Like I said, there's a lot of teams clustered onto the northeast side as compared to the one on the west, because the west is pretty much relaxed, while the east side there's a lot of teams having to meet one another, ALMGHTY and then Axis along the way. But MAB did something smart. They got creative today. At least I heard one of the players was using a VSS, and this is already the 4th circle. Hardly the only player that I know like to use VSS is actually Toy. But MAB got creative. They wanted to get vantage point, probably hoping that the circle will go on them. And if they use a VSS, when you spray into players, you can't tell exactly where it's coming from because suppressor is already installed with VSS. So that is something creative, I would say, for MAB. But here we are looking into the 4th circle where we can see Geek Fams pretty much safe. That's the reason why I kind of predicted them, because usually when it comes to Miramar and it's the north circle, they would have an advantage because they usually get into the circle. In fact, a lot of maps they get into the circle at the last few circles, I would say. But Clutch Guerilla utilizing and taking advantage of the place that they have chose, at least for Adibs. The way he rotated, you guys can see that they are not using the compounds at all. They are outside. So they are getting information. At the same time, Funky and Adibs is down there trying to eliminate or at least get information. That's the reason why they can do a little bit of kill steals. That's the reason why also we did see a scrimmage going with Dingoz. Ricky was doing with MAB, but then Funky got the last bit of the blood. So that was definitely a job well done. They were alert, and you can see how actually they separated themselves for Clutch Guerilla into four sectors, similarly to most of the teams that has a vantage point. That's why I say this game we did see a lot of positioning by different teams. Just that the people or the teams that is on the lower part of the portion of the land, they have to play it side by side because that's the only way for them to win, which is firepower. They can't really position themselves when they are not up on the hillside. So this is really good for Clutch Guerilla. Even though they know they have the advantage of the numbers, they are still disciplined enough to break themselves into two sides, which is 2x2. See Shinzi with Jimmy covering the other side, and then Adibs and Funky trying to cover onto the other side and just wait for enemies or the teams that is coming up right beside them, so they know exactly where to look at. So I really would like to give a good thumbs up to how they actually deploy their men and utilize the place very well, not using a single compound. Well done for Clutch Guerilla, and knowing that this is their first season, I think they are doing a lot of work and good homework. Alright guys, so enough of me giving you the breakdown. I will see you guys after this quick break for our 4th match of the day in Miramar.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color-changing effect to life thanks to a dual-layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by realme Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Hello guys, and we are back, and this is still Pro League MYSG Spring 2022, and I am Sis Jenny, your host and host and analyst for today. Okay, so we have already played 3 rounds, not me but the players, and we're going to go for the 4th or the 2nd Miramar for the day. So I hope you guys are happy with the kind of gameplay that they have been showing. There's definitely a difference between week 1 and week 2. A lot of teams are stepping up by doing homeworks. Every season, there's always creativity in certain teams and how they actually deploy or read their maps. Some of them will do slow rotation, but as of today, I think they are more to taking vantage point, coming in, especially if they have an area that they can go on for. But for teams like GENEXUS, they are still taking precedence and the leads of firepower. So they know when they can fight, especially when the CQC, they make sure that they can seal the deal and bring it home. So far, that's the kind of consistency we have been seeing to certain teams. But definitely, there's a huge improvement in gameplay for them. And I definitely am seeing a whole lot of improvements from these 2 countries, especially Singapore and Philippines. So it is definitely something for us to watch out for, especially for KHIs coming up. But here we go, head to head. I did not expect this, but from 2 IGLs, GENEXUS Biu, someone who has played ever since PUBG, at least PMPL started, and Adips, who just joined in the bandwagon for this season. So it's something to be proud of, at least for a new blood for Adip. 5 elimination as to 3. And damage is almost similar, but team contribution, I would really say this is the kind of example, if you guys want to be pro players, this is the kind of example that we should take in at least for roles, because he is an IGL and he's actually taking care of his teammates with 52.6%. That itself spells a lot for new bloods, at least. So those of you who are aspiring to be a pro player, take this as an example. Even we have Biu for an OG, he is still doing the same thing. Even though, in a way, he has passed the lesson nicely towards all these new bloods and looking into that team contribution, at least for Adips, for this head-to-head. So I'm definitely wanting to see a whole lot more coming out from Clutch Guerilla and also all these other teams that just have new transfer windows for players that has already moved in from another team to another team. A lot of new chemistries to be discovered, and also for players like Six who just jump in this week. Definitely, actually it's not just Six. There's a few players who just jumped in, like Jimmy, Six, and then if I'm not wrong, there's someone from Team Huck also. So basically, these people just finished from SPM and they decided to jump back in, and that is definitely a difference in their gameplay for the team itself. So yep, that's about the head-to-head. Nothing much else that I can cover. But those of you who are fans of Biu, well, he's showing off and he is standing strong with that OG name of GENEXUS, a team that he started before moving into Team Secret. So it is definitely trying to prove a point to a lot of players. Actually, to come back is not a bad thing, because you still can win and at least still back the title that he used to have, And one of the strengths of Biu is actually to go on you know, like go into boot camp and then spray, and that's usually his kind of classic gameplay, going into soft nose car, going into boot camp and places like that. So Biu definitely has stole the title, at least for today. Biu and GENEXUS Loyu with 10 troubles or throws used is coming from two of these GENEXUS players, Loyu and Biu, using it hand in hand, and plus snipes. Again, the thing I'm seeing is that a repetitive trend is always the OGs is taking up all these names, and they are literally being very consistent with how they are using it. Snipes, you guys did see how he actually fought just now over in Miramar. He was running in the open, but because of precision, Homebois, he managed to not just clutch, but getting the sprays on point. He was also tanking it out, but at the same time, because he replied back with a very hard gun to control, honestly, even though it's a machine gun. But because of the precision, Snipes is still the person that is able to do all that. So now we're going to move into match number 4, Miramar. We've got Team Secret 79, GENEXUS, Homebois, Axis Red 1, EVOS VIP, Dingoz, Team Bosskur. And then Group D is SMG, RSG, MAB, Almighty. And then Group E is Yoodo, Alliance 4 Rivals, Team Huck, TABAH NC, and KHI Esports from Philippines. And we have Almighty playing again from Singapore. So let's just hope that they can get at least near to that chicken dinner, at least for all these two different countries to show and prove their point. So now for my prediction, and like I said, I will try to see how tacticality and how have they been playing. The reason why I'm using Yoodo Alliance for Rivals is because they have been the ones that has been performing in this map. If you guys remember the infographics, they had 11.6 for Miramar, and they've got their first chicken dinner yesterday in Miramar, because this is one of the maps that I would say they have been quite consistent ever since season 4 and 5. They have been showing a lot of skill sets and knowing the map at least very well and how they use the ditches. They are usually very good in the open. So that's the reason why I'm choosing Yoodo Alliance for Rivals. So hopefully this time I might get it right, or maybe, you know, Geek might get a chicken dinner. But anyways, let's go and see our casters who is ready to take up on the game. Let's go.
You know, as uncomfortable as things may be with the new cisGenny voting for teams that are not called Farang Legends or Clutch Guerilla, I actually agree with her on this one. The Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals, they've got quite a history here when it comes to Miramar, and we all know how aggressive they can play. I think Miramar is the kind of map that allows you to do so. So for once in the entire day, I'm actually on her side. So Choo,
really?
You can pick a different side to root for.
I'm not picking everybody. I'm just neutral as I am. But I have to agree regarding Yoodo Alliance 4 Rivals. When it comes to last season, that's where they just blown our heads away. They were quite not that stable when it comes to the previous 2 seasons, and it just something happened. I think might be something to do with the coach. Now we have to give the coach and analyst part the credits this time, not blaming them like how Keith did. But yep, I have to say the coach is really keep in line with them, making sure everything goes as they plan and make sure they're disciplined enough to actually do the execution right. But speaking of discipline and all the other teams, we do have big names is still down there, and that kind of worries me.
Down there, specify. Down where?
Down in the bottom 20.
So. So that's what you meant by down there. You got to be more specific. Yes, a lot of the teams
down where? Where else?
I don't know. Down in Miramar, waiting for us for this game to take flight. I don't know. But now that you mention it, yes, you are right. A lot of the teams that we didn't expect to be in second draft still stays in the second draft. SMG, one of those teams. I think last season, like what cisGenny mentioned, this one player, right? 666. He was actually my favorite player. I think he's clutched a lot for Team SMG during Season 4 itself. But now that 6 has moved on to Homebois, Homebois has got his mojo, and Team SMG doesn't it doesn't feel like they can put up with the rest of the competition.
The only person that didn't love SMG was actually Jenny, so Jenny, you're right. Yeah,
so you're blaming one little boy. At least I blame the coach and analyst.
I don't blame him,
oh
but
my god,
they
they're kids.
They need to work things out. They really need to step up their game here, because apparently they're being left quite behind. Same goes for RSG, even Team Secret. They used to be one of the kings in Miramar.
Today
way back then, but today is different. This season is very different, definitely. They don't have time to, you know what, we just play it low, but they can make it to the playoffs still.
Yeah.
But a question is, can they keep up with the current trend of format?
Yeah, but I feel like Team Secret today, exceptionally, they're doing so bad. Like, right, they're losing like.
You mean like so bad is a very strong word. Might as well say
You lose
not
2v1
so great.
against that, against
Damaso,
Damaso
KHI,
KHI, right? And then previously in a Miramar match as well, when iShot's got the great entry frag, turned it into 1v1. He had info. He lost that matchup as well against GENEXUS.
I have nothing to stand myself for that,
So-
because it's totally true.
Obviously, I'm not saying that it's the end of the road for them, right? All I'm saying is that maybe they're not feeling it today.
I mean, like, they do have the third week. If we don't have, I mean, like, we just needed top 16 to make it through. But the thing is, the grand finals will carry out the points as well.
Yeah. So in case you guys didn't already hear Jenny explain early on today about the new format. So the points they earn every week translate towards how much points you get in the bonus for the bonus point you're gonna get in the country finals.
For me, I wouldn't say it's actually quite a bonus point. But in the format, it says bonus point. But
Yeah.
for me, it's as a weekly point, may I say.
Yeah.
This one is accumulated one entire 5 days per week point. And then it will translate towards the weekly point in total, 20 and something sort of. The bonus point is where the there's no fourth week, but it's going to be 3+1.
Yeah.
The
So
3+1, that +1 is so important.
essentially speaking, long story short, what are your performance throughout the entire tournament is what gives you a head start when it comes
Yeah.
to the final. And so with Team Secret like whiffing some of these days, or actually more, 2 weeks now, but let's forget about them. Maybe this one's a turnaround. Miramar is up, the second Miramar match of the day, second to last match, 4th match out of the 5. Let's see where this one
that
goes.
Song just now just blows my mind a bit. Oh, we're going into Miramar now. But the circle, will it be as fair as this flight? But not that much fair. Still cutting across Los Leones on top of it. So definitely we do know some teams who love this kind of places. Los Leones precisely. Since we're not looking over Geek Fam, Farang as well as R2K and Clutch. So we do gonna see Dingoz will be occupied Los Leones, and couple of team including I think R2K will be in Chumacera. TABAH definitely lost going over Los Higos, but ALMGHTY though, we do know that ALMGHTY is a team that sometimes it drop everywhere or anywhere.
I mean, I'd probably do the same thing if I was them. If I was KHI as well. Right, hear me out. Hear my logic out.
Okay,
right
sure.
now, teams are operating on the basis of we've got a gentleman's agreement on the drop spot. If I'm the one guy from Singapore and you're the one person from the Philippines, is that really a gentleman's agreement? It's not against the game rules. We're just gonna go crash on it, and if we come out on top, we'll take it.
I agree because the fact if you compare with the world champs, the PMGC champs, including like what 4AM or in China team specifically, they don't really care about the drop spots. Whatever the flight path brings them, they're gonna drop there and just fight it out. That's it. It's all about surviving. Like, you know, speaking of gentleman's agreement, if we actually having a hunger strike or whatsoever, or maybe we just depleted out of food and there's one banana.
Okay.
Will you be gently giving it with such an agreement to me that we're having it maybe ratioed it out between us, or I saw it first, I'm gonna take it. I didn't
I
eat for
see
1
where
week.
you're going, and
Look
I
at
would
this.
say, like, I'm gonna echo you and say that this is survival. I'm gonna get the banana. You shall starve to death.
I mean, that's what it is. That's what competition is about. The competitiveness. I can't even say the word right, but okay. KHI, we did have a good run with them also earlier in Erangel. Or was it Erangel? Yeah, it was Erangel. Now, Homebois and the rest of the team. Now, we did mention about Ranked will be benched for the entire week. Seems like KHI, without Ranked, they're really performing quite well.
Yeah, I mean, H2R was the player that they said we gotta look out to.
That's the IGL, by the way, to rank it. So.
Oh, yeah, but I guess was the problem? I don't know.
I didn't
don't
say
know.
that. I just questioned it. I didn't answer to it.
Now, the
so-
equation just tells that as a story. But talking about equations, look at GENEXUS on the scoreboard.
Oh, man.
162.
The run-and gun team, I would say, they don't really care much about position. I mean, like, that's what I said about their perspective. They see all the other players as zombies. You know, we need to shoot things out and survive. And the other players are like, oh, we have to stay low and let the zombies run. That kind of feeling. These guys are really survivors. If you compare, like, if this is really a survival game, it's a battle royale, definitely, but it's also a survival sense into it. And GENEXUS, they don't land every chicken dinner there, but
No.
they just run and gun.
Like, you compare GENEXUS and Axis. Axis has 4 chicken dinners. I think GENEXUS has 1.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
yet here they are. Which tells you the priorities sometimes isn't about chickens. And
But hey, you know, to be fair, Axis did actually skip 1 match.
that's true.
So it kind of gave the advantage for GENEXUS for now.
Yeah, I mean, GENEXUS did get pretty much a good run previously, 9 kills in 2nd place. If Axis can pull that sort of consistency into this match, then there is no doubt that they're going to jump and leapfrog against the likes of GENEXUS, seeing as that Axis got another game to play after this.
Yeah, but it feels like Yoodo Alliance for Rivals last week here, what GENEXUS is doing. They don't land any chicken dinner last week. They finally did this week, yesterday specifically. And it was also Murama, so I give props to Cisgeny, saying that they're kind of confident when it comes to Murama itself. But GENEXUS is definitely not resting. We're looking at them at cursed number 2 for now, for a single match.
I mean, if you had the chance, right, would you be consistently number 2 or occasionally number 1?
I mean, like, I definitely will resort to consistently number 2, but the number 1 will be our free 20 gigabyte data of PUBG Mobile plus our 5 gigabyte data of high-speed internet for you guys that just switch over to Yoodo. Do it now with that. Yeah, the code's gone. It will pop again later.
It was a brief one, but a quick one as well. Well, we did our best to push it out, but hey, the next time you see the code up on the screen, make sure to claim it before it's over.
I don't want to compare, if you compare with the RSG last season, the previous season, where we do have Homebois, and Kim was one of the best Terminator back then. Kim was really, really desperate back then. I remember how I casted his game, the last game, he actually landed the chicken dinner and actually resort to the champions. But it doesn't feel like they're having the same vibe here. Now, this kind of a problem that kind of been carried out by most of the teams. They used to be up there. Are they just satisfied? Or they're not thirsty enough for more now?
No, I think with the new format change, there's really no reason to be complacent, right? Because if you're GENEXUS, you're up there. You're 162 points. You're ahead of the competition, but merely by 1 point from Axis. And it's a big shift. I mean, 20 points or 19 points. Obviously, you want to get as much lead as you can, especially if you're GENEXUS, since you lost that moment in week number 1. You didn't shine very much. So I don't think the teams on top has any reason to be complacent.
Another question will be, is it an age factor?
Clearly not. I mean, okay.
Most
Could be
of the
it.
teams having a very young players, have so young players. I'm talking about still striving for their high school diplomas. Really shine so much in this tournament these days. Yes, we did mention on the other studio that the experience still are relevant, but is it one of the factors still?
I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, if you take a look at the ranking boards right now, at least in the top 5 teams, every one of them has some sort of veterans in it, right? Let's take our Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals, because they're all veterans in that one squad alone. Homebois, you got Iron Pro, who went in.
Yeah, he's
quite
one
of
the
a
OG.
veteran.
Yeah.
Sam9 is a veteran.
Yep.
Axis, you've got Jumper, who's an age-old veteran.
Yeah.
And then you got GENEXUS with Biu. Albeit he was in Korea.
The
maybe.
rested veteran who came back.
Yeah. So maybe there's some merits in age, but I don't think, you know, being a bit too old kicks you out of it. Although they say that esports is a young man's game, it seems that some of these veterans still withstand the test of time.
Maybe because they are wise when it comes to decision making and also their game sense. Speaking of which, Mato is one of the OG as well. Back then he was in Eliminate the Murder back in the days of PMCO, the first ever PUBG Mobile tournament. Oh, it didn't clip. The sound was beautiful, but it didn't connect. Now Fredo tried to corner on the other side, taking down towards EVOS VIP. Mika is in a tough spot. I'm not sure where are the rest of his teammates. It seems like they are not giving him aid, but quite far. Samzy driving towards Mika. In a couple of seconds, he'll arrive with a minivan as well. Mika trying to hold it in.
Healed himself just in time here, but I like what EVOS is doing. Mika's making sure that he's in a position where Team Secret has to overcommit to try and get the kill, and that's going to leave some opening for the rest of EVOS VIP to shoot against them. So you can see Team Secret are playing very wary themselves, but finally Fredo does get the tag onto Mika, although he now suffers a whole lot of damage. Will get to be able to heal up though, so nothing too detrimental on that end.
But iShot making sure that he get the execution quite right, not giving any space for EVOS to revive them back, and it's going to be the first blood by Team Secret. Here comes Kid giving such pressure with such distance. That's like, what, 200 meters apart? But the circle will shrink. We're looking over maybe La Bandita as a circle, usually, but these days, nobody can tell.
Yeah, I mean, Los Leones is kind of a trademark here. Another one of those circles that shift on the way south. So they should be more than familiar to play this sort of rotation. Meanwhile, here the Lions 4 rivals. Again, the band of veterans seemingly just cruising across here, trying to get themselves into the circle. It seems, or they're probably already in. I just can't pinpoint their landmark right now.
You know what? Back then when in Miramar, when we started off in Season 1 PMPL, the only thing that I worry about when it comes to Miramar is where accidents and flip cars happen. I'm glad these days the players are so good at driving in Miramar. Nobody actually flips over in front of their enemies being shot down. I still remember DFV did that one last time. It was really horrible. Since then, I'm like so scared when these guys are driving their vehicles. But Small Boy playing this time with Rex, Luke and Kim. And looking at the situation, they definitely want to get into circle as fast as they can. It's a very limited space of vantage point there. So they don't want to get high up as much as possible. But then maybe they want to, you know, park it out and waiting for any victims passing by.
Yeah, I like how you bring up vehicles and driving skills. It's as if you just forgotten that we had a Harry Potter flying car in game number 1. And
Thanks.
Thanks. And in the previous Miramar, you had Almighty crashing up onto the wall, parked in a very peculiar manner. So I guess that don't count.
They don't really count. It's like the car just happened to be parked that way by itself. Because we didn't see who parked it. So there's no way a human can park like that, right? Now back to us high call. Team Huck taking a shot against Mill. It's quite far across them with both of them, I think, holding on Mini 14. But I think Boy is holding same gun as well. These DMRs are really useful when it comes to the huge map of Miramar. But still, it's down to the geography. We do know it's always the vantage point, the high ground, so make things work when it comes to this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can hope for. When it comes to Miramar, more often than not, you have to play around with the terrain than compounds, because circles tend to shift away from these city landmarks and into hilly hills like this one. And it's all up to gradients and angle, like very peculiar angle to play from here. Meanwhile, Yoodo Lions 4 rivals seemingly within the area of KHI. Do they look to turn around and maybe farm up some kills? Because surely if Damaso heard them, they must have heard Damaso, right?
Definitely true. That's why both of them are actually moving and start to try to get themselves compound to work with, just in case if they are being engaged in a rush by another team. Kim shooting over Pamburu from afar, but oh, that's not a good parking spot. He got himself stuck there at the ledge of it. While they have the whole team coming in, Kim definitely just relay back the information towards his rest of the roster, and they will stop them from climbing up the hills.
Yeah, Kim has got some heavy artilleries here. Has 109 in the chamber itself. Can look to spray for the long haul without going in for any reloads. Meanwhile, Axis, also one of those teams who is feeling very hot right now. Could they claim yet again another chicken dinner here in this Miramar?
I told you so.
Yeah, you did. That you did.
Just have to, you know.
Rub it in my face.
There you go. You said it yourself. Thank you. Yoodo Lions fighting against EVOS still after quite some time. They're being actually attacked for EVOS. First one, it was Team Secret. Now it's Yoodo Lions for Rivals. Always a big team chasing tails to tails there. And now Yoodo Lions trying to make a very high climb with a buggy. That's a very fascinating way to do it. But as MG happens to appear again, Jenny, the loner. I'm sorry.
Wait.
He was alone.
Why'd you call him a loner? I'm pretty sure he's got a very active social life, I believe.
I mean, like, during this time.
Ah, sure. That's a good thing, though. In a world of survival, being alone is probably the best thing you could get. You know, people do betray people, and talking about betrayal here, ALMGHTY, that one team who doesn't care about your compound or gentleman's agreement, is already pushing on to Dingoz, and Sam9 dropping members.
I think they ran into MAB, and MAB just counter fire, which is going to be Sam9 in a tough spot. Seems to me they lost 2 men. Heavy casualty on that side for Sam9. Now, Moki will be revived by Iftar. With this kind of a ditch, they are planting themselves with the smoke as well, so definitely they won't be harmed in any way. Calamity, on the other hand, trying to take a bigger rotation just to make sure that they are covered every way possible, but his driving skills, my god.
I mean, I don't blame him. All he has is a freaking buggy up on a hilly hills. Probably not the best tool for the job here. Meanwhile, ALMGHTY picking fight with Dingoz and immediately realizes, yo, you know what? These dogs, they bite people a little bit too hard. They probably have rabies. We're counting our blessing and getting out of there.
What? How did you even... Okay, back to TABAH. I can't even
Wait,
relate
did you not know what a Dingoz is?
No.
It's a wild dog in Australia.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
thought it's sort of like, something sweet.
No! Oh, that just hit me when you didn't get the reference.
Oh, okay, now I get it. Thanks. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. Now I feel everything that I believe in my life is wrong. But back to us, Bosskur, who's actually aiming towards the sisters team. Oh boy, La Bandita it is, but Bosskur gating it out for 666. Homebois having a tough spot, but one of the members of Bosskur is down as well, so they definitely need to revive him in the blue. It's still a third phase, so it's not hurt. It won't burn as much when it comes to the fourth phase, so they do have enough space and time to do this. But the thing is, health utilities-wise, do they have enough there to recuperate themselves? As we're looking over the circle, pops again, Exit Red 1 are fighting. Well, I told you so.
Yeah, you did. You warned everyone, and that is the hills of La Bandita. RSG, though, nearby, they can pretty much just take the whole hill for themselves and get some frags onto their way, because God knows they need it. Down in number 14 here in this 16 people rank.
I mean, like, if they can hold with so many targets being aimed towards them, then that's going to be them taking a lot of shots from every way possible. Axis Red 1, on the other hand, still striving around Picardo, fighting against Team Hug, and he just struggles. They don't have any vehicles for Micah right now. He's blown up his own buggy here. TABAH got themselves a high ground to work with, but it's not inside the circle, still casually taking Dingoz along the way.
Yeah, I mean, they are pretty privileged right now with that high ground. Dingoz, they cannot take this fight. However, they do have the circle. They can make their way into the circle. They have no reason to fight against TABAH. It would be a waste of investment to stay and fight.
Hey, they are taking it back towards them. Like, we're going to get our revenge. We'll park ourselves inside the circle first. The moment they came in for the side of TABAH, they're going to shot them back.
Now let's hope they can do it with so little manpower. They lost 1 member. Can they do it with just 3? I mean, no doubt, this is Dingoz. After all, they have done so much damage in the scene. I know that they can probably hold this one out. However, already TABAH is making a rotation inwards. Frankie looking to crash onto its kiddo. He is by himself within his compound. Now it's looking ugly. It is looking almost impossible to get out of this one alive. It's Kiddo. Let's see how he plays this one out.
Oh, it's an open space, an open street, an open area for a shoot and flex. Just flexing it out. Knocked down on Kiddo. He couldn't reach out to his teammates. Now Dingoz are losing men than they anticipated, and there are more teams coming by very soon. We're talking about one team behind them. It's either ALMGHTY or GENEXUS. We know GENEXUS is gonna love this party.
GENEXUS is actually creeping towards them. My God, this is the one team I want to see Where do you get this confidence? They're crashing onto teams that are currently having fights. This is not them in week number 1. Wherever they buy off their confidence from, I want it.
Yes, no, there's none for you. But back to NSEA. It's still having a go against Dingoz. Well, we're talking about Dingoz now. Pick a fight against GENEXUS now, giving away the positions. This is a bit too much of a fight to try to challenge for Dingoz. But look at this side of the corner. Yes, they hold on to the rim of it, but the teams that they're fighting against already inside. They will be denied their entrance here for Dingoz because so many teams want a bit of them. And it's going to be a tough one.
Just to point out here, GENEXUS went straight for the center circle. Meanwhile, Iftar tries to trade it out against one of the members of EVOS. Now leaving Insomnus in the back end here. The last member remaining.
Oh, still okay.
Oh, okay.
They have the blue zone right now, man. Maybe they need to run. They don't care about whoever's still ducking themselves out there. They just need to survive here. We're looking at them struggling to cut across, but SMG! Oh, with Almighty behind them, these two teams might be the mighty meal of the Almighty.
Wow, that is a mouthful.
Yeah, I know, right?
Meanwhile, Almighty did make their way well within circle. Maybe, oh my god, is this GENEXUS getting the circle again? Surely nobody gets this lucky. I wouldn't even call that lucky. They went through a bunch of enemy. They drove straight to the heart.
I mean, that's what veterans do. They read the circle and just give the comms towards the team and making sure they've done it right. But MAB still not done with Sumners. Seems like a perfect trajectory. It will end. Boom. Oh my god! That's the sexiest Kobe ever. One hit, one shot, one team down.
That was almost a teardrop. Inspired by the actual Kobe Bryant. May he rest in peace. The GOAT of all time. Meanwhile, Maki shooting up against the Yoodo Alliance 4 rival who's got 2 members in a single package here. Could be detrimental for both of them. Do they have to cover fire? No, they don't. Losing members the way they did, try to push up onto impossible high ground, especially now that MAB occupies it, which is a weird rotation, and they're out.
Oh,
Why
boy.
would they go to the side of MAB? The circle is not there.
They have to actually avoid the fight that's actually denying their entrance there. If you look at how much population coming up from that side of the circle, they don't have a choice. They have to make a longer rotation now. TABAH and C, on the other hand, is actually denying everybody to try to move. GENEXUS is still holding their grounds, but the circle is not on their side. Almighty, on the other hand, trying to cut across, but how are there so many teams still outside of it?
Well, maybe it closed in a little bit cramper and away from the rest of the people here. Almighty Nasty gets one onto Maki. That's one way going on to their side. That is their first kill, though. They might even look to team wipe as they got another member, John, down. Closing for more. Calamity is left, but this guy has been clutching out for Almighty thus far. Surely in the 3v1, they will claim one for themselves.
Nice try from MMB, but Almighty really stepped up their game. The address he picks, he got knocked instead. But Nasty don't have time to save his mate. It's the 5th phase. Yeah, definitely. The circle will hurt this time with 3% damage over time per second. The rest of the team that's not inside, they really have to creep themselves into it. They have to pincer themselves if they need to and brawl into it. But damn QT just cannot get this one now. So many teams shooting from back and left, right and center. They cannot go out from here.
This looks like it's going to go down to a very interesting match here. As you see, TABAH and C, their position is nearby GENEXUS, who's got eyes on them. So although Flax OP will be neutralizing one target on one end, they've got problems just lurking around the corner. GENEXUS down by their feet.
Now it seems like TABAH and C still have a lot of manpower, but Almighty, the moment they step into the zone, they want to get in. They have to cut across so many teams as well. They will actually gatekeep for TABAH and C. They are just farming eliminations here. They're not inside yet, but they are so confident to take out all the eliminations as they can get, but they have to cut across GENEXUS here. Unless if they want to make a big rotation, but they have to face RSG as well.
They can't. RSG is going to shoot them down. They have to crash onto GENEXUS. It seems like the better move here, seeing as though that TABAH NC does have the high ground. However, the distance is a bit way too far. At a certain point, that high ground just becomes negligible in a sense. Now, Homebois close in their rotation is a bit closer to TABAH NC. This could be a deterrent for them to even make some sort of a move play here.
With a very small radius of circle, 150 meters only for the 6th phase. Nobody's in it. It ended up in no man's land. Every single team there is inside. Still 5 down to go. All of them are touching the rim now. Everybody wants to fight and brawl, and this is gonna be the best battle royale. TABAH NC taking the fight head on again. GENEXUS, they have the ledge to work with. Snappy taking down on Frankie first. That grenade was on point and timed so well.
Oh, one more nade against BuBu, but he jumped that one just by a bit, man. Flax OB fell. BuBu clutched that one now despite having taken so much damage, and now GENEXUS stay clean. This is a team with so much potential. As I mentioned, they have to push on to GENEXUS. That seems like the more possible of fight. But GENEXUS, they're not one to be toyed over.
But they might have chosen RSG instead. I definitely feels like it should be that way. You know the firepower coming out from GENEXUS. But Bosskur on the other end, we do have GENEXUS versus RSG next if they want to fight. Unless if they're willing to face Bosskur first for GENEXUS. It seems like they're taking their own positions still. But GENEXUS are forming to 2-2-2 formation.
I'm worried about that, Chuchu.
Splitting it. And they caught the eye of a small boy. Now, Leung having a tough spot, making a lot of merry-go-round moments. But Loyu, on the other hand, holding himself in a compound. RSG spreading out. The rest of them on the north still try to hold in as much as they can. They got the walls to work with for Homebois and Bosskur. But how much longer they can stay in there?
GENEXUS right now, they seemingly, I think they're getting a bit greedy, but it might work out, might not for them. They're spreading out, and people by the wall, BuBu, he can actually farm the likes and be a third party onto Bosskur and Homebois, who eventually will have to leave their spot and push upwards onto the high ground. So taking that point is crucial, but can they fend RSG's off for them to successfully do so? Look at that. Pressures on the side of Bosskur and Homebois. They're gonna have to leave that spot even soon unless the circle closes onto them, which is unlikely.
But at the moment, the circle not actually favors them for the side of having their compounds. The team that actually having the compounds working, Homebois and Bosskur. The moment they step out, it's going to be an open area. There's no way for them to hide. While Loyu shooting out towards Kim. They try to shut down RSG first, making sure they are the only team to be at the top of this hill. They need to take up the challenge no matter what. Loyu giving up the pressure, but it's just so hard to make the call here.
Look at that already. Suppressive fire from the high ground, and RSG as well, trying to mimic here and maybe get some kills of their own while their other members are dealing with the opposing ends. One trying to get a pick off onto Bosskur, one more on the side of Homebois. These two teams are a mirror of each other.
No, the circle is on the ledge on the side, sloping. Kim taking on Loyu. He got the opening. This is where RSG start to rush, but they are hesitant. They're trying to find another spot here, but this is the time that should be using so wise. But RSG taking on Homebois as well. Now they're taking too much attention towards them. But problem is the circle is at the sloping hills. How can they place themselves?
Surely if you're RSG, you just forget about Homebois at the time being, because this is the immediate threat. There's a chance that you might go down, and look, Loyu is now up in health. He can look to fight, and now RSG, they should have focused on the immediate threat before handling the others who has to go up in the highline. And in fact, already killing themselves. So Bosskur, Homebois, the battle of brothers will try and edge out on top here. One more Bard will go down as the final member of Homebois. Bosskur, they come up clean, and now GENEXUS goes up against RSG. RSG lose one member already. GENEXUS spread out way too thin, getting more angles covered. They have an idea on the locations of RSG. Do they have more utilities to play around with? Smoke has been deployed. Snappy trying to find a flank angle and gets traded in the process from the back lines. BuBu. Now they're trading back and forth. This switch is a little bit too fast and messy. Can they edge this one out? Small boy, he's going in, he's pushing. BuBu, does he spot this one out? He's surely on the left-hand side, and you will not, you fall down, but GENEXUS, they reign supreme by just the last minute.
He needs to reload at that time. The magazine emptied out, but now Bosskur starts to move. They take the advantage. They might just get away with that chicken dinner here. With only BuBu left remaining, BuBu managed to clutch it out. It was 1v2. Can he choke them out for Bosskur? And GENEXUS just hanging on the trap. BuBu is still hanging on.
He's got it. GENEXUS back to full health or at least 80%. Stood up and take the final shot. My God, GENEXUS playing out of these minds in week number 2.
With 11 eliminations. That was blowing our mind. He choked the rest of RSG, the rest of Homebois, the rest of Bosskur so hard. And Homebois and Bosskur, they have to kill each other out. They have to battle it out between the brothers. And only 2 remaining. But then, PU fighting against 2 men.
That was one of the most impressive matches I've seen today. I'm sorry, Choo-Choo.
The circle was crazy, by the way. The last circle was like, what is this terrain?
And circle that GENEXUS didn't have. They pushed on through. They just drove past by a bunch of the teams towards the heart of the initial, I think was the 5th, 6th circle or something. Sure, it closed onto them. But then they had RSG, which I thought took a toll of them a little bit too heavy. And then when it comes to that, Bosskur played that last minute clutch of healing yourself with the first aid. And then going up for the spray, the peak. My God, that was pixel perfect.
PU, you're back. You're coming in and you're coming in strong. And we have seen the best of you, but we definitely have to get to see the more of him. Because this might be one of his best. Not still at the peak yet. It's still week 2, by the way. And they just keep on growing for GENEXUS.
Yeah, they're leaving 2nd place to the dust right now.
Hey, they got chicken now. Hello.
Right. They're at 168 points last I calculated, or 162. With 11 kills and a chicken? Dude, everyone else is in the dust. How do you keep up? You play for 2nd place?
My God, that was... it's just... I'm not sure if it's something... Yes, there might be certain of element of luck in there somewhere, but the circle was really tough. The 7th circle is just crazy. But in case you guys missed it, here for you, the highlights to live it again. That just insane moment. Just watch it out.
Wow, guys, that was definitely a crazy match. But what was crazy was actually the circle. It was in La Bandita, and we all know it's a ditch and where the plane crashed. And that's definitely not an easy circle. It's basically to people who has vantage point, and plus the last circle actually closed into the vantage and not go into the ditch of where the plane crash was. So obviously, we can know that the people that has on the vantage will win that one. But this is our PUBG Mobile X Warframe, where we have the new collaboration and new things to be seen in the Royal Pass, and plus the new, I would say, the themes that is inside here, which is Warframe. So one of the cool things about this is the collectibles or the outfits that you guys need to have your hands on and try it out. And plus, there is cool animations on the outfit itself. I've seen it for myself, so you just purchase the Royal Pass and try X Warframe. There's a lot of things to be seen in this particular Royal Pass, and plus that collaboration that we have, quite neat, I would say. But the classic mode improvements which you have been seeing in our PMPL mode, although most of it that we have seen so far is actually the bridge and the firearms pickup. So basically, if there is a drop inside and then you want to change your guns, it will not go down in the waters. In fact, you can just select the options that is already there. So you don't have to, because usually that was my mistake. When I want to change weapons, it accidentally changed to the weapon that I do not want. But here we go. This is our match ranking again. GENEXUS clutching or taking back 3 chicken dinners. So the first chicken dinner was actually in the first week. This week, they have 2 chicken dinners already. So, but the thing about this team is not about the chicken dinner. It's about the elimination point. And their strength is actually CQC. If you guys realize, a lot of these matches that they have won against is when teams are neck on neck with each other and they are able to do CQC just like a breeze. You know, they can sail it through inside and no problem with that. RSG actually is the next best team to do CQC, but unfortunately I saw what's the problem just now. It could have been a different kind of outcome if Kim had a support, because he was way too far in front and nobody was supporting him at the back. So unfortunately for RSG, but wow, MVP goes to Nasty. That's amazing. Okay, I didn't see this coming. But MVP goes to Almighty Player with 700 damage, 42.51 team contribution, 3 eliminations. If right now he was an IGL, but I think for this season he changed his role into a fragger instead. I'm not sure who is the IGL at this point of time. It could be Moxie is not playing, so maybe it's Virgil. I've been seeing him scouting out a lot, so maybe that is his position for now as an IGL. But Nasty, wow, what a way to make a statement here as an MVP. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first, I would say, not a Malaysian player coming into this MVP, or maybe Damaso might have taken it. I'm not so sure, but congratulations Almighty for making it to the MVP. Now, of course, not moving from number 1 spot is GENEXUS. Guys, look at the elimination points. They are literally showing off that they do not need a chicken dinner. 90 points for eliminations, and they have a total of 188. And that leads to Axis and Geek Fam to have at least 3 or 2 good games to catch up with a huge elimination point. And what does that say to all these other teams that is bubbling under? A whole lot to catch up, guys. And we have only about, I would say, 10 more games to go. I mean, +1, which is after this 11. So you're just doing the math for the next 2 days. So there's a lot to catch up for all of these teams, especially the one that is under with only 40 points for Almighty, 45, SMG, Farang, and then we've got KHI at 60. So they need a whole lot of good games in order to catch up to the people in top 10 at least. So it's just all GENEXUS. And now it is a change, I would say, change of wind. You know, yesterday was Axis, today is GENEXUS, and I think GENEXUS will try and keep up the pace. They will not let anybody snatch that away. Looking at the total points, I don't think it's as easy as that for them to snatch it. But here we go. This is the recap and what I see in the game so far. The circle actually was a circle of Los Leones until it decided to shift into La Bendita, where it's not so far. If you can see from the map, La Bendita actually is a ditch. It's a circle. So when they want to go up and down the slope, it's only one-way entrance. So GENEXUS, yes, they did not get the circle, but every single time a team crash into them, they will wipe it out. And the strength here is a CQC, or close quarter combat. So they will force enemies, or they will force their oppositions to come into them, and they will handle it their way. You've seen 2 times in this map particularly, or this match, that they have contested very close combat battle, and they win it all because that's their strength. That's GENEXUS. So we can see right now where the circle is. And yes, guys, my prediction was wrong. Yoodo Alliance for Rivals did not get into the circle. Again, they were trying to rotate. They survived actually at the last, I would say, the 5th circle, where it's heavily concentrated into La Bendita. And like I said earlier, it's only a one-way entrance. Yep, there you go. Because of the ditch inside, then there's already people or teams that is gatekeeping. Like RSG has spread out the entire portion of that ditch. And that's the reason why Yoodo Alliance for Rivals, they cannot come in. There's only one-way entrance. They are being spotted easily, obviously. So about the teams that is outside of the circle, they have seen each other, because in order to get to La Bendita, it's actually quite a flat terrain. It's not so much of an up and down, so a lot of teams will see one another. That's the reason why a lot of teams have been going down quite easily when it was already the 6th, 5th circle. Now, talking about the teams that is inside the ditch, which is Homebois and Bosskur, again brothers, well, they decided to come out at the very last minute because they want the survival points also. And of course, Team Bosskur is coming out to fight, but Homebois, with that last blood, he did not get, because Team Bosskur did something very smart. They came out one by one, and the last person who anticipated Homebois player, which was Bud, it was actually Echo. So wait, it's not Echo. can't remember what's his name, Azhar or Asfar. He came out last and he had full health. That's the reason why they lost the battle. And now, looking to NC, they did not get the circle, so obviously, GENEXUS just waited for them to crash in and they got another CQC. Obviously, they won once again. But look into RSG, they had all the advantage. They covered a lot of points. But the problem was, yes, like what Keith and Chu said about they focus on Homebois when they shouldn't, and plus when they decided to focus on GENEXUS, all of them have already come in together, leaving Kim in front alone. And the distance between Small Boy and Kim was at least about 50 meters for a support, as compared to GENEXUS, who had a whole lot of firepower back to back with one another. Which is after this, I hope there's another visual that we can see and how actually Kim kind of contested alone. If he had better, so we didn't see, but I guess I'm just gonna tell you guys what happened. So Kim was alone. He managed to get one, but if only he had more support, it would have been a different gameplay. Now this is a miracle, I would say. Team Bosskur, they went up. Ainayoki had to go head to head with Biu, but Biu had that slope to cover. Doing the first aid, he didn't send a sound at all, and Bosskur did not prepare to pre-fire first. That's the reason why Biu kind of won it, because he can see Ainayoki, but Ainayoki cannot see where he is. So that's the reason why he won with that firepower, where he already have it ready before Ainayoki came into the picture. So if Ainayoki would have pre-fired, it would have a different story to tell. But that is my analyzation for our game number 4, and we are going to go for game number 5, and definitely today a whole lot of skill set is being shown by GENEXUS. So I'll see you guys for game number 5 after this quick break.
To be a champion, you must fail first. Sam 9 on fire.
Jangan ingat air yang tenang tiada buaya. Kat situ ada Homebois. Hati-hati. Homebois family.
From ordinary to extraordinary, there's a long way to cross. Whenever we lose our way, there's always a light that keeps us going. The light sparks from every young heart. It leads us to capture inspiration in ordinary days. It encourages us to seize the colors of sunrises after the darkest hours and create something amazing with it. We brought the magical color changing effect to life thanks to a dual layer chromic bonding process. Place the back cover under the light for just a moment and you'll see it go from a calming blue to a passionate red, just like the color changing of the sky during sunrise. Presented by RealMe Design Studio. A tribute to those who dare to capture the light. Realme 9 Pro Series.
Stand up! Just gotcha, if you guys know what I mean. It's the first clip that we saw before we start the Pro League. Stand up. But I am standing up and I am your host and analyst for today. I am Sis Jenny. You are watching Pro League MYSGPH Spring 2022. So this is our last match of the day. We are going back to the OG map of Erangel. I really like to see matches from Erangel actually. I can just rewind forward. I don't know why. I just love Erangel. That's why I love PUBG, because I like the map so much. I don't know. But anyways, it's not about me. It's about the games that we have witnessed so far. And GENEXUS is definitely coming in strong, very feisty. I really am not going to, CQCs with them is no joke. No joke at all. Definitely someone else is in the lead right now. And wow, Bart. Most knockouts from Bart. And actually Bart came from SMG. Just now when Chu and Keith was talking earlier. Yes, they are from SMG. Leaving Jenny behind right now in SMG still. Calamity coming in with second position with 3 knockouts, and also Nasty from ALMGHTY. So it's something good for ALMGHTY to look back. I mean, yes, they got their first chicken dinner in the first week, definitely rooting for the second one somewhere. But at least this is a kind of accomplishment for ALMGHTY to come into one of the leaderboards. And Nasty is naturally a fragger and a rusher when it comes to his role. So I'm not surprised if he is able to get those knockouts easily, at least from the team of ALMGHTY from Singapore. So, yep, sometimes knockouts doesn't mean you have to be fragger. Like for example, Bart, he's actually a support. As compared to the 2 roles before this, there was just a fragger. But now, here we go, looking at the damage. Yeah, I wanted to see the previous one, but at least this one, the 4th match, we are seeing almost quite a balanced form of damage. Like what I said, teams have stepped up their game this week. We are seeing a lot of even, I would say, kind of reflexes that the teams are giving. A whole lot of teams is engaging. They are no longer waiting. They see someone, they will just go for it. Sometimes they just get one knock and they will just do a push. So that's the reason why you're seeing a whole lot of bars climbing up. Even though, yes, the difference is not that much. It's only 1,500 as compared to the rest. And we have 3 teams getting 1,300 plus. And that is TABAH and CRSG and MAB. A team that we did not expect to give that kind of damage, because when it comes to Miramar, they really are going to use the peak of the mountain. So it's something to talk about MAB. And plus, they were creative earlier by bringing a VSS at the last 4th circle. So MAB definitely trying to cook up something. But our 5th match of the day is going to be played by Group A, C, D, and E, with our 2 different countries coming on board, which is ALMGHTY and KHR Esports, and the rest of them is still going to play for the last match. So Team B will take a quick break. I would say they will take a break for today, which is your, I would say, fans' favorites. Team Secret, Sam9, and Geek Family is playing. But yes, that is the team that will not, sorry, I keep saying the wrong things. The group that will not be playing, by the way, for this particular match. But now for my prediction, I'm going to go back with my words. Like what I told you guys earlier, the first and the last match, I will go for Farang Lejund, just because I want to give that the support to them. And I think that they still have it in them. It's just that they couldn't find the right shoes or something. I'm not so sure exactly, but I'm sticking to my choice this time, and hopefully they get a chicken dinner. So, what are your predictions? Do drop in the comment section. Give the support to your teams. If can, tag them, DM them, and sometimes one of them will actually read it out. Even though they don't reply you, but you are there as a fan, and that is usually, I did that when I was a viewer. I keep tagging 4Rivals back then because Farang, this is their second season. I've been watching this since season 2. So, you guys do it, and hopefully, you guys will get, replies and at least somehow maybe a free jersey. I'm not so sure. Don't say I said that, but just give the support, guys. Come on. You are the fans. Because of you, this will not happen. Okay? So, with that said, our casters are ready for the game and let them blow your mind. Let's go, casters.
Thank you so much, Sis Jenny. I'm still waiting for her DMs until today. No. Never get any from Sis Jenny. But speaking of which, we do have Group B. The group of death will be resting for the rest of the day here. Team Secret, Sem9, GENEXUS. Don't be sad. And Homebois won't be playing. But this is going to be getting more feisty as we're heading towards our last match. Speaking of which, oh my god, that GENEXUS play just
I don't think I can do this, Chu.
Why?
I can't do this.
Why?
It's a game where GENEXUS is not playing and suddenly I just don't have the heart anymore.
You know what? What you can't see, but you can see with GT2 Pro, where greater than you see from Realme. Make sure you guys check it out. Their latest devices there. And also this is one of the best latest chips for you to play your PUBG Mobile because they are official partner for today and for the entire league. And also our tech trendsetter for the young and the old ones with potential to give them the best accessory and phone ever. And also don't forget to switch over to Yoodo. You know you do best when you pick and customize your own plans. And also you can get 5 GB of data, high-speed data by the way. And for you, not just doing your TikTok videos, also to play PUBG Mobile with 20 GB free. You do a lot of TikToks, don't you?
No, although I look like a young soul myself, my heart is as old as gold, and that's why GENEXUS seems to be my my next crazy obsession right now.
I have to agree. That was a mind-blowing time. I mean, like, they knocked one on Loyu in the last one. And Loyu wasn't executed, so he can actually see what's going on, giving the information back to its view about the movement of the players from Bosskur. That's why he managed to heal himself first. Maybe, I think Loyu was shouting like, heal yourself up first, then you shoot. He did exactly that, and they got themselves that chicken, and they have been waiting so long.
I know for a fact nobody's going to heal themselves in that sort of situation, right? Because that's going to keep you immobilized in a moment.
He got himself a bit of a geographical to play along. He got that kind of a sort of small barriers when the heals are kind of not even out. So Bosskur is the one that actually have to pick out from that kind of a sloppy hill.
Sure, but also Bosskur has been showing their head. So at that point, don't you just like, oh, okay, I'm not healing, you know?
Trigger discipline.
Exactly, but man, I 3 days. How does a team stay consistent in 3 days within a week?
I mean, like, Axis was consistent like what, 2 days, including today still? Is it really? But Dingoz did that last week. So GENEXUS might just actually taken over for the placement in the weekly point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did.
But last week they weren't that.
Exactly, so that's why I'm so confused. How is this playstyle itself feels so different? Like, where was the GENEXUS before?
And they just, try to rig things up, maybe just to get familiarized themselves with the rotations, maybe with the teams and the group itself. And then they're like, we can do this, just run and gun, don't think too much, And
that's why I'm a bit sad that the final game will not include them. However, okay, let's not throw in favoritism. Keith, you're being a bit biased on the desk. Hey, I'm not the only one. We've got a host.
Now throw it to the host as well.
I'm kidding, but yeah.
Show everybody under the bus, kid. That's what you do.
I think everyone's a fanboy of like GENEXUS right now and what they can be potentially just by the previous 3 days itself, right? It doesn't need much convincing. Hey, I wasn't a fanboy back then. I'm a fanboy right now. In fact, I just went onto Facebook to follow the entire page.
I mean, like, I was their fanboy. I'm not a boy, but I was their fan back then. I'm still a fan of them. Especially with this comeback, there's so many things we can talk about, so many feisty drama. But the best thing is we're heading back to our Erangel last match of the day where we have 4 groups playing out of 5 ADEC. A, D, A, C, D, whatever. It doesn't matter the alphabet sequence anyway. Do you think Sis Jenny can get predictions right this time?
Well, based on my experience being in a host spotlight, you're bound to get 99.9% wrong.
Hey, I got mine. I mean, like, I got 2 consecutive right prediction in a day back then, so...
Well, maybe not on the English panel.
I mean, don't challenge me.
Well, I guess we're all looking
challenge
forward
me.
for that day where Choo Choo will have to make talent predictions and maybe we'll just prove her wrong in that sense. Yeah.
Don't challenge me. But still, we're talking about Erangel. This time, we do see a lot of improvement coming in from KSI and Almighty at the same time. So they start to get the sort of the mojo into this tournament right now. They kind of get used to how they have to deal with the CQC or long-range battles. Also, how to rotate. I'm loving this kind of progress for our Philippines team and also the Singaporean team.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can win in an almost impossible situation, surely it becomes a 1v3 if you consider the amount of kill he got in that one moment over in Sandhawk. If not, it's a 1v2. Regardless, favor was not in your hand. The odds were against you, and to be able to pull that one off, I'm going to quote one of the Malay casters who I was talking to during the break.
Who?
It was Topcast, and he said, Philippines are proving themselves in a good way. They're slowly shutting up the haters.
Hey, hell yeah. I have to say I agree because, you know, action speaks louder than words. So they're just proving it right now. But hopefully they maintain this consistency because that's what's important for this kind of format these days. You have to be consistent for 5 days. Basically, it's every single day.
Every single competitive day, that is. And GENEXUS has been doing that spectacularly. Now that they are out in this final game, who do you think, like, the doors are open?
I mean, like, Axis, the doors are open for them to take over that #1 spot again. If they can actually get a double-digit elimination plus a chicken in, and that's a lot of terms and condition in it.
Terms and condition applies.
Yes, definitely.
But if I'm being honest, I don't think it's enough. I think the lead they created by GENEXUS today itself, because Axis wasn't consistent today. So I think that lead has increased exponentially. I think GENEXUS should be around 190, if not 200 right now.
Close enough.
Yeah,
Close enough.
And Axis were at 140 last I checked.
But we're still not the end of week.
Of
week
course.
2. So we still have a couple of more days to go, and it will be extended to its Monday as well, in case you guys haven't get the notice about the postponement of our day 1 back then. On Wednesday.
Yeah.
So yeah, day 1, week 2, by the way. So it will be actually tracked to its Monday. So they have 2 more days to go for this team to prove themselves. They can get that 20 point for the bonus, or I prefer to say weekly points later. So I do want to see if there's any team ended up with 80 points though, if they can actually make it.
You can't do that.
That's a huge statement for this format.
Obviously, yeah, week 1's over. But whoever ended up in #1 in the overalls for week 1 will have to pull the same sort of performance and get #1 in week 2 as well for that dream to be still alive.
And the worst part for these teams, they have to be creative because they need to come up with new plan every single time based on the flight path, based on the circle, and also based on their rotation. Because if you keep on doing the same thing that you are doing multiple times, people can actually start to read out and they will try to aim you and aim you down first for the entire team. So they need to, you know, be creative.
Yeah, crash onto GENEXUS. I'd like to see that happen. After all the feats they have displayed, I'm putting them up there with the most aggressive teams.
Now you make me think about TABAH MC. Just now I asked you the question we were casting about. Should they go over for the RSG fight or GENEXUS fight? That definitely should be RSG, but they picked the wrong opening that time.
To be fair, okay, take out the team names in a process. If you had to choose, RSG, you probably had not much info and they had, like, you know, it's a harder push to make, right? They're far in a distance. Meanwhile,
not really. They're kind of stuck in between the two
but
teams.
think about the tactical advantage you could get. If you won that fight against GENEXUS, that compound would be yours.
GENEXUS.
They don't know it was GENEXUS. That's the issue, right?
You heard how they blazing out their guns just now. This kind of gunfire, this craziness coming in. This is definitely GENEXUS.
Oh yeah, they did not last like 5 seconds in that push.
That's what I meant. That was insane how they actually clutch out CQC in a very short time. They actually reset themselves after being shooting around the corners for so long and always alert and prepared when somebody rushed in. Now that's kind of very real godlike mental strength they have there for GENEXUS, really.
Not to mention, I think during the entry frag of who's the team that crashed onto GENEXUS again? TABAH NC, yeah.
That's the one that we're still talking about.
Yeah, we're still talking about that. I kind of forgotten. I knew it was green, but during the entry frag,
yeah, sorry, yeah.
They actually tagged BuBu, and then somehow the shot stopped connecting, and BuBu was the one with the lower HP took on their member, the entry itself, and everything went downhill for.
I mean, like BuBu was the bait for the team that time.
Or maybe his footwork is just impeccable.
Maybe. And maybe how he actually, while being knocked down, managed to find covers in a very...
Well, it was a jiggle.
It was a jiggle, really.
It was a jiggle.
While we're waiting for our players to be ready,
God.
you guys watching at home, be sure for you to like and share. Thank you so much for you guys supporting us English channel. We always love you. Don't leave us, please.
Yeah, we love all 76 of you.
Now, this is also on YouTube. So
oh, that's true. That accumulates.
There's 200 over there. So all of you guys, the hundreds of you, we love you so much because you guys are awesome. You know what? We love you guys too. Just if only I can actually reply each one of you, I would have. But we can only say it live, saying that we love you. That's just it. That's the most love we can give right now. Maybe you can DM me.
Okay, maybe she's got more love to give. Maybe I'm not so generous for that one. It's not Christmas just yet. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So
Go follow Choo Choo on her socials.
Oh,
okay?
his as well. Just gonna promote ourselves here since we have nothing else to do.
And
Shameless.
It's not like we've got a platform to promote here, right?
Yeah,
it's not
hello.
like we don't have to promote PUBG Mobile. But in all seriousness, PUBG Mobile as well. All the games that we've had on today, it was an eventful day, especially with that previous performance. All brought to you by PUBG Mobile. So if you have the time, actually you have time right now. The flight hasn't left the airport just yet.
Yeah.
The hangar is still getting ready. So go over to all PUBG Mobile platforms. Instagram, YouTube, Facebook.
There's PUBG Mobile Esports, PUBG Mobile Official, PUBG Mobile...
TikTok.
Yeah, there you go.
Follow every single one of them.
There's too many pages of PUBG Mobile. Honestly, you guys can get a lot of infos and updates there as well regarding this patch or the scoreboards or anything about the current stats of each of the player. There is sometimes being posted for how many MVPs each person get or who's the MVP for this week or whatsoever. So be sure to stay tuned with all the updates because sometimes we may surprise you. And also, there's also the 4th year anniversary, by the way.
Oh, true. Happy birthday, PUBGM. That last part didn't really hit it didn't fit into the tune, did it?
Yeah, but we got the 4th year down here. But you guys were actually in Malaysia. I think today or tomorrow will be the last day of the PUBG Mobile 4th year anniversary celebration in some way permit. You can actually visit out the booth. That's really cool. And also try to win some things that I didn't manage to win any. Because the claw machine is just so hard.
So I'm going to come in from the chat's perspective here. But Choo Choo, I'm not from around Malaysia. How do I go to Sunway Pyramid? What's your response to that?
Buy a flight ticket and come here.
That is true. It's the 1st of April. Borders are open. Malaysia is welcoming
It's
people
2nd
over.
of April now.
Oh,
you guys
is
have
it?
lost your mind. Yes.
I have lost my mind.
Yeah, it's 2nd
You
of
have to check. You doubt yourself.
Because there's so many people saying it's 1st of April today. April Fool for you guys. And also for Muslims out there, happy Ramadan. It's going to be the fasting month for all of us. And be sure to stay healthy. But we're going to match. Our match number 5 is ready to go. I think we're going to march over there very soon. Speaking of which, Axis Red One, Dingoz, hello.
Hey, Dingoz.
Bosskur, Homebois.
Wouldn't count them out. Honestly, right now, my top tier list when it comes to fragging. GENEXUS, R2K.
We're not going to mention them. They're not playing this time.
I would even throw maybe Homebois in there. I don't know. I'm trying to start a tier list in my mind.
Homebois 6 is quite good. So,
yeah.
I mean, like, the teams that really kind of lighten up out there here, which I say one that's always under the spotlight, it's going to be definitely today GENEXUS. We have Axis Red One, and we have also Dingoz. We have also, might be R2K in there somewhere. Yeah, we have PMPL specifically for Yoodo Alliance, for Rivals, and also Homebois and Bosskur. But It's gonna be match number 5 here. Last match of our day.
She just interrupted me when I said, really? Just one guy from Yoodo Alliance for Rival? Really?
Oh, he made a lot of plays here today. He did a lot of solo stuff, so
Oh my god.
you have to give credit to Pumburu as well.
The entire team is lethal. Okay, Choo-Choo.
Yeah, that's true. I won't deny that, but that's true.
All right, we've taken flight here. Final match of the day. This is day number 3 and week number 2 here. Cutting from Milta Power down to Quarry. Looking like it may favor the likes of TABAH and NSEA, who's going to get their usual spot in Sosnovka. Now we talk about Axis, who likes Stelber Kameshki, seemingly impossible right now to get to.
If they can find themselves a couple of vehicles, like, why not? But the problem is not just the flight path here. They might take their own time before they're dropping themselves on their parachute, with their parachute, waiting for first circle to pop. Because the moment you try to go towards the northern side and suddenly the circle is SMB again, oh boy.
Yeah, then they've got a can of worms to open. But however, Homebois, they found a way through, and that is a quick rotation. Just placing that coin onto Sosnovka military base, and actually panning out for them. So maybe they got that one. Meanwhile, take a look at the rest of them here. Surely with Geek Fam is not leaving it just yet. As the flight keeps on moving on further, it seems like they're drifting further and further from Georgia Paul.
Oh well. We're still waiting for a circle to pop. It's really...
Ah, there we go.
Deja vu. What is this? Circle madness.
Homeboys, just do whatever you do. Oh, wait, they're not playing this round. Oops. Someone
hello.
else. They've got to...
It's maybe 7-9 gonna march over because they did that last time as well, I think. Maybe.
They were? They did.
They did.
So
Well, definitely Bosskur gonna do that because they did as well. Last time.
TABAH NC now has got the SMB for themselves. RSG did the same rotation as well.
Team Hawk.
That's true. Team Hawk too.
But the thing is, Team Hawk last match, they get themselves really in a tough spot. Didn't get any points at all. With no damage output as well. So I assume they're being ambushed. But again, scan now. Just flex yourself with your response and reflect. Just reflect your reaction time as well. If you didn't get to scan this, you're very slow, so you can't be a PUBG Pro player. But if you can, then you can get yourself a 5 GB data, high-speed data with Yoodo, and also 20 GB of data for PUBG Mobile for free. But SMG, they're gonna bridge camp this time. Interesting.
Doing the same thing they did previously, actually. SMG was camping the bridge earlier on with the first Erangel map today. Obviously, with this sort of circle, you kind of have to take that chance that some teams would be rotating in or rotating out. So I think that's a smart thing to do.
You know, I remember one time, it was way long ago, where this kind of circle kind of appeared. That time they don't have platform with the bridge, with the new, like this new patch. So there's 2 bridges, right, on top of the ferry pier and also the Milta. Usually the circle will actually favors around the ferry pier side. So there's one team or a couple of teams try to actually, I think one team tried to bridge over the Milta. But everybody just gonna go over the other side of the bridge, so they camp for nothing. So it's so sad.
Hold that thought though, because Zali now, we're talking about being sad. He could be the sad one out of the bunch here, getting kicked out to the lobby soon if SMG do close the gap here and try and dish out some lethal pursuit. Lethal damage. Zali, oh, with that flip, surely that's gonna cost him big time. He's just trying to stable things out. He did stabilize though, so that's a good thing going on his way. And SMG, despite the roly-oly-poly, they cannot capitalize on a kill.
No, it's just too hot. SMG will have to back out from this camping, give it away to the other team. Now, they have a bit of a problem to bridge camp now. They're going just straight into the center of the circle, assuming it might be similar to the previous Erangel today. Maybe.
Surely. I mean,
circle
one.
You know, make it a bit of a suspense sometimes.
I mean, is there a moment where the circle would break out of the radius of the first circle? Surely it closes within it, right? And it's already heavily sighted down onto SMB.
Oh, that's kind of true. But maybe on the different side of SMB, maybe on top of a bridge and just go north all the way. Who knows? But back to Stalber. Now, we did mention about Axis. They want to go over Stalber. It's kind of a long shot with the fly path earlier, but they still managed to actually reach and arrive on time. And now it's a bit of a problem. They have to find vehicle to go downwards again.
But it seems like they've always been taking that route. They don't mind getting burned in the at least first 2 circles. But it might be the thing that's going to keep them out here, because trying to rotate onto SMB is tougher than trying to rotate down onto farm. So, I don't know. This Stalber Kamashki thing just seems like a long shot.
I mean, like, they can take their own sweet time to rotate very slow here, because we do know how compact it is. But the thing about this kind of circle, if you come in very late, you saw how many teams just being taken down easily like that. And the teams that actually will survive are the teams that the quickest to get there. The first few always will survive.
Yeah, plus you don't want to be like what happened to them before, right? I believe they were one of the teams who was swimming and getting shot down in a process.
And that was GENEXUS, by the way.
Yeah, there were more than just GENEXUS. GENEXUS was one of them I mentioned.
Oh, what a fanboy, a hardcore one as well.
What do you mean? I'm legitimizing your claim. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that they're not the only ones.
But you're like, no, they're not the one who be dragged down here.
No, I said they're not the only ones.
Okay.
Get it right.
Oh, GENEXUS the Great. Okay, GENEXUS the Great. There you go. And back to R2K.
Oh, what?
R2K. Isaiah. What?
Go on.
Okay, thank you. Now, we talked about so many teams still in the game, and none of them actually having any first blood yet. Now, this might be one of the first few games that we might having looking over the longest first blood ever. Well, EVOS is always the one of the first few to get engaged first, if you notice.
I think EVOS and RSG almost always clashes onto each other. Their rotations are more similar than not, just like how Sam9 and Team Secret are. And who are the others? Farang and Clutch Guerilla. These two somehow always end up fighting each other, and well, they are here again.
Homebois, Bosskur, Farang, Clutch of Guerilla. It's always like sort of, because they might be screaming in sort of a same environment, so they kind of get used to almost the similar rotations as well. But RSG and who was it again?
EVOS.
There you go. RSG and EVOS might actually be in the same scrimmage as well. Maybe.
I mean, I would categorize them to be at similar power levels, if I'm being honest.
And that's kind of true. They're very similar when it comes to their playstyle, their strategy, also their formation even. And sometimes even their ups and downs are similar as well.
Yeah, I remember sometime in week 1, EVOS crashed onto the side of RSG, and then in that fight itself, only one member alive from RSG.
Yep, either way or it's like either that person or this person. But back about CLC, Clutch Guerilla heard the gunfires and they shooting it out. Who are they shooting against?
Against Ghost. Oh, there we go. He does see the buggy. Did he?
Oh, he just gonna deny.
The buggy just went past by him.
That's scary. I didn't know they have Ghosts in PUBG Mobile, honestly.
I like this. Singapore versus Philippines. The two guests here in the PMPL MYSGPH might go at it at each other.
Oh, boy.
We've never seen these two power levels match, and now Nasty taking nasty hits here from Demigod himself. Now, the rest of the teams have been alerted with that gunfire. Can the rest of KHI make the rotation in, though? They are far and wide. However, they do have eyes. Demigod with a nice nade will take out Nasty. The rest of Almighty have made the rotation in. But what about the rest of KHI?
They're spreading about quite far apart for KHI. For Almighty, on the other hand, they have to fight against one Demigod, but most of them are quite hesitant when trying to make a shot, but the moment they picked out, they will definitely be shot down here. Almighty, Nasty will not be forgiven and will not be revived here as it's two out in the open. Boy! So close.
Oh, that looked like he was going to hit here, but he has to be careful. I don't think you go in the revive with Nasty. He's as good as gone. The wound is nasty. It's got gangrene all over. Just let him die, and he will. Meanwhile, they have more to deal with. Homebois has been lopping nades inside this household, creating such a disturbance. But the rest of Almighty, do you like the positioning they're in? Like, what sort of cover are you gonna give? They're behind walls.
And they're losing men here. And it's not really great. They didn't get any information about the position and the movement coming out from Homebois now. It seems like a perfect trajectory, but not yet. Homebois see that one coming. Just gonna take a bit of a cover. But Virgil still not giving up. They are just giving out way too much resources for this fight, honestly speaking. You saw how the circle just now pops. It might be a bridge circle.
But why is the rest of KHI actually backing out? They're actually finding a way to exit here. Surely they didn't know it was Almighty, but man, it's a 4v3.
I mean, like, one of the reasons they don't want to waste their resources is still way too early to pick up unnecessary fights. Try to avoid it as much as you can.
True.
And not wasting too much. Since the circle really comprises a lot of water ratio, so there's not much places you can reloot yourself in case you use too much of it. For Axis, Micah and the rest of Exit's Red One start to move. They're quite far apart and spread out quite thin against each other, but still managed to secure a bit of a positioning, maybe on the higher ground, so they're trying to find themselves a good point of view. But Team Huck, though...
Ooh, they got a boat. They're banking on a boat, I think.
Is it really wise to do so, really? I mean, like... Oh.
Wait, no. Previously, who was on a boat? Was it Clutch or Farang?
It was Geek Fam.
Oh, it was Geek Fam. Neither one of the Sis Jenny's favorite here. Meanwhile, TABAH NC, he's got SMGs in sight. Just gatekeeping here. You're going to have to take one out in order to pass by or at least deter them from guarding and allowing entry points. But I don't see that happening here as Mile is already punching the air through to give him an edge forward silently. No footsteps in sight. He is now in the flank side of Flex OP.
Oh, this west bridge gonna be the bridge of death. He found one for Mile. He played the platform that newly created in this patch so well. And now can just cut across under it. But damn Cutie struggling with only band-aids. And now TABAH NC have to butt in as well. And now he's kind of caught in between. Now Mile, oh, he managed to shot one down. But damn Cutie with band-aids. That's a lot of time for him to actually kill himself up.
Yeah, but hey, one thing's for sure. TABAH NC made the rotation through this. They lost only one. So kind of a win being choke pointed at the bridge and only lose one member while still making it within circle.
Oh, we can finally see the new bridge fight maybe in the last few circles. Feels like it. There's a reason now for them to actually put the circle on top of the bridge where everybody can stand. But Geek Fam, Clutch, Guerilla, Dips. What a nice shot from afar. I think that's right, 150 meters apart, and he managed to pin it down. The circle will pop soon. A lot of people in Pachinki, but will the circle go north here? If it goes south, no, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Teams are actually in the main peninsula.
We'll see how it goes. It goes down in the last few seconds, and that is the determining factor. Looks like, man, TABAH NC made their way through. They're going to have to make the rotation back, and they just went through and lose a member in the process. That just did not pay out well for them.
Now it's a lose one, huh?
Yeah, now that's a feels bad. You're probably going to lose another member on the rotation out because SMG knows you're on the inside.
Oh, it's kind of true. we will definitely get our grudge back because right now, most teams are actually on the outskirts of Gakha. They're looking over Exit Red One, are moving towards the circle. They know they don't have any more time to lose. KHI, on the other hand, are on fire. They're taking down on Team Huck, who's actually back then was just around the coastline. They're still at the same place they were before, but EVOS just happens to be behind KHI.
Yeah, they always come in as a third party, but Team Huck doing a lot of damage here. Already, KHI losing 2 members, 2 more left remaining standing. Obviously, if they win a certain team fight, they can go in for the revive, but take a look at Almighty. The Singaporean Giants now going in, contesting the likes of Bosskur. Our boy falling pretty low, looking like he might just book a ticket out of there. Surely, he'll be safe based on the elevations.
Hopefully for now, if they can manage to part ways in a different direction. But Team Huck, on the other hand, they tried to pin down on KHI, who's stuck between 2 teams with EVOS VIP behind their tails, but Bosskur just arrived. Psycho. We do know these guys, what can he do in a very short amount of time? He can shoot so well, and his grenades are incredible as well. But Damaso is going to do the classic again, just going to prone down, waiting for somebody to open the door.
Oh, I don't think that Bosskur is going to get that chance to be a psycho here. Team Huck goes in straight, tries to frag them down, and all that gunfire, that is one to panic if you were a player. That was more than one person for sure. Zali gets one on the outskirts, trying to move in for the flank side. They're cooking up the nade, trying to bomb this entire house, take a few members out with him. But I don't think it's been successful so far. But the nade through the window as far. That's as far as he goes.
Oh, that was a Saxon nade, by the way. Threw out the window and into the wall. But Team Huck just gonna finish off the job here. The rest of Team Bosskur kind of regret trying to save Psycho, and Aboy just gonna, I'm gonna build a ship. Yep, there you go. But this vehicle almost blown up as well.
They were literally out of the pan and into the fire, that one. They avoided Almighty to get into Team Hawk, which wasn't any better.
Oh, the thing is, KHI is still there. I'm surprised how they didn't actually engage and how they part ways halfway. And also, EVOS was behind their tail back then. What happened to those teams? Apparently, they want to get into the center of circle first. So they don't want to get into any fights that's not really that much important if you compare with how many... Oh, my God.
Oh, look at Dingoz. They already have quite a wide spread.
But CLC got themselves that compound. So that's the only compound. Maybe few more compounds to work around. But this is the thing. They don't want to waste any of their resources anymore because there are not many compounds that you can actually loot from unless if you're being blessed by the airdrop.
Even so, that's not a good option. It's a risky option. Go in and be the center of attention, sure. There's a reason why when the match statistics come out, the highest I've seen was probably like 2 loots on the airdrop.
I mean, like, there's also not much of grenades, but KHI! Shot down by Geek Fam the moment they migrate and try to transition themselves into a different place. That's no way out! Geek Fam shutting down so many bullets raining over the side of KHI. And Yoodo Lions 4 rivals taking on Team Hug as well. Now, this is not a good sign. We saw the heart shape of a circle way up to the open field of Gutka.
I like how Geek Fam immediately went in for the loot here because they've been stuck here for the longest of time, being pinned down in that little shed. Finally get some resources going on their way. 4 first aids, 13 band-aid, and not too shabby. But it's not shared across the members here, so they're taking turns to go on and loot. So
just to be sure everybody's safe.
Gotta look after your people, they say. Team Hawk, meanwhile, though, against EVOS. Taking 1 member down confirms it, and now EVOS playing with only 3. Meanwhile, MAB turns into the gatekeeper for SMG, who has been playing gatekeeper and now falling like flies by the bridge. Totally a wasted strategy trying to gatekeep onto SMB Islands and now losing 2 in the process. Man, that's gotta feel bad. Easy 2 points onto the side of MAB.
What around goes around, they say. Because that's what SMG tried to do before and they got bit back in the back. It's going to hurt them quite a lot. MAB on the other hand is a Thanksgiving day for them, but SMG already lacking with 2 men now. Walking into another war zone. My God, it's just really a disastrous day for them.
It's been a disastrous 1.5 week.
Oh my God, I didn't even realize that.
SMG hasn't even got a chance to catch a breath of air. They've been struggling down in the bottom for the longest of time, and right now, seemingly last game in day number 3, it doesn't look like they're gonna have that shot to shine as well.
We do have Yoodo Alliance with Voki taking the lead in front. R2K fighting to get exit jump, but the IGL knocked down. THQ, Team Hawk going all out as well, but Bosskur bowing out quite early. The first team to be out within the 4th phase of a circle, which is going to be only 600 meters diameter. Very small space for 16, 15 teams still.
Yeah, however, this is Yoodo Alliance 4 rival. As I mentioned, I always talk about the firepower they bring onto the table, and you can see, despite having no covers, the sort of advancement they're doing, this is very risky, and they always like to play this way. Under cover of smokes, they take on fights head on, and this is just classic Yoodo Alliance 4 rival right here.
Yeah, hopefully they have enough utilities when they actually get into the center of the circle. Shift again! Going towards the downwards, they go. But there goes Pamburu and the rest of Yoodo Alliance. We have Apel going in as well, but Voki knocked down first. Pamburu trying to cover on the backside, but there's so many grenades being thrown as well. There's no room of a breather, but one more team out. RSG down in the drain, waiting for tomorrow's match, and also TABAH NC gone.
Yeah, like I said, they're up there with R2K when it comes to gunfights and taking things on in close quarter combats. Almighty just trying to get some cheeky taps, gets onto Appy though. Will they seal the deal here? So far, Yoodo Alliance 4 rivals lost only 1 member. I believe that was Voki. 1 more on the ground. That is going to be Appy. Farang Legends now eliminated at 13th place. Wonder what happened to them. Meanwhile, R2K crashing onto Clutch again on Erangel. The last time this happened, R2K came out on top, and now we're going to see a rematch of that. Meanwhile, Team Huck up against MAB. Right behind the tree, Maki charges up a nade, toss one forward and clip, but it was behind the tree bark, and that did not register.
Just PUBG stuff, you know. There's one tree bark. It's so mighty up there. You cannot grenade them down against the John on the other end, being the John Wick again. With Dam's Team Hawk having in such a tough spot to work with. MAB walking around the corners, just trying to find victims against a crosshair. John is just being John now.
Yeah, they've lost a little bit too much, Team Hawk here. Only one member standing. That would be Sully. So I think their adventure is as good as being put to an end now that Sully has to play passively and maybe make another way rotate inside the circle and play for survival, because they just cannot be aggressive. He did get one member of Yoodo Alliance for rival though.
Oh no, he won't let him go. John is really trying to get all the eliminations in his pocket. Maybe try to get an MVP for today. But back about MAB, there's K-Shy right across him. H2. Just behind that rock. It's just behind that rock. But back about the open space here. We got another war zone created up by Geek Fam. And EVOS VIP. Give it a go. What a nice snipes bomb. The grenade was insane. But what? How many utilities they have?
This is basically carpet bombing at this point, but it seems like EVOS, they might be in the blue and we'll just take out from the blue zone itself, but it's Team Hawk that's first eliminated. Surely, EVOS, one member left alive, but I'm more interested in Clutch Guerilla up against R2K in that compound fight, which we'll see in just about a bit. Meanwhile, Geek Fam still pushing them back, keeping them in the blue. EVOS will breathe its last breath.
Yep. That's going to be the end of it. While Geek Fam have been holding this small shot for a very long time. Now on the side of Geek Fam, they are nitpicking every fight there is towards all the teams surrounding them. Now that's going to be 360 view, but they have to move forward. They're still not inside of a circle. While they're moving forward, they're just going to pick another fight against Dingoz. Like, why not, right?
Oh man, just look at the two teams up front though. Clutch and R2K. It's going to be more of an even matchup. One-on-one, mano and mano. It's the rematch of Erangel map, the first Erangel map of the day. I can't wait for that one to happen. Meanwhile, we will take a look at Axis, who's spread out pretty wide here. So I think they might not want to be a bit more aggressive. They don't want to be aggressive, don't want to show their hands a little bit. But they can look to try and make a rotation in, and maybe when the circle does close away from these compounds, get some pickups of their own with the map control they have. Clutch Guerilla right now being busy with MAB. R2K could very well just look to push and make it harder for them.
I have a feeling now the southern side of the circle, whoever holds it might actually get the chicken in. And look at how compact it is on the southern side. It's just too many people with Clutch trying to hold this compound against MAB, who will have to push through if they want to get into the safe zone. But Dingoz, here we go, taking down Geek Fam that has been camping there forever, while Jimmy still hesitates. But where to toss this? Took him quite some time now. They're just gonna, never mind. You lose your time.
Took too long, and now they push on to R2K. They clean the entire MAB. They fall, and now R2K, half the amount of points going their side, will wipe an entire squad in just a snap of a finger. Now they can focus onto the big two giants, Clutch and R2K, sharing the same compounds. Who's it gonna be? Who will emerge on top? Who will end up the overall victor here on Erangel?
Yep, with also Axis remaining two members. Hey Noob, if I'm not mistaken, with another person, and Geek Fam. It's going to be 2v3 v4 v4. R2K and CLC, they will not show themselves that early until the circle forces them to go out from this compound. That's a different story, but they still force a fight for CLC. R2K taking on Axis. Hey Noob first from afar. Look at that tab, and Forest in such a tough spot to get out as well. It is an open field, only haystacks there for them to take covers on.
Haystacks, maybe haystacks, but it's good enough at this point. Virus hiding behind it, but Damrude seems to have some quite a good game sense, have an idea on where he might potentially be. And they're just staying outside of the circle in case anyone makes the rotation to commit within it. Can pick some members off, but R2K and Clutch cannot be so comfortable right now as they see the blue is creeping onto them. Surely it's anyone's game at this point.
Oh, the moment R2K and the Clutch Guerilla step out from their respective compounds is straight in open field of fires against Geek Fam, who can see them through from the field there. They need to make a move, 10 seconds left. And the moment R2K step out, Clutch already got themselves that position. They can just shut them down straight away. But nobody spotted out Forest yet.
He's going to be a thorn in the bush, a snake in the grass, or so we call it. But I think that's the least of their problems right now, because the zone and the way that Clutch has already positioned themselves, R2K, they need so much utilities. They have to create some sort of a smoke screen here. Oh, they saw one out. One after another. R2K inside. Varus will finally bow out. Geek Fam is there to make sure to neutralize the threat here. But now, Damrude, he's got eyes. We know this kid is a potential Terminator. He's done it countless of time and he's shooting them down. R2K, Izane, the ace in the hole being taken out.
Their position is just way too open. Two teams looking over them. R2K Eisen definitely executed with 5 eliminations by Chelsea. Funky is pretty low. He still have the last Matt Kid here to survive. Oh boy, we're down to 2. It's 3v4. Geek Fam managed to survive in an open field for such a long time. But Clutch, Guerilla, can they go for another chicken today?
The numbers favor them. But do they have the control that Geek Fam has? I'm pretty sure Damrude has got eyes onto the rest of them. They know the positions of Clutch Guerillas. However, Clutch is not making it easy as well, being spread open that thin. Oh, Jimmy OP under fire. Unfortunately, did not seal the deal. So that will be information going on the side of Snipes, I believe.
Shinzi waiting under the tree while Snipes only have these haystacks to just take a bit of a time to toss out the nade, but a bit short for him. Now CLC proning to it, slowly creeping towards the territory of Geek Fam, but they have to cross a very small street there, while the rest of them, of Geek Fam, spreading out as well, making sure they can have whatever view they can. But Jimmy, slowly being figured out, but they got almost QB down. There was nothing of help. Still managed to pin them down. Jimmy connected. This is the opening day with what a nice timing pick. Oh, Clutch Guerilla again.
A double chicken dinner for the Guerilla squad that clutch things out. It's Clutch Guerilla coming in at the last moment, the last game of the day to seal the deal here. Sis Jenny, she's in glee right now, smiling from ears to ears, and we all know why. Which, I mean, it's pretty obvious by now where her allegiance lies. We don't have to really emphasize on it. However, the little brother comes on top.
Yep, congratulations. Good winner chicken dinner to close out our day 3 of week 2 by Clutch Guerilla, where they have been so patient not to get out so soon, as they know there's Geek Fam out there. There was also exit rate on the other side, but R2K, they were too hesitant to actually make a move out of that warehouse. They didn't secure themselves the outside of the compound position yet.
I think the mistake for R2K was they didn't take the risk to even push onto Clutch when they could.
That's true.
Because when the circle, I don't get what the thought process was. Maybe because they were waiting for the next circle. However, when that happens, now you're playing for time. And then you're in quite the sticky situation. We all know that close quarter combat, if you're R2K, that's your ace. You might as well just take the risk anyway. But that is all said and done. Final game of the day. In case you missed it, here are some of the highlights that happened.
And welcome back, guys, from the last match of the day, and definitely happy for Clutch Guerillas. It's their first season and they fight hard, they train hard, they are proving a lot of people out there that this can be done. Dreams can be achieved if you put your 100% into it, and Clutch Guerilla did it. So can you, so can all these other teams, okay? So, yep, apparently I predicted wrong also, but it's okay. I mean, it's last season, it was Farang Lejund. Maybe this season is about to be the little brothers' chance to shine, probably. I'm not so sure, but yes, it is what it is, and definitely a good last game. I got a lot to say about that particular circle because it's pretty tricky, but I know for a fact that Geek Fam has been consistent whenever it comes to that kind of circle, especially in the paddy fields. It's not the first time we have seen them in the top 3 when it comes to this kind of circle. I remember the other time they fought with Team Secret. I'm not sure whether that was last season or this season, but yes, it was similar, the same circle that we have seen so far, and Geek Fam always will be in center of everybody. But here we go, these are the winners for tonight, our last game, and Clutch Guerilla winning 2 chicken dinners. This is their second one with 11 elimination points, total of 26. Definitely that will push them up even though they are in page number 2. I think they will try to get at least the top part of page number 2, or maybe, God knows, they have already reached to page number 1. And number 2 is Geek Fam, R2K being neighbours with Clutch Guerilla earlier, MAB, and number 4, Dingoz. Again, you know, their calls, their timing, they always get to sneak into the circle. It can be an advantage if Dingoz had manpower. They definitely can fight back if it was that way. But then again, we already know the ending. Team Huck at number 7, EVOS had a good fight also. We did see how they kind of contested earlier. Unfortunately, some teams, they can play well in open areas, maybe because that's their skill sets, or maybe because I did see some full potential or skills coming from Damroot and things like that. But not to forget about KHI's movements earlier. Even though they are in number 12, they made a good RGL call while to disengage with ALMGHTY, because it is the first few circles, and no information means don't push, and they made a good call for that. So here we go, our MVP, none other Damroot, with wow, look at the amount of damage this guy has, and I have a lot to talk about him. Even though they did not win the chicken dinner, but I could see what was going on in his mind earlier with a 1191 damage. And look at the team contribution, guys. It's 44.59%, and longest distance elimination also, it says a lot about this player. He has a lot of attributes, skill sets that is equipped within himself to offer for Geek Fam. And that's the reason why he has been in Geek Fam and not going to any other place, because the people in Geek Fam, they have the same kind of mindset, I would say so. So this is our most elimination for the previous map, which is Damroot getting 7, MAB John getting the backs of MAB, and Jimmy OP. Again, I also have something to say about Jimmy just now, especially at the last few footages. We did see a good reflexes, the skills that he has so far. And he reflected that grenade that was coming onto him, and then at the same time he pick and scope. That was itself a lot of skills was put into it, a lot of effort, especially if you're using a gyro. You have to be quick. At the same time, when you point and turn, when you move your phones, he's so used to it at which point he has to stop. So those kind of skill sets was coming out also. Most damages came from Damroot with 1191. I think this is pretty much one of the highest one. I think yesterday we did see 12 something, but definitely 1,000 is a whole lot. And plus, the plus point for Damroot is he had a whole lot of team contribution, 44.5, guys. Come on. Gotta give it to this guy. And then we've got MAB John. Obviously, we can see how he reflexes and things like that. And then Rensky, yesterday, I think he had a highlight where he came and chased that R2K player. And today, he also making it for Team Huck, because I think his accuracy and precision of the red dot, or at least the anchor point of exactly where to hit, that is basically in Rensky's, I would say, secret talent. But here we go, weekly ranking. GENEXUS still on the top, of course, with 188 as compared to Axis with 154. And then Geek Fam with 1-2-4. So it's a lot of points, guys, leaving behind. They have to, like I said, they have to do like maybe 2 to 3 good games, and then they can, you know, finally catch up with GENEXUS. But Yoodo Alliance for Rivals not too far behind a draw with R2K. Ooh, but I think I missed out Clutch Guerilla. They managed to get into the first part just now, guys. So well done to Clutch Guerilla. But the second page, guys, a few teams are coming down, and a lot of them just I think more teams are actually going a position lower, and I'm really, I wouldn't say I'm upset for them, but definitely I hope to see something coming out, especially for teams that used to be in the first page like RSG and Farang Lejund, and then Team Secret especially. So hopefully this is just a bad week, just hopefully. But top 3 eliminators is being snatched by Appy today with the number 1, 60 elimination, followed by Aizen, the guy who is always in the MVPs, and plus Mika. But this Mika is from Axis Red 1 with 50, a draw with Aizen. And again, we are not surprised by the people again who is coming up in our top 3 eliminators. We usually see the same faces, and they are the ones who usually will stand strong or at least give that knockout for the teams, or finishing off with a very fast and quick spray coming from these 3 players. You know, Axis Mika just came in last season, Aizen similarly, but here we go, MVP race. And Aizen came as number 1. Yesterday is similar, and today he's just added more points to it. A total of, what? 5-digit number of damage, guys. That's crazy. 50 elimination points, but looking into the MVP points, everybody is getting 1.4, 1.4. But it's coming from Geek Fam, R2K, Axis, and GENEXUS. Just like what Keith mentioned earlier, I think it's similar, you know, the kind of teams that will come up on top as Terminators. These are the teams that is, you know, you don't want to mess with them when it comes to CQCs, because they have powerful fraggers that is on point, or the precision and accuracy is there. So these are the players, guys. So anyways, before I move on further, definitely I want to break down, do a recap first on what I see on the game previously, especially the circle. You know, I would say that this time Erangel kind of give us into the bridge, and then after that they will play a bit. Sometimes it's not at the bridge, sometimes it will go back into the mainland. So apparently today's circle, even though we've seen it before, but today it decided to stay in the mainland of Erangel. So no, the circle did not want to go to Sovnovska. We did see very painful rotation by MAB, and also I think NC, if I'm not mistaken, who kind of made their way back into the land. But here we go, seeing Clutch Guerilla's rotation simply dropping into Pochinki exactly where they would want to be, and then they move just an inch bit and stay put. And in fact, they had this gentleman agreement with R2K, sharing the same compound. So they were trying to wipe out teams after teams, including MAB, who was actually kind of stuck on the hill. And then they decided to crash into R2K. R2K had all of those elimination points. But one thing's for sure, I don't think they have enough loots for Clutch Guerilla. They only went to Pochinki, and usually by the route of looting, it's only 5 minutes and below. So I don't think they have enough sufficient loots, but they utilize it till the very end. So basically, they stayed here from circle number 3 all the way till the final few circles, until they managed to get to loot a little bit from R2K's boxes. But still, loot isn't the root of PUBG Mobile. It's all about tacticality. It's all about outsmarting the teams that is coming again. Then I would like to say this is definitely Adib's thinking to pick onto the right spot as an IGL, because yesterday's Mirama's match, we did see where Adib was in. He was in that position. And then because of that, he actually won at number 2. So today he picked the right position exactly where the circle kind of closed in. So a good homework at least for Adibs. And plus they were patient enough not to push into R2K. Basically they were disciplined, doing the trigger discipline. They were not greedy. I mean, if there were I could name a few teams that is doing this situation, they would have probably pushed to R2K, and it might give an advantage for MAB. But H2R did something quite smart also. Being the last person to survive, he picked a place where nobody would exactly guess, would exactly kind of predicted where he would be. So it was a good hiding spot, but not for long, because you know what, the traffic is quite high, knowing that that's the only compound. So basically H2R, when he reached that area, and it was already the 5th circle. He was there even earlier, but he knows that, okay, I'm toasted. That's done. And sure enough, H2R was spotted and being thrown back into the lobby, unfortunately. So this is the 6th circle. We can see Axis struggling to get in. Honestly, even if you have so much amount of smokes that you have, you can't really close yourself or like disguise yourself through it, because there's a lot of teams that is actually outside of the compound. Plus, Aizen is ready at the walls to bring down Axis Red 1. So there's no way for them to come in. But Geek fam, I want to talk about Damroot. He had this prime position behind the haystack. Nobody actually predicted that he was there, and he actually could see a lot of players that was coming out. He saw R2K, he saw a clutch Guerilla. Unfortunately for him, the blue ate onto him. So he has to kind of like run out, and that left behind Geek fam, although they were already opened up. Honestly, it's just about that last few circle, and plus Clutch Guerilla had the numbers, so that's the reason why they couldn't win this battle. Like I said, this is the prime position I was talking about for Damroot. He could see a lot of things, as Shinzi was pretty much vulnerable because he had no props in front of him, as compared to Damroot, who is hiding inside and he has seen a lot of positions. But Jimmy reflexes at that grenade that you're seeing right now, he did a huge, I would say that reflex is just 100% IQ. It's crazy, guys. He just dodged a grenade that was already cooked, and he did not go down with the amount of damage. So wonderful job for these two players who showed us a huge amount of skills. I really like that, definitely. What a way to show off your players when it comes to the last few circles. They are still at it. So yeah, that was our last game of the day. There will be more games tomorrow, definitely, and I'm definitely seeing improvements from different teams, be it I would say KHI kind of showed more potential than Almighty. Unfortunately, they had first few battles, but they have to step it up again. Okay, so anyways, guys, I have someone with me, and we are going to interview that person. Who is that? Hi! Hi, and hello, Faris. So they are from Axis Red 1. Okay, so can I ask you, how do you feel about today's game?
Today, I would say like today performance is a bit drop from past 2 days we started. So, but we still keep study about all strategy from other team, and that's it. We just play with our own gameplay.
But okay, sis, actually kan, I think I see a difference in Axis Red 1 for this season, because could it be true, betul tak Jumper tu ada dia punya the secret recipe sedikit dekat Axis Red 1?
Jumper ada secret recipe tak, Faris? Ada. Yeah, this for Faris lah. Faris told me Jumper have his own gameplay, and I will say like for this season we not too ganas, tapi we play game style with garang style. That's what I can say lah, because to compare Voke and Jumper this season, yes, probably good IGL, but different gameplay. So for the first week, we have our strategy for each week. So
it changes.
You guys just wait for us.
Stay tuned and watch. True, kan?
Stay tuned. So this week we show our panggil apa sikit-sikit je lah.
Sikit-sikit. So showing a little bit only. Okay, last question for you. Okay, this question is not macam it's not from today's game tau. It's the yesterday's game when you guys had that 2v2 dengan Homebois. So if I'm not wrong, that was Jumper dengan Faris yang alive. So macam mana tu communication tu? Was Jumper like don't move? How was it, Faris? Boleh cakap Melayu je, boleh.
Faris, semalam kau dengan Jumper tinggal 2 orang 2v2. Macam mana kau communicate dengan Jumper? I think that one last map No, before second last map.
I think second last map dekat Erangel, Soft No Scar. Is it the last map? I can't remember. But yes, versus Homebois.
Yeah, I think like even though Jumper not in our gaming house to communicate.
Oh wow, okay.
But yeah, we still managed to like what we call respect the leader decision. So when leader said don't move, then don't move lah. Dia orang panggil apa? Dah nak puasin ni, kita kena balik sabar. sabar. Macam itu lah. Walaupun nak marah tapi kena sabar. Macam tu lah.
Betul. Nice one.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you so much, Axis Red One, and I hope you guys get more chicken after this, and all the best.
Alright, thank you.
So yes, apparently Jumper wasn't in the gaming house and he managed to communicate with the leadership skills not to move, and that's how they got the chicken dinner yesterday. You guys should watch, that was quite sick. 2v2 over in Subnosca. So I think before we end, we're going to go through what's up for us tomorrow. Again, we're going to go through the same cycles, meaning we're going to start with Sandhawk, and then Erangel, Mirama, and then Erangel. So one thing that you guys need to know, there is a difference in the rotation of the groups. So you can see that A is playing all first 4 games, and then after that, number 5, there's no team A at all. And of course, there is rotation in a sense of the alphabets that you guys can see. So maybe you can screenshot this and you know where exactly or when your teams are playing, okay? So I hope you guys actually love our the casters, be it from the English panel or even the Philippines panel. They have did a good job, so remember to follow them in their socials. And I'm definitely gonna miss this spot. I'm not gonna be here for a while. I'm gonna go back to casting, and yeah, thank you so much for watching us, and keep giving us the support, keep giving your teams the support, and hopefully we get to, make our PUBG Mobile community grow even more, right? So, yep, I think that's all that I've got today, and I hope you guys will stay tuned with us and show us your love and support. That's all. Good night. Bye-bye.